Section 26 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Impermanence of Worldly Joys. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born into a Brahmin family. And when he grew up, he studied all the arts at Takasala, and then returned to his parents. In this birth, the great being became a holy young student. Then his parents told him they would look out a wife for him. "I have no desire for a married life," said the Bodhisattva. "When you are dead, I will adopt the religious life of an ascetic." And being greatly importuned by them, he had a golden image made, and said, "If you can find me a maiden like unto this, I will take her to wife." His parents sent forth some emissaries with a large escort, and bade them place the golden image in a covered carriage, and go and search through the plains of India, till they found just such a Brahmin girl, when they were to give this golden image in exchange, and bring the girl back with them. Now at this time a certain holy man, passing from the Brahma world, was born again in the form of a young girl, in a town in the kingdom of Kasi, in the house of a Brahmin worth 80 crores, and the name given her was Samalabhasini. At the age of 16, she was a fair and gracious maiden, like to an asperess, endued with all the marks of female beauty. And since no thought of evil was ever suggested to her by the power of sinful passion, she was perfectly pure. So the men took the golden image and wandered about till they reached this village. The inhabitants, on seeing the image, asked, "Why is Samalabhasini, the daughter of such and such a Brahmin, placed there?" The messengers, on hearing this, found the Brahmin family, and chose Samalabhasini for the young man's bride. She sent a message to her parents, saying, "When you are dead, I shall adopt the religious life. I have no desire for the married state." They said, "What art thou thinking of, maiden?" And, accepting the golden image, they sent off their daughter with a great retinue. The marriage ceremony took place against the wishes of both the Bodhisattva and Samalabhasini. Though sharing the same room and the same bed, they did not regard one another with the eye of passion, but dwelt together like two holy men or two female saints. By and by, the father and mother of the Bodhisattva died. He performed their funeral rites, and, calling to him Samalabhasini, said to her, "My dear, my family property amounts to 80 crores, and yours too is worth another 80 crores. Take all this and enter upon household life. I shall become an ascetic." "Sir," she answered, "if you become an ascetic, I will become one too. I cannot forsake you." "Come then," he said. So spending all their wealth in almsgiving, and throwing up their worldly fortune as it were a lump of phlegm, they journeyed into the Himalaya country, and both of them adopted the ascetic life. There, after living for a long time on wild fruits and roots, they at length came down from the Himalayas to procure salt and vinegar, and gradually found their way to Benares, and dwelt in the royal grounds. And while they were living there, this young and delicate female ascetic, from eating insipid rice of a mixed quality, was attacked by dysentery, and not being able to get any healing remedies, she grew very weak. The Bodhisattva, at the time for going his rounds to beg for alms, took hold of her and carried her to the gate of the city, and there laid her on a bench in a certain hall, and himself went into the city for alms. He had scarce gone out when she expired. The people, beholding the great beauty of this female ascetic, thronged about her, weeping and lamenting. The Bodhisattva, after going his round of begging, returned, and hearing of her death, he said, "That which has the quality of dissolution is dissolved. All impermanent existences are of this kind." With these words, he sat down on the bench whereon she lay, and, eating the mixture of food, he rinsed out his mouth. The people that stood by gathered round him and said, "Reverend sir, what was this female ascetic to you?" "When I was a layman," he replied, "she was my wife." "Holy sir," they said, "while we weep and lament and cannot control our feelings, why do you not weep?" The Bodhisattva said, "While she was alive, she belonged to me in some sort. Nothing belongs to her that is gone to another world. She has passed into the power of others. Wherefore should I weep? And teaching the people the truth, he recited these stanzas. Why should I shed tears for thee, fair Samalabhasini? Past to death's majority, thou art henceforth lost to me. Wherefore should frail man lament what to him is only lent? He too draws his mortal breath, forfeit every hour to death. Be he standing, sitting still, moving, resting, what he will, in the twinkling of an eye, in a moment death is nigh. Life I count a thing unstable, loss of friends inevitable. Cherish all that are alive, sorrow not shouldst thou survive. Thus did the great being teach the truth, illustrating by these 4 stanzas the impermanence of things. The people performed funeral rites over the female ascetic, and the Bodhisattva returned to the Himalayas, and entering on the higher knowledge arising from mystic meditation, was destined to birth in the Brahma world. The Testing of Virtue. This was a story told by the master when at Jetavana about a Brahmin who was ever proving his virtue. 2 similar stories have been told before. In this case, the Bodhisattva was the family priest of the king of Benares. In testing his virtue, he for 3 days took a coin from the royal treasurer's board. They informed against him as a thief, and when brought before the king, he said, Power on earth beyond compare, this virtue owns a wondrous charm. Putting on a virtuous air, the deadly snake escapes all harm. After thus praising virtue in the first stanza, he gained the king's consent and adopted the ascetic life. Now a hawk seized a piece of meat in a butcher's shop and darted up into the air. The other birds surrounded him and struck at him with feet, claws, and beaks. Unable to bear the pain, he dropped the piece of meat. Another bird seized it. He too, in like manner, being hard pressed, let the meat fall. Then another bird pounced on it, and whoever got the meat was pursued by the rest, and whosoever let it go was left in peace. The Bodhisattva, on seeing this, thought, These desires of ours are like pieces of meat. To those that grasp at them is sorrow, and to those that let them go is peace. And he repeated the second stanza. While the bird had aught to eat, ospreys pecked at him full sore. When perforce he dropped the meat, then they pecked at him no more. The ascetic, going forth from the city, in the course of his journey came to a village, and at evening lay down in a certain man's house. Now a female slave there, named Pingala, made an assignation with a man, saying, You are to come at such and such an hour. After she had bathed the feet of her master and his family, when they had lain down, she sat on the threshold, looking out for the coming of her lover, and passed the first and the middle watch, repeating to herself, Now he will be coming. But at daybreak, losing hope, she said, He will not come now, and lay down and fell asleep. The Bodhisattva, seeing this happen, said, This woman sat ever so long in the hope that her lover would come, but now that she knows he will not come, in her despair she slumbers peacefully. And with the thought that while hope in the passions brings sorrow, despair brings peace, he uttered the third stanza. The fruit of hope fulfilled is bliss. How differs loss of hope from this? Though dull despair her hope destroys, lo, Pingala calm sleep enjoys. Next day, going forth from that village, he entered into a forest, and beholding a hermit seated on the ground and indulging in meditation, he thought, Both in this world and in the next there is no happiness beyond the bliss of meditation. And he repeated the fourth stanza. In this world and in worlds to be, naught can surpass ecstatic joy. To holy calm a devotee, himself unharmed, will none annoy. Then he went into the forest and adopted the ascetic life of a rishi and developed the higher knowledge born of meditation, and became destined to birth in the Brahma world. A king's life saved by spells. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta reigned in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a far-famed teacher at Takasila and trained many young princes and sons of Brahmins in the arts. Now the son of the king of Benares, when he was 16 years old, came to him after he had acquired the 3 Vedas and all the liberal arts and was perfect in them. He took leave of his master. The teacher, regarding him by his gift of prognostication, thought, "There is danger coming to this man through his son. By magic power I will deliver him from it." And composing 4 stanzas, he gave them to the young prince and spoke as follows. "My son, after you are seated on the throne, when your son is 16 years old, utter the first stanza while eating your rice. Repeat the second stanza at the time of the great levee. The third as you are ascending to the palace roof, standing at the head of the stairs, and the fourth when entering the royal chamber as you stand on the threshold." The prince readily assented to this, and, saluting his teacher, went away. And after acting as viceroy on his father's death, he ascended the throne. His son, when he was 16 years of age, on the king's going forth to take his pleasure in the garden, observing his father's majesty and power, was filled with a desire to kill him and seize upon his kingdom, and spoke to his attendants about it. They said, "True, sir, what is the good of obtaining power when one is old? You must by some means or other kill the king and possess yourself of his kingdom." The prince said, "I will kill him by putting poison in his food." So he took some poison and sat down to eat his evening meal with his father. The king, when the rice was just served in the bowl, spoke the first stanza. "With sense so nice, the husks from rice, rats keen are to discriminate. They cared not much for the husks to touch, but grain by grain the rice they ate." "I am discovered," thought the prince, and not daring to administer the poison in the bowl of rice, he rose up and, bowing to the king, went away. He told the story to his attendants and said, "Today I am found out. How now shall I kill him?" From this day forth they lay concealed in the garden, and, consulting together in whispers, said, "There is still one expedient. When it is time to attend the great levee, gird on your sword, and, taking your stand amongst the counselors, when you see the king off his guard, you must strike him a blow with your sword and kill him." Thus they arranged it. The prince readily agreed, and at the time of the great levee he girt on his sword, and, moving about from place to place, looked out for an opportunity to strike the king. At this moment the king uttered the second stanza. "The secret counsel taken in the wood by me is understood. The village plot soft whispered in the ear, that too I hear." Thought the prince, "My father knows that I am his enemy," and ran away and told his attendants. After the lapse of 7 or 8 days, they said, "Prince, your father is ignorant of your feeling toward him. You only fancy this in your own mind. Put him to death." So one day he took his sword and stood at the top of the stairs in the royal closet. The king, standing at the head of the staircase, spoke the third stanza. "A monkey once did cruel measures take, his tender offspring impotent to make." Thought the prince, "My father wants to seize me," and in his terror he fled away and told his attendants he had been threatened by his father. After the lapse of a fortnight they said, "Prince, if the king knew this, he would not have put up with it so long a time. Your imagination suggests this to you. Put him to death." So one day he took his sword, and, entering the royal chamber on the upper floor of the palace, he lay down beneath the couch, intending to slay the king as soon as he came. At the close of the evening meal, the king sent his retinue away, wishing to lie down, and entering the royal chamber, as he stood on the threshold, he uttered the fourth stanza. "Thy cautious creeping ways, like one-eyed goat in mustard field that strays, and who thou art that lurkest here below, this too I know." Thought the prince, "My father has found me out. Now he will put me to death," And seized with fear, he came out from beneath the couch, and, throwing down his sword at the king's feet and saying, "Pardon me, my lord," he lay groveling before him. The king said, "You thought no one knows what I am about." And after rebuking him, he ordered him to be bound in chains and put into the prison house, and set a guard over him. Then the king meditated on the virtues of the Bodhisattva, and by he died. When they had celebrated his funeral rites, they took the young prince out of prison and set him on the throne. End of section 26. Section 27 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Heron's Revenge. This story was told by the master at Jedhavana concerning a heron that lived in the house of the king of Kosala. She carried messages, they say, for the king, and had 2 young ones. The king sent this bird with a letter to some other king. When she was gone away, the boys in the royal family squeezed the young birds to death in their hands. The mother bird came back and, missing her young ones, asked who had killed her offspring. They said, "So and so." And at this time there was a fierce and savage tiger kept in the palace, fastened by a strong chain. Now these boys came to see the tiger, and the heron went with them, thinking, "Even as my young ones were killed by them, just so I will deal with these boys." And she took hold of them and threw them down at the foot of the tiger. The tiger with a growl crunched them up. The bird said, "Now is the wish of my heart fulfilled," and flying up into the air, made straight for the Himalayas. On hearing what had happened, they started a discussion in the Hall of Truth, saying, "Sirs, a heron, it is said, in the king's palace, threw down before a tiger the boys who killed her young ones, and when she had thus brought about their death, she made off." The master came and inquired what it was the brethren were discussing, and said, "Not now only, brethren, but formerly also did she bring about the death of those who killed her young ones." And herewith he related a legend of the past. Once upon a time the Bodhisattva Benares ruled his kingdom with justice and equity. A certain heron in his house carried messages for him, and so on, just as before. But the special point here is that in this case the bird, having let the tiger kill the boys, thought, "I can no longer remain here. I will take my departure. But though I am going away, I will not leave without telling the king, but as soon as I have told him, I will be off." And so she drew nigh and saluted the king, and standing a little way off, said, "My lord, it was through your carelessness that the boys killed my young ones, and under the influence of passion I, in revenge, caused their death. Now I can no longer live here." And uttering the first stanza, she said, "Long I held this house as mine, honor great I did receive, it is due to act of thine, I am now compelled to leave." The king on hearing this repeated the second stanza. "Should one to retaliate, wrong with equal wrong repay, then his anger should abate. So good heron, prithee stay." Hearing this, the bird spoke the third stanza. "Wrong can with wrongdoer ne'er, as of old, be made at one. Naught, O king, can keep me here. Lo, from henceforth I am gone." The king, on hearing this, spoke the fourth stanza. "Should they wise, not foolish be, with the wronged wrongdoer may live in peace and harmony. So good heron, prithee stay." The bird said, "As things are, I cannot stay, my lord." And saluting the king, she flew up into the air and made straight for the Himalayas. The Lion and the Bull. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as his son, and after acquiring all the arts at Takasila, on his father's death, he ruled his kingdom righteously. At that time, a certain neatherd who was tending cattle in their sheds in the forest came home and inadvertently left behind him a cow that was in calf. Between the cow and a lioness sprang up a firm friendship. The 2 animals became fast friends and went about together. So after a time the cow brought forth a calf, and the lioness a cub. These 2 young creatures also, by force of family ties, became fast friends and wandered about together. Then a certain forester, after observing their affection, took such wares as are produced in the forest, and went to Benares and presented them to the king. And when the king asked him, "Friend, have you seen any unusual marvel in the forest?" he made answer, "I saw nothing else that was wonderful, my lord, but I did see a lion and a bull wandering about together, very friendly one towards another." "Should a third animal appear," said the king, "there will certainly be mischief. Come and tell me if you see the pair joined by a third animal." "Certainly, my lord," he answered. Now when the forester had left for Benares, a jackal ministered to the lion and the bull. When he returned to the forest and saw this, he said, "I will tell the king that a third animal has appeared," and departed for the city. Now the jackal thought, "There is no meat that I have not eaten except the flesh of lions and bulls. By setting these two at variance, I will get their flesh to eat." And he said, "This is the way he speaks of you." And thus dividing them one from another, he soon brought about a quarrel, and reduced them to a dying condition. But the forester came and told the king, "My lord, a third animal has turned up." "What is it?" said the king. "A jackal, my lord." Said the king, "He will cause them to quarrel, and will bring about their death. We shall find them dead when we arrive." And so saying, he mounted upon his chariot, and traveling on the road pointed out by the forester, he arrived just as the two animals had by their quarrel destroyed one another. The jackal, highly delighted, was eating, now the flesh of the lion, now that of the bull. The king, when he saw that they were both dead, stood just as he was upon his chariot, and, addressing his charioteer, gave utterance to these verses. "Naught in common had this pair, neither wives nor food did share. Yet behold how slanderous word, keen as any two-edged sword, did devise with cunning art, friends of old to keep apart. Thus did bull and lion fall, prey to meanest beast of all. So will all bedfellows be with this pair in misery, if they lend a willing ear to the slanderer's whispered sneer. But they thrive exceeding well, e'en as those in heaven that dwell, who to slander ne'er attend, slander parting friend from friend." The king spoke these verses, and bidding them gather together the mane, skin, claws, and teeth of the lion, returned straight to his own city. The Quails as Friends. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisatta came to life as a young elephant, and growing up a fine comely beast, he became the leader of the herd, with a following of 80,000 elephants, and dwelt in the Himalayas. At that time a quail laid her eggs in the feeding ground of the elephants. When the eggs were ready to be hatched, the young birds broke the shells and came out. Before their wings had grown, and when they were still unable to fly, the great being, with his following of 80,000 elephants, in ranging about for food, came to this spot. On seeing them, the quail thought, "This royal elephant will trample on my young ones and kill them. Lo, I will implore his righteous protection for the defense of my brood." Then she raised her two wings, and standing before him repeated the first stanza. "Elephant of 60 years, forest lord among thy peers, I am but a puny bird, thou a leader of the herd. With my wings I homage pay, spare my little ones, I pray." The great being said, "O quail, be not troubled, I will protect thy offspring." And standing over the young birds, while the 80,000 elephants passed by, he thus addressed the quail. "Behind us comes a solitary rogue elephant. He will not do our bidding. When he comes, do thou entreat him too, and so ensure the safety of thy offspring." And with these words he made off. And the quail went forth to meet the other elephant, and with both wings uplifted, making respectful salutation, she spoke the second stanza. "Roaming over the hill and dale, cherishing thy lonely way, thee, O forest king, I hail, and with wings my homage pay. I am but a wretched quail, spare my tender brood to slay." On hearing her words, the elephant spoke the third stanza. "I will slay thy young ones, quail. What can thy poor help avail? My left foot can crush with ease many thousand birds like these." And so saying, with his foot he crushed the young birds to atoms, and sailing over them washed them away in a flood of water, and went off loudly trumpeting. The quail sat down on a bough of a tree and said, "Then be off with you, and trumpet away. You shall very soon see what I will do. You little know what a difference there is between strength of body and strength of mind. Well, I will teach you this lesson." And thus threatening him, she repeated the fourth stanza. "Power abused is not all gain. Power is often folly's bane. Beast that didst my young ones kill, I will work thee mischief still." And so saying, shortly afterwards, she did a good turn to a crow, and when the crow, who was highly pleased, asked, "What can I do for you?" the quail said, "There is nothing else, sir, to be done, but I shall expect you to strike with your beak and to peck out the eyes of this rogue elephant." The crow readily assented, and the quail then did a service to a blue fly. And when the fly asked, "What can I do for you?" she said, "When the eyes of this rogue elephant have been put out by the crow, then I want you to let fall a nit upon them." The fly agreed, and then the quail did a kindness to a frog, and when the frog asked what it was to do, she said, "When this rogue elephant becomes blind, and shall be searching for water to drink, then take your stand and utter a croak on the top of a mountain, and when he has climbed to the top, come down and croak again at the bottom of the precipice. This much I shall look for at your hands." After hearing what the quail said, the frog readily assented. So one day the crow with its beak pecked out both the eyes of the elephant, and the fly dropped its eggs upon them, and the elephant, being eaten up with maggots, was maddened by the pain, and overcome with thirst, wandered about seeking for water to drink. At this moment the frog, standing on the top of a mountain, uttered a croak. Thought the elephant, "There must be water there," and climbed up the mountain. Then the frog descended, and standing at the bottom croaked again. The elephant thought, "There must be water there," and moved forward toward the precipice, and rolling over, fell to the bottom of the mountain and was killed. When the quail knew that the elephant was dead, she said, "I have seen the back of mine enemy," and in a high state of delight, strutted over his body and passed away to fare according to her deeds. Queen Susondī. Once upon a time King Tamba reigned in Benares, and his queen consort, named Susondī, was a woman of surpassing beauty. At that time the Bodhisattva came to life as a young Garuda. Now the Naga island was then known as Saruma Island, and the Bodhisattva lived on this island in the abode of the Garudas. And he went to Benares disguised as a youth, and played at dice with his Tamba. Remarking his beauty, they said to Susondī, "Such and such a youth plays at dice with our king." She longed to see him, and one day she adorned herself and repaired to the dice chamber. There taking her stand amongst the attendants, she fixed her gaze on the youth. He too gazed on the queen, and the pair fell in love with one another. The Garuda king, by an act of supernatural power, stirred up a storm in the city. The people, through fear of the house falling, fled out of the palace. By his power he caused it to be dark, and, carrying off the queen with him in the air, he made his way to his own abode in Naga Island. But no one knew of the coming or going of Susondī. The Garuda took his pleasure with her, and still came to play at dice with the king. Now the king had a minstrel named Saga, and not knowing where the queen had gone, the king addressed the minstrel and said, "Go now and explore every land and sea and discover what has become of the queen." And so saying, he bade him begone. He took what was necessary for his journey, and beginning the search from the city gate, at last came to Barukacha. At that time certain merchants of the Barukacha were setting sail for the Golden Land. He approached them and said, "I am a minstrel. If you remit my passage money, I will act as your minstrel. Take me with you." They agreed to do so, and, putting him on board, weighed anchor. When the ship was fairly off, they called him and bade him make music for them. He said, I would make music, but if I do, the fish will be so excited that your vessel will be wrecked." "If a mere mortal," they said, "make music, there will be no excitement on the part of the fish. Play to us." "Then do not be angry with me," he said, and turning his lute and keeping perfect harmony between the words of his song and the accompaniment of the lute string, he made music for them. The fish were maddened at the sound and splashed about, and a certain sea monster, leaping up, fell upon the ship and broke it in two. Saga, lying on a plank, was carried along by the wind, till he reached a banyan tree in the Naga island, where the Garuda king lived. Now Queen Susondī, whenever the Garuda king went to play at dice, came down from her place of abode, and as she was wandering on the edge of the shore, she saw and recognized the minstrel Saga, and asked him how he got there. He told her the whole story, and she comforted him and said, "Do not be afraid," and embracing him in her arms, she carried him to her abode and laid him on a couch. And when he was greatly revived, she fed him with heavenly food, bathed him in heavenly scented water, arrayed him in heavenly raiment, and adorned him with flowers of heavenly perfume, and made him recline upon a heavenly couch. Thus did she watch over him, and whenever the Garuda king returned, she hid her lover, and so soon as the king was gone, under the influence of passion, she took her pleasure with him. At the end of a month and a half from that time, some merchants who dwelt at Benares landed at the foot of the banyan tree in this island to get firewood and water. The minstrel went on board ship with them, and on reaching Benares, as soon as he saw the king, while he was playing at dice, Saga took his lute, and making music recited the first stanza. "I scent the fragrance of the tamara grove, I hear the moaning of the weary sea. Tamba, I am tormented with my love, for fair Susondī dwells afar from me." On hearing this, Garuda king uttered the second stanza. "How didst thou cross the stormy main, and Saruma in safety gain? How didst thou, Saga, tell me, pray, to fair Susondī win thy way?" Then Saga repeated 3 stanzas. "With trading folk from Barukacha land, my ship was wrecked by monsters of the sea. I on a plank did safely gain the strand, when an anointed queen with gentle hand upbore me tenderly upon her knee, as though to her a true son I might be. She food and raiment brought, and as I lay, with love-lorn eyes hung o'er my couch all day. Know, Tamba, well, this word is sooth I say." The Garuda, while the minstrel thus spoke, was filled with regrets, and said, "Though I dwelt in the abode of the Garudas, I failed to guard her safely. What is this wicked woman to me?" So he brought her back, and presented her to the king, and departed. And thenceforth he came not there any more. End of section 27. Section 28 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Betrayer Betrayed. Once upon a time in the reign of Brahmadatta, king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was reborn as Saka. At that time a certain young Brahmin of Benares acquired all the liberal arts at Takasila, and having attained to proficiency in archery, he was known as the clever little archer. Then his master thought, "This youth has acquired skill to my own," and he gave him his daughter to wife. He took her, and wishing to return to Benares, he set out on the road. Halfway on his journey, an elephant laid waste a certain place, and no man dared to ascend to that spot. The clever little archer, though the people tried to stop him, took his wife and climbed up to the entrance of the forest. Then, when he was in the midst of the wood, the elephant rose up to attack him. The archer wounded him in the forehead with an arrow, which, piercing him through and through, came out at the back of his head, and the elephant fell down dead on the spot. The clever archer, after making this place secure, went on further to another wood, and there 50 robbers were infesting the road. Up to this spot, too, though the men tried to stop him, He climbed till he found the regular place where the robbers killed the deer and roasted and ate the venison close to the road. The robbers, seeing him approach with his gaily attired wife, made a great effort to capture him. The robber chief, being skilled in reading a man's character, just gave one look at him, and recognizing him as a distinguished hero, did not suffer them to rise up against him, though he was single-handed. The clever archer sent his wife to these robbers, saying, "Go and bid them give us a spit of meat, and bring it to me." So she went and said, "Give me a spit of meat." The robber chief said, "He is a noble fellow," and bade them give it her. The robbers said, "What? Is she to eat our roast meat?" And they gave her a piece of raw meat. The archer, having a good opinion of himself, was wroth with the robbers for offering him raw meat. The robbers said, "What? Is he the only man, and are we merely women?" And thus threatening him, they rose up against him. The archer wounded and struck to the ground 50 robbers, save one, with the same number of arrows. He had no arrow left to wound the robber chief. There had been full 50 arrows in his quiver. With one of them he had wounded the elephant, and with the rest the 50 robbers save one. He knocked down the robber chief, and sitting on his chest, bade his wife bring him his sword in her hand to cut off his head. At that very moment she conceived a passion for the robber chief, and placed the hilt of the sword in his hand, and the sheath in that of her husband. The robber, grasping the hilt, drew out the sword, and cut off the head of the archer. After slaying her husband, he took the woman with him, and as they journeyed together, he inquired of her origin. "I am the daughter," she said, "of a world-famed professor at Takkesila." "How did he get you for his wife?" he said. "My father," she said, "was so pleased at his having acquired from him an art equal to his own, that he gave me to him to wife, and because I fell in love with you, I let you kill my lawful husband." Thought the robber chief, "This woman now has killed her lawful husband. As soon as she sees some other man, she will treat me too after the same sort. I must get rid of her." And as he went on his way, he saw their path cut off by what was usually a poor little shallow stream, but which was now flooded, and he said, "My dear, there is a savage crocodile in this river. What are we to do?" "My lord," she said, "take all the ornaments I wear, and make them into a bundle in your upper robe, and carry them to the further side of the river, and then come back and take me across." "Very well," he said, and took all her adornments, and going down to the stream, like one in great haste, he gained the other bank, and left her and fled. On seeing this, she cried, "My lord, you go as if you were leaving me. Why do you do this? Come back, and take me with you." And addressing him, she uttered the first stanza. "Since thou hast gained the other side, with all my goods in bundle tied, return as quickly as may be, and carry me across with thee." The robber, on hearing her, as he stood on the further bank, repeated the second stanza. "The fancied lady ever roves From well-tried faith to lighter loves. Me too thou wouldst ere long betray, Should I not hence flee far away." But when the robber said, "I will go further hence, you stop where you are," she screamed aloud, and he fled with all her adornments. Such was the fate that overtook the poor fool through excess of passion, and being quite helpless, she drew nigh to a clump of cassia plants, and sat there weeping. At that moment Saka, looking down upon the world, saw her smitten with desire, and weeping for the loss of both husband and lover. And thinking he would go and rebuke her, and put her to shame, he took with him Matali and Pansasika, and went and stood on the bank of the river, and said, "Matali, you become a fish. Pansasika, you change into a bird, and I will become a jackal.
and taking a piece of meat in my mouth, I will go and place myself in front of this woman, and when you see me there, you, Matali, are to leap up out of the water and fall before me, and when I shall drop the piece of meat I have taken in my mouth, and shall spring up to seize the fish, at that moment you, Pansasika, are to pounce upon the piece of meat, and to fly up into the air, and you, Matali, are to fall into the water."
Thus did Saka instruct them, and they said, "Good, my lord." Matali was changed into a fish, Pansasika into a bird, and Saka became a jackal. And taking a piece of meat in his mouth, he went and placed himself in front of the woman. The fish, leaping up out of the water, fell before the jackal. The jackal, dropping the piece of meat he held in his mouth, sprang up to catch the fish. The fish jumped up and fell into the water, and the bird seized the piece of meat and flew up into the air. The jackal thus lost both fish and meat, and sat sulkily looking toward the clump of kasha. The woman, seeing this, said, "Through being too covetous, he got neither flesh nor fish." And, as if she saw the point of the trick, she laughed heartily. The jackal, on hearing this, uttered the third stanza.
"Who makes the kasha thicket ring with laughter, though none dance or sing, or clap their hands, good time to keep? Fair one, laugh not when thou shouldst weep."
On hearing this, she repeated the fourth stanza.
"O silly jackal, thou must wish thou hadst not lost both flesh and fish. Poor fool! Well mayst thou grieve to see what comes of thy stupidity."
Then the jackal repeated the fifth stanza.
"Another's faults are plainly seen, 'tis hard to see one's own, I ween. Methinks thou too must count the cost, when spouse and lover both are lost."
On hearing his words, she spoke this stanza.
"King Jackal, 'tis just as you say, so I will hie me far away, and seek another wedded love, and strive a faithful wife to prove."
Then Saka, king of heaven, hearing the words of this vicious and unchaste woman, repeated the final stanza.
"He that would steal a pot of clay would steal a brass one any day, and thou who wast thy husband's bane wilt be as bad or worse again."
Thus did Saka put her to shame and brought her to repent, and then returned to his own abode. The Cat and the Cock. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king in Benares, the Bodhisatta was born as a cock and lived in the forest with a retinue of many hundred cocks. Not far away lived a she-cat, and she deceived by devices the other cocks except the Bodhisatta and ate them. But the Bodhisatta did not fall into her power. She thought, "This cock is very crafty, but he knows not that I am crafty and skillful in device. It is good that I cajole him, saying, 'I will be your wife,' and so eat him when he comes into my power." She went to the root of the tree where he perched, and praying him in a speech preceded by praise of his beauty, she spoke the first stanza. "Bird with wings that flash so gaily, crest that droops so gracefully, I will be your wife for nothing. Leave the bough and come to me." The Bodhisatta, hearing her, thought, "She has eaten all my relatives. Now she wishes to cajole me and eat me. I will get rid of her." So he spoke the second stanza. "Lady fair and winning, you have 4 feet. I have only 2. Beasts and birds should never marry. For some other husband sue." Then she thought, "He is exceedingly crafty. By some device or other, I will deceive him and eat him." So she spoke the third stanza. "I will bring thee youth and beauty, pleasant speech and courtesy. Honored wife or simple slave girl, at thy pleasure deal with me." Then the Bodhisatta thought, "It is best to revile her and drive her away." So he spoke the fourth stanza. "Thou hast drunk my kindred's blood, and robbed and slain them cruelly. Honored wife, there is no honor in thy heart when wooing me." She was driven away and did not endure to look at him again. The Language of Animals. Once upon a time, when a king named Sanaka was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was Saka. The king Sanaka was friendly with a certain Naga king. This Naga king, they say, left the Naga world and ranged the earth seeking food. The village boys, seeing him, said, "This is a snake," and struck him with clods and other things. The king, going to amuse himself in his garden, saw them, and being told they were beating a snake, said, "Don't let them beat him, drive them away." And this was done. So the Naga king got his life, and when he went back to the Naga world, he took many jewels, and coming at midnight to the king's bedchamber, he gave them to him, saying, "I got my life through you." So he made a friendship with the king, and came again and again to see him. He appointed one of his Naga girls, insatiate in pleasures, to be near the king and protect him, and he gave the king a charm, saying, "If ever you do not see her, repeat this charm." One day the king went to the garden with the Naga girl, and was amusing himself in the lotus tank. The Naga girl, seeing a water snake, quitted her human shape, and made love with him. The king, not seeing the girl, said, "Where is she gone?" and repeated the spell. Then he saw her in her misconduct, and struck her with a piece of bamboo. She went in anger to the Naga world, and when she was asked, "Why are you come?" she said, "Your friend struck me on the back because I did not do his bidding," showing the mark of the blow. The Naga king, not knowing the truth, called 4 Naga youths and sent them with orders to enter Sanaka's bedchamber and destroy him like chaff by the breath of their nostrils. They entered the chamber at the royal bedtime. As they came in, the king was saying to the queen, "Lady, do you know where the Naga girl has gone?" "King, I do not." "Today, when we were bathing in the tank, she quitted her shape and misconducted herself with a water snake. I said, 'Don't do that,' and struck her with a piece of bamboo to give her a lesson. And now I fear she may have gone to the Naga world and told some lie to my friend, destroying his good will to me." The young Nagas, hearing this, turned back at once to the Naga world and told their king. He, being moved, went instantly to the king's chamber, told him all, and was forgiven. Then he said, "In this way I make amends," and gave the king a charm giving knowledge of all sounds. "This, O king, is a priceless spell. If you give anyone this spell, you will at once enter the fire and die." The king said, "It is well," and accepted it. From that time he understood the voice even of ants. One day he was sitting on the dais eating solid food with honey and molasses, and a drop of honey, a drop of molasses, and a morsel of cake fell on the ground. An ant, seeing this, comes crying, "The king's honey jar is broken on the dais. His molasses cart and cake cart are upset. Come and eat the honey and molasses and cake." The king, hearing the cry, laughed. The queen, being near him, thought, "What has the king seen that he laughs?" When the king had eaten his solid food and bathed and sat down cross-legged, a fly said to his wife, "Come, lady, let us enjoy love." She said, "Excuse me for a little, husband. They will soon be bringing perfumes to the king. As he perfumes himself, some powder will fall at his feet. I will stay there and become fragrant. Then we will enjoy ourselves lying on the king's back." The king, hearing the voice, laughed again. The queen thought again, "What has he seen that he laughs?" Again, when the king was eating his supper, a lump of rice fell on the ground. The ants cried, "A wagon of rice has broken in the king's palace, and there is none to eat it." The king, hearing this, laughed again. The queen took a golden spoon, and helping him, reflected, "Is it at the sight of me that the king laughs?" She went to the bedchamber with the king, and at bedtime she asked, "Why did you laugh, O king?" He said, "What have you to do with why I laugh?" But being asked again and again, he told her. Then she said, "Give me your spell of knowledge." He said, "It cannot be given." But though repulsed, she pressed him again. And the king said, "If I give you this spell, I shall die." "Even though you die, give it me." The king, being in the power of womankind, saying, "Very well," consented and went to the park in a chariot, saying, "I shall enter the fire after giving away this spell." At that moment, Saka, king of gods, looked down on the earth and, seeing this case, said,
"This foolish king, knowing that he will enter the fire through womankind, is on his way. I will give him his life."
So he took Suja, daughter of the Asuras, and went to Benares. He became a he-goat and made her a she-goat, and resolving that the people should not see them, he stood before the king's chariot. The king and the scent horses yoked in the chariot saw him, but none else saw him. For the sake of starting talk, he was as if making love with the she-goat. One of the scent horses yoked in the chariot, seeing him, said,
"Friend goat, we have heard before but not seen that goats are stupid and shameless, but you are doing, with all of us looking on, this thing that should be done in secret and in a private place, and are not ashamed. What we have heard before agrees with this that we see."
And so he spoke the first stanza.
"Goats are stupid, say the sages, and the words are surely true. This one knows not he's parading what in secret he should do."
The goat, hearing him, spoke 2 stanzas.
"Truly you're a stupid fool, you donkey. Let me make it plain. With a bit your mouth is wrenched, your head is twisted with the rein. When you're loosed, you don't escape, sir. That's a stupid habit, too. And that Senaka you carry, he's more stupid still than you."
The king understood the talk of both animals, and hearing it, he quickly sent away the chariot. The horse, hearing the goat's talk, spoke the 4th stanza.
"Well, Sir King of Goats, you fully know my great stupidity, but how Senaka is stupid, prithee do explain to me."
The goat, explaining this, spoke the 5th stanza.
"He who his own special treasure on his wife will throw away, cannot keep her faithful ever, and his life he must betray."
The king, hearing his words, said, "King of the goats, you will surely act for my advantage. Tell me now what is right for me to do." Then the goat said,
"King, to all animals no one is dearer than self. It is not good to destroy oneself and abandon the honor one has gained for the sake of anything that is dear."
So he spoke the 6th stanza.
"A king like thee may have conceived desire, and yet renounced it if his life's the cost. Life is the chief thing. What can man seek higher? If life's secured, desires need ne'er be crossed." So the Bodhisattva exhorted the king. The king, delighted, asked,
"King of Goats, whence come you?"
"I am Saka, O king, come to save you from death out of pity for you."
"King of gods, I promised to give her the charm. What am I to do now?"
"There is no need for the ruin of both of you. You say, it is the way of the craft, and have her beaten with some blows. By this means she will not get it."
The king said, "Very well," and agreed. The Bodhisattva, after exhortation to the king, went to his own place. The king went to the garden, had the queen summoned, and then said, "Lady, will you have the charm?"
"Yes, lord."
"Then go through the usual custom."
"What custom?"
100 stripes on the back, but you must not make a sound." She consented, through greed for the charm. The king made his slaves take whips and beat her on both sides. She endured 2 or 3 stripes, and then cried, "I don't want the charm!" And so, flogging the skin off her back, he sent her away. After that, she could not bear to talk of it again. End of section 28. Section 29 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Theft of a Smell. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin family of a village in Kasi. When he grew up, he learned the arts at Takisila, and afterwards became an ascetic and lived near a lotus pool. One day he went down into the pool and stood smelling a lotus in full flower. A goddess who was in a hollow in a trunk of a tree alarming him spoke the first stanza. "You were never given that flower you smell, though it is only a single bloom. 'Tis a species of larceny, reverend sir. You are stealing its perfume." Then the Bodhisattva spoke the second stanza. "I neither take nor break the flower. From afar I smell the bloom. I cannot tell on what pretense you say I steal perfume." At the same moment, a man was digging in the pool for lotus fibers and breaking the lotus plants. The Bodhisattva, seeing him, said, "You call a man a thief if he smells the flower from afar. Why do you not speak to that other man?" So in talk with her he spoke the third stanza. "A man who digs the lotus roots and breaks the stalks I see. Why don't you call the conduct of that man disorderly?" The goddess, explaining why she did not speak to him, spoke the fourth and fifth stanzas. "Disgusting like a nurse's dress are men disorderly. I have no speech with men like him, but I deign to speak to thee. When a man is free from evil stains and seeks for purity, a sin like a hair-tip shows on him like a dark cloud in the sky." So alarmed by her, the Bodhisattva in emotion spoke the sixth stanza. "Surely, fairy, you know me well, to pity me you deign. If you see me do the like offense, pray, speak to me again." Then the goddess spoke to him the seventh stanza. "I am not here to serve you, no hireling folk are we. Find, brother, for yourself the path to reach felicity." So exhorting him, she entered her own abode. The Bodhisattva entered on high meditation and was born in the Brahma world. The Lion in Bad Company. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a lion, and living with a lioness had 2 children, a son and a daughter. The son's name was Manoja. When he grew up, he took a young lioness to wife, and so they became 5. Manoja killed wild buffaloes and other animals, and so got flesh to feed his parents, sister, and wife. One day in his hunting ground he saw a jackal called Gorilla, unable to run away and lying on his belly. "How now, friend?" he said. "I wish to wait on you, my lord." "Well, do so," said he. So he took the jackal to his den. The Bodhisattva, seeing him, said,
"Dear Manoja, jackals are wicked and sinners, and give wrong advice. Don't bring this one near you."
But could not hinder him. Then one day the jackal wished to eat horseflesh and said to Manoja,
"Sir, except horseflesh there is nothing we have not eaten. Let us take a horse."
"But where are these horses, friend?"
"At Benares, by the river bank."
He took this advice and went with him there when the horses bathed in the river. He took one horse, and throwing it on his back, he came with speed to the mouth of his den. His father, eating the horseflesh, said,
"Dear, horses are kings' property. Kings have many stratagems. They have skillful archers to shoot. Lions who eat horseflesh don't live long. Henceforward, don't take horses."
The lion, not following his father's advice, went on taking them. The king, hearing that a lion was taking the horses, had a bathing tank for horses made inside the town, but the lion still came and took them. The king had a stable made, and had fodder and water given them inside it. The lion came over the wall, and took the horses even from the stable. The king had an archer called who shot like lightning, and asked if he could shoot a lion. He said he could, and making a tower near the wall where the lion came, he waited there. The lion came, and, posting the jackal in a cemetery outside, sprang into the town to take the horses. The archer, thinking, "His speed is very great when he comes," did not shoot him, but when he was going away after taking a horse, hampered by the heavy weight, he hit him with a sharp arrow in the hindquarters.
The arrow came out at his front quarters and flew in the air. The lion yelled,
I am shot!
The archer, after shooting him, twanged his bow like thunder. The jackal, hearing the noise of lion and bow, said to himself, My comrade is shot and must be killed. There is no friendship with the dead. I will now go to my old home in the wood. And so he spoke to himself in 2 stanzas. The bow is bent, the bowstring sounds amain. Manoja, king of beasts, my friend, is slain. Alas, I seek the woods as best I may. Such friends are not, others must be my stay. The lion, with a rush, came and threw the horse at the den's mouth, falling dead himself. His kinsfolk came out and saw him blood-stained, blood flowing from his wounds, dead from following the wicked. And his father, mother, sister, and wife, seeing him, spoke 4 stanzas in order.
His fortune is not prosperous, whom wicked folk entice. Look at Manoja lying there, through Giriya's advice.
No joy have mothers in a son whose comrades are not good. Look at Manoja lying there, all covered with his blood. And even so fares still the man, in low estate he lies, who follows not the counsel of the true friend and the wise. This worse, or worse than this his fate, who is high but trusts the low. See, 'tis thus from kingly state he has fallen to the bow. The Otters and the Jackal. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was a tree spirit by a river bank. A jackal named Mayavi had taken a wife and lived in a place by that river bank. One day his mate said to him, Husband, a longing has come upon me. I desire to eat a fresh rohita fish. He said, Be easy, I will bring it to you. And going to the river, he wrapped his feet in creepers and went along the bank. At the moment, 2 otters, Gambirakari and Anutirakari, were standing on the bank looking for fish. Gambirakari saw a great rohita fish, and, entering the water with a bound, he took it by the tail. The fish was strong and went away, dragging him. He called to the other,
This great fish will be enough for both of us. Come and aid me.
Speaking the first stanza. Friend Anutirakari, rush to my aid, I pray. I've caught a great fish, but by force he's carrying me away. Hearing him, the other spoke the second stanza. Gambirakari, luck to you, your grip be firm and stout, and as a rock would lift a snake, I'll lift the fellow out. Then the 2 together took out the rohita fish, laid him on the ground, and killed him, but saying each to the other, You divide him. They quarreled and could not divide him, and so sat down, leaving him. At the moment the jackal came to the spot. Seeing him, they both saluted him and said, Lord of the gray grass color, this fish was taken by both of us together. A dispute arose because we could not divide him. Do you make an equal division and part it. Speaking the third stanza. A strife arose between us, mark, O thou of grassy hue. Let our contention, honored sir, be settled fair by you. The jackal, hearing them, said, declaring his own strength, I've arbitrated many a case and done it perfectly. Let your contention, honored sirs, be settled fair by me. Having spoken that stanza and making the division, he spoke this stanza. Tail, Anutirakari, Gambirakari, head, the middle to the arbiter will properly be paid. So having divided the fish, he said, You eat head and tail without quarreling. And seizing the middle portion in his mouth, he ran away before their eyes. They sat downcast, as if they had lost 1,000 pieces, and spoke the 6th stanza. But for our strife it would have long sufficed us without fail, but now the jackal takes the fish, and leaves us head and tail. The jackal was pleased, and thinking, Now I will give my wife rohita fish to eat. He went to her. She saw him coming, and saluting him, spoke a stanza. Even as a king is glad to join a kingdom to his rule, so I am glad to see my lord today with his mouth full."
Then she asked him about the means of attainment, speaking a stanza.
"How, being of the land, have you from water caught a fish? How did you do the feat, my lord? Pray answer to my wish."
The jackal, explaining the means to her, spoke the next stanza.
"By strife it is their weakness comes, by strife their means decay. By strife the otters lost their prize, my Yavi eat the prey."
End of section 29. Section 30 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Brahmin and the Snake. Once upon a time, a king called Janaka was reigning in Benares. At that time, the Bodhisattva was born in a Brahmin family, and they called his name young Sanaka. When he grew up, he learned all the arts of Takasila, and returning to Benares, saw the king. The king set him in the place of minister and gave him great glory. He taught the king things temporal and spiritual. Being a pleasant preacher of the law, he established the king in the 5 precepts, in almsgiving, in keeping the fasts, in the 10 ways of right action, and so established him in the path of virtue. Throughout the kingdom it was as it were the time of the appearing of the Buddhas. On the fortnightly fast, the king, the viceroys, and others would all assemble and decorate the place of meeting. The Bodhisattva taught the law in a decorated room in the middle of a deer-skinned couch, with the power of a Buddha, and his word was like the preaching of Buddhas. Then a certain old Brahmin, begging for money alms, got 1,000 pieces, left them in a Brahmin family, and went to seek alms again. When he had gone, that family spent all his pieces. He came back and would have his pieces brought him. The Brahmin, being unable to give them to him, gave him his daughter to wife. The other Brahmin took her and made his dwelling in a Brahmin village not far from Benares. Because of her youth, his wife was unsatisfied in desires and sinned with another young Brahmin. There are 16 things that cannot be satisfied. And what are these 16? The sea is not satisfied with all rivers, nor the fire with fuel, nor a king with his kingdom, nor a fool with his sins, nor a woman with 3 things, intercourse, adornment, and childbearing, nor a Brahmin with sacred texts, nor a sage with ecstatic meditation, nor a novice with honor, nor one free from desire with penance, nor the energetic man with energy, nor the talker with talk, nor the politic man with the council, nor the believer with serving the church, nor the liberal man with giving away, nor the learned with hearing the law, nor the 4 congregations with seeing the Buddha. So this Brahmin woman, being unsatisfied with intercourse, wished to put her husband away and do her sin with boldness. So one day in her evil purpose she lay down. When he said, "How is it, wife?" she answered, "Brahmin, I cannot do the work of your house. Get me a maid." "Wife, I have no money. What shall I give to get her?" "Seek for money by begging for alms, and so get her." "Then, wife, get ready something for my journey." She filled a skin bag with baked meal and unbaked meal, and gave them to him. The Brahmin, going through villages, towns, and cities, got 700 pieces, and thinking, "This money is enough to buy slaves, male and female," he was returning to his own village. At a certain place convenient for water, he opened his sack, and eating some meal, he went down to drink water without tying the mouth. Then a black snake in a hollow tree, smelling the meal, entered the bag and lay down in a coil, eating the meal. The Brahmin came, and without looking inside, fastened the sack, and putting it on his shoulder, went his way. Then a spirit living in a tree, sitting in a hollow of the trunk, said to him on the way, "Brahmin, if you stop on the way, you will die. If you go home today, your wife will die," and vanished. He looked, but not seeing the spirit, was afraid and troubled with the fear of death, and so came to the gate of Benares, weeping and lamenting. It was the fast on the 15th day, the day of the Bodhisattva's preaching, seated on the decorated seat of the law, and a multitude with perfumes and flowers and the like in their hands came in troops to hear the preaching. The Brahmin said, "Where are ye going?" and was told, "O Brahmin, today wise Sanaka preaches the law with sweet voice in the charm of a Buddha. Do you not know?" He thought, "They say he is a wise preacher, and I am troubled with the fear of death. Wise men are able to take away even great sorrow. It is right for me to go there and hear the law." So he went with them, and when the assembly and the king among them had sat down round about the Bodhisattva, he stood at the outside, not far from the seat of the law, with his meal sack on his shoulder, afraid with the fear of death. The Bodhisattva preached as if he were bringing down the heavenly Ganges or showering ambrosia. The multitude became well pleased, and making applause, listened to the preaching. Wise men have far sight. At that moment, the Bodhisattva, opening his eyes, gracious with the 5 graces, surveyed the assembly on every side, and, seeing that Brahmin, thought, "This great assembly has become well pleased, and listens to the law, making applause. But that one Brahmin is ill-pleased and weeps. There must be some sorrow within him to cause his tears, as if touching rust with acid, or making a drop of water roll from a lotus leaf. I will teach him the law, making him free from sorrow, and well pleased in mind." So he called him, "Brahmin, I am wise Sanaka. Now will I make thee free from sorrow. Speak boldly." And so talking with him, he spoke the first stanza. "Thou art confused in thought, disturbed in sense. Tears streaming from thine eyes are evidence. What hast thou lost, or what dost wish to gain, by coming hither? Give me answer plain." Then the Brahmin, declaring his cause of sorrow, spoke the second stanza. "If I go home, my wife it is must die. If I go not, the Yaka said, 'tis I. That is the thought that pierces cruelly. Explain the matter, Sanaka, to me." The Bodhisattva, hearing the Brahmin's words, spread the net of knowledge as if throwing a net in the sea, thinking, "There are many causes of death to beings in this world. Some die sunk in the sea, or seized therein by ravenous fish. Some falling in the Ganges, or seized by crocodiles. Some falling from a tree, or pierced by a thorn. Some struck by weapons of divers kinds. Some by eating poison, or hanging or falling from a precipice, or by extreme cold, or attacked by diseases of divers kinds, so they die. Now among so many causes of death, from which cause shall this Brahmin die if he stays on the road today, or his wife if he goes home?" As he considered, he saw the sack on the Brahmin's shoulder and thought, "There must be a snake who has gone into that sack, and entering he must have gone in from the smell of the meal when the Brahmin at his breakfast had eaten some meal and gone to drink water, without fastening the sack's mouth. The Brahmin, coming back after drinking water, must have gone on after fastening and taking up the sack without seeing that the snake had entered. If he stays on the road, he will say at evening when he rests, 'I will eat some meal,' and opening the sack will put in his hand. Then the snake will bite him in the hand and destroy his life. This will be the cause of his death if he stays on the road. But if he goes home, the sack will come into his wife's hand. She will say, 'I will look at the ware within,' and opening the sack, put in her hand. Then the snake will bite her and destroy her life, and this will be the cause of her death if he goes home today." This he knew by his knowledge of expedients. Then this came into his mind. The snake must be a black snake, brave and fearless. When the sack strikes against the Brahmin's broadside, he shows no motion or quivering. He shows no sign of his being there amidst such an assembly.
Therefore, he must be a black snake, brave and fearless. From his knowledge of expedience, he knew this as if he was seeing with a divine eye. So, as if he had been a man who had stood by and seen the snake enter the sack, deciding by his knowledge of expedience, the Bodhisattva, answering the Brahmin's question in the royal assembly, spoke the third stanza. First, with many a doubt I deal, now my tongue the truth declares. Brahmin, in your bag of meal, a snake has entered unawares. So saying, he asked, O Brahmin, is there any meal in that sack of yours? There is, O sage. Did you eat some meal today at your breakfast time? Yes, O sage. Where were you sitting? In a wood at the root of a tree. When you ate the meal and went to drink water, did you fasten the sack's mouth or not? I did not, O sage. When you drank water and came back, did you look in before fastening the sack? I fastened it without looking in, O sage. O Brahmin, when you went to drink water, I think a snake entered the sack owing to the smell of the meal without your knowledge. Such is the case. Therefore put down your sack, set it in the midst of the assembly, and, opening the mouth, stand back and, taking a stick, beat the sack with it. Then, when you see a black snake coming out with its hood spread and hissing, you will have no doubt. So he spoke the fourth stanza. Take a stick and beat the sack. Dumb and double-tongued is he. Cease your mind with doubts to rack. Ope the sack, the snake you'll see. The Brahmin, hearing the great being's words, did so, though alarmed and frightened. The snake came out of the sack when his hood was struck with the stick, and stood looking at the crowd. When the question had been so answered by the Bodhisattva, a certain snake charmer made a mouthband for the snake, caught him, and let him loose in the forest. The Brahmin, coming up to the king, saluted him and made obeisance, and praising him spoke half a stanza. Well won is Jataka the king's great gain, that he, wise Sanaka, doth see. After praising the king, he took 700 pieces from the bag, and, praising the Bodhisattva, he spoke a stanza and a half, wishing to give a gift in delight. Art thou the all-seer, queller of what is vain? Doth wisdom dread belong to thee? These 700 pieces, see, take them all, I give them thee. 'Tis to thee I owe my life, and the welfare of my wife. Hearing this, the Bodhisattva spoke the 8th stanza. For reciting poetry, wise men can't accept a wage. Rather, let us give to thee, ere thou take the homeward stage. So saying, the Bodhisattva made a full 1,000 pieces to be given to the Brahmin, and asked him, By whom were you sent to beg for money? By my wife, O sage. Is your wife old or young? Young, O sage. Then she is doing sin with another, and sent you away, thinking to do so in security. If you take these pieces home, she will give to her lover the pieces won by your labor. Therefore, you should not go home straight, but only after leaving the pieces outside the town at the root of a tree or somewhere. So he sent him away. He, coming near the village, left his pieces at the root of a tree, and came home in the evening. His wife at that moment was seated with her lover. The Brahmin stood at the door and said, Wife. She recognized his voice, and, putting out the light, opened the door. When the Brahmin came in, she took the other and put him at the door. Then, coming back and not seeing anything in the sack, she asked, Brahmin, what alms have you got on your journey? 1,000 pieces. Where is it? It is left at such and such a place. Never mind. We will get it tomorrow. She went and told her lover. He went and took it as if it were his own treasure. Next day the Brahmin went, and not seeing the pieces, came to the Bodhisattva, who said, What is the matter, Brahmin? I don't see the pieces, O sage. Did you tell your wife? Yes, O sage. Knowing that the wife had told her lover, the Bodhisattva asked, Brahmin, is there a Brahmin who is a friend of your wife's? There is, O sage. Is there one who is a friend of yours? Yes, O sage. Then the great being caused 7 days' expenses to be given him, and said, Go, do you invite and entertain the first day 14 Brahmins.
7 for yourself and 7 for your wife. From next day onwards, take 1 less each day, till on the 7th day you invite 1 Brahmin and your wife 1. Then if you notice that the Brahmin your wife asks on the 7th day has come every time, tell me." The Brahmin did so, and told the Bodhisattva, "O sage, I have observed the Brahmin who is always our guest." The Bodhisattva sent men with him to bring that other Brahmin, and asked him, "Did you take 1,000 pieces belonging to this Brahmin from the root of such and such a tree?" "I did not, O sage." "You do not know that I am the wise Sanaka. I will make you fetch those pieces." He was afraid and confessed, saying, "I took them." "What did you do?" "I put them in such and such a place, O sage." The Bodhisattva asked the first Brahmin, "Brahmin, will you keep your wife or take another?" "Let me keep her, O sage." The Bodhisattva sent men to fetch the pieces and the wife, and gave the Brahmin the pieces from the thief's hand. He punished the other, removing him from the city, punished also the wife, and gave great honor to the Brahmin, making him dwell near himself. The Brahmin's Revenge on the Monkeys. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a monkey and lived in the king's garden with a retinue of 500 monkeys. Devadatta was also born as a monkey and lived there also with a retinue of 500 monkeys. Then one day, when the king's family priest had gone to the garden, bathed and adorned himself, one tricky monkey going ahead of him sat above the gateway arch of the garden, and let excrement fall on the priest's head as he went out. When the priest looked up, he let it fall again in his mouth. The priest turned back, saying in threat to the monkeys, "Very well, I shall know how to deal with you," and went away after washing. They told the Bodhisattva that he had been angry and threatened the monkeys. He made announcement to the 1,000 monkeys, "It is not well to dwell near the habitation of the angry. Let the whole troop of monkeys flee and go elsewhere." A disobedient monkey took his own retinue and did not flee, saying, "I will see about it afterwards." The Bodhisattva took his own retinue and went to the forest. One day a female slave pounding rice had put some rice out in the sun, and a goat was eating it. Getting a blow with a torch and running away on fire, he was rubbing himself on the wall of a grass hut near an elephant's stable. The fire caught the grass hut, and from it the elephant's stable. In it the elephants' backs were burnt, and the elephant doctors were attending the elephants. The family priest was always going about watching for an opportunity of catching the monkeys. He was sitting in attendance on the king, and the king said, "Sir, many of our elephants have been injured, and the elephant doctors do not know how to cure them. Do you know any remedy?" "I do, great king." "What is it?" "Monkey's fat, great king." "How shall we get it?" "There are many monkeys in the garden." The king said, "Kill monkeys in the garden and get their fat." The archers went and killed 500 monkeys with arrows. One old monkey fled, although wounded by an arrow, and though he did not fall on the spot, fell when he came to the Bodhisattva's place of abode. The monkeys said, "He has died when he reached our place of abode," and told the Bodhisattva that he was dead from a wound he had got. He came and sat down among the assembly of monkeys, and spoke these stanzas by way of exhorting the monkeys with the exhortation of the wise, which is, "Men dwelling near their enemies perish in this way. Let not the wise man dwell where dwells his foe. 1 night, 2 nights, so near will bring him woe. A fool's a foe to all who trust his word. 1 monkey brought distress on all the herd. A foolish chief, wise in his own conceit, comes ever, like this monkey, to defeat. A strong fool is not good to guard the herd. Curse to his kindred, like the decoy bird. 1 strong and wise is good the herd to guard, like Indra to the gods, his kin's reward. Who virtue, wisdom, learning doth possess, his deeds himself and other men will bless. Therefore virtue, knowledge, learning, and himself let him regard. Either be a lonely saint, or o'er the flock keep watch and ward. So the Bodhisattva, becoming king of monkeys, explained the way of learning the discipline. End of section 30. Section 31 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Monkey's Heroic Self-Sacrifice. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as a monkey. When he grew up and attained stature and stoutness, he was strong and vigorous, and lived in the Himalaya with a retinue of 80,000 monkeys. Near the Ganges bank there was a mango tree, others say it was a banyan, with branches and forks, having a deep shade and thick leaves like a mountain top. Its sweet fruits of divine fragrance and flavor were as large as water pots. From one branch the fruits fell on the ground, from one into the Ganges water, from two into the main trunk of the tree. The Bodhisattva, while eating the fruit with a troop of monkeys, thought, "Some day danger will come upon us owing to the fruit of this tree falling on the water." And so, not to leave one fruit on the branch which grew over the water, he made them eat or throw down the flowers at their season, from the time they were of the size of a chickpea. But notwithstanding, one ripe fruit, unseen by the 80,000 monkeys, hidden by an ant's nest, fell into the river, and stuck in the net above the king of Benares, who was bathing for amusement with a net above him and another below. When the king had amused himself all day and was going away in the evening, the fishermen who were drawing the net saw the fruit, and not knowing what it was, showed it to the king. The king asked, "What is this fruit?" "We do not know, sire." "Who will know?" "The foresters, sire." He had the foresters called, and learning from them that it was a mango, he cut it with a knife, and first making the foresters eat of it, he ate of it himself and had some of it given to his seraglio and his ministers. The flavor of the ripe mango remained pervading the king's whole body. Possessed by desire of the flavor, he asked the foresters where that tree stood, and hearing that it was on a river bank in the Himalaya quarter, he had many rafts joined together and sailed upstream by the route shown by the foresters. The exact account of days is not given. In due course they came to the place, and the foresters said to the king, "Sire, there is the tree." The king stopped the rafts and went on foot with a great retinue, and having a bed prepared at the foot of the tree, he lay down after eating the mango fruit and enjoying the various excellent flavors. At every side they set a guard and made a fire. When the men had fallen asleep, the Bodhisattva came at midnight with his retinue. 80,000 monkeys moving from branch to branch ate the mangoes. The king, waking and seeing the herd of monkeys, roused his men and, calling his archers, said, "Surround these monkeys that eat the mangoes, so that they may not escape, and shoot them. Tomorrow we will eat mangoes with monkey's flesh." The archers obeyed, saying, "Very well," and surrounding the tree stood with arrows ready. The monkeys, seeing them and fearing death, as they could not escape, came to the Bodhisattva and said, "Sire, the archers stand round the tree, saying, 'We will shoot those vagrant monkeys. What are we to do?'" And so stood shivering. The Bodhisattva said, "Do not fear. I will give you life." And so comforting the herd of monkeys, he ascended a branch that rose up straight, went along another branch that stretched toward the Ganges, and springing from the end of it, he passed 100 bow lengths and lighted on a bush on a bank. Coming down, he marked the distance, saying, "That will be the distance I have come." And cutting a bamboo shoot at the root and stripping it, he said, "So much will be fastened to the tree, and so much will stay in the air." And so reckoned the 2 lengths, forgetting the part fastened on his own waist. Taking the shoot, he fastened one end of it to the tree on the Ganges bank, and the other to his own waist, and then cleared the space of 100 bow lengths with a speed of a cloud torn by the wind. From not reckoning the part fastened to his waist, he failed to reach the tree. So, seizing a branch firmly with both hands, he gave signal to the troop of monkeys. "Go quickly, with good luck, treading on my back along the bamboo shoot." The 80,000 monkeys escaped thus, after saluting the Bodhisattva and getting his leave. Devadatta was then a monkey, and among that herd. He said,
"This is a chance for me to see the last of my enemy."
So climbing up a branch, he made a spring and fell on the Bodhisattva's back. The Bodhisattva's heart broke, and great pain came on him. Devadatta, having caused that maddening pain, went away, and the Bodhisattva was alone. The king, being awake, saw all that was done by the monkeys and the Bodhisattva, and he lay down thinking, "This animal, not reckoning his own life, has caused the safety of his troop." When day broke, being pleased with the Bodhisattva, he thought, "It is not right to destroy this king of the monkeys. I will bring him down by some means and take care of him." So, turning the raft down the Ganges and building a platform there, he made the Bodhisattva come down gently, and had him clothed with a yellow robe on his back and washed in Ganges water, made him drink sugared water, and had his body cleansed and anointed with oil refined 1,000 times. Then he put an oiled skin on a bed, and making him lie there, he set himself on a low seat and spoke the first stanza. "You made yourself a bridge for them to pass in safety through. What are you then to them, monkey, and what are they to you?" Hearing him, the Bodhisattva, instructing the king, spoke the other stanzas. "Victorious king, I guard the herd. I am their lord and chief. When they were filled with fear of thee, and stricken sore with grief, I leapt 100 times the length of bow outstretched that lies, when I had bound a bamboo shoot firmly around my thighs. I reached the tree like thundercloud, sped by the tempest's blast. I lost my strength, but reached a bough, with hands I held it fast. And as I hung, extended there, held fast by shoot and bough, my monkeys passed across my back, and are in safety now. Therefore I fear no pain of death, bonds do not give me pain. The happiness of those was one o'er whom I used to reign. A parable for thee, O king, if thou the truth wouldst read. The happiness of kingdom and of army and of steed and city must be dear to thee, if thou wouldst rule indeed." The Bodhisattva, thus instructing and teaching the king, died. The king, calling his ministers, gave orders that the monkey king should have obsequies like a king, and he sent to the seraglio, saying, "Come to the cemetery as retinue for the monkey king, with red garments and disheveled hair, and torches in your hands." The ministers made a funeral pile with 100 wagon loads of timber. Having prepared the Bodhisattva's obsequies in a royal manner, they took his skull and came to the king. The king caused a shrine to be built at the Bodhisattva's burial place, torches to be burnt there, and offerings of incense and flowers to be made. He had the skull inlaid with gold, and put it in front, raised on a spear point. Honoring it with incense and flowers, he put it at the king's gate when he came to Benares, and having the whole city decked out, he paid honor to it for 7 days. Then, taking it as a relic and raising a shrine, he honored it with incense and garlands all his life. And established in the Bodhisattva's teaching, he did alms and other good deeds, and ruling his kingdom righteously, became destined for heaven. The Adventures of the Prince and his Brother. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was reigning in Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as the son of his chief queen. When he grew up, he learned all the arts at Takasila and acquired a spell for the understanding of all animals' cries. After listening duly to his teacher, he returned to Benares. His father appointed him viceroy, but though he did so, he became anxious to kill him and would not even see him. A she-jackal with 2 cubs entered the city at night by a sewer when men were retired to rest. In the Bodhisattva's palace, near his bedroom, there was a chamber where a single traveler who had taken his shoes off and put them by his feet on the floor was lying down, not yet asleep, on a plank. The jackal cubs were hungry and gave a cry. Their mother said in the speech of jackals, "Do not make a noise, dears. There is a man in that chamber who has taken his shoes off and laid them on the floor. He is lying on a plank, but is not asleep yet. When he falls asleep, I will take his shoes and give you food." By the power of the spell, the Bodhisattva understood her call, and leaving his bedroom, he opened a window and said, "Who is there?" "I, your majesty, a traveler. Where are your shoes?" "On the floor." "Lift them and hang them up." Hearing this, the jackal was angry with the Bodhisattva. One day she entered the city again by the same way. That day a drunken man went down to drink in a lotus tank. Falling in, he sank and was drowned. He possessed the 2 garments he was wearing, 1,000 pieces in his undergarment, and a ring on his finger. The jackal cubs cried out for hunger, and the mother said, "Be quiet, dears. There is a dead man in this lotus tank. He has such and such property. He is lying dead on the tank stair. I will give you his flesh to eat." The Bodhisattva, hearing her, opened the window and said, "Who is in the chamber?" One rose and said, "I." "Go and take the clothes, the 1,000 pieces, and the ring from the man who is lying dead in yonder lotus tank, and make the body sink so that it cannot rise out of the water." The man did so. The jackal was angry again. "The other day you prevented my children eating the shoes. Today you prevent them eating the dead man. Very well. On the 3rd day from this, a hostile king will come and encompass the city. Your father will send you to battle. They will cut off your head. I will drink your throat's blood and satisfy my enmity. You make yourself an enemy of mine, and I will see to it." So she cried, abusing the Bodhisattva. Then she took her cubs and went away. On the 3rd day the hostile king came and encompassed the city. The king said to the Bodhisattva, "Go, dear son, and fight him." "O king, I have seen a vision. I cannot go, for I fear I shall lose my life." "What is your life or death to me? Go!" The great being obeyed. Taking his men, he avoided the gate where the hostile king was posted, and went out by another which he had opened. As he went, the whole city became as it were deserted, for all men went out with him. He encamped in a certain open space and waited. The king thought, "My viceroy has emptied the city and fled with all my forces. The enemy is lying all round the city. I am but a dead man." To save his life, he took his chief queen, his family priest, and a single attendant named Parantapa. With them, he fled in disguise by night and entered a wood. Hearing of his flight, the Bodhisattva entered the city, defeated the hostile king in battle, and took the kingdom. His father made a hut of leaves on a river bank and lived there on wild fruits. He and the family priest used to go looking for wild fruits. The servant Parantapa stayed with the queen in the hut. She was with child by the king, but owing to being constantly with Parantapa, she sinned with him. One day she said to him, "If the king knows, neither you nor I would live. Kill him." "In what way?" "He makes you carry his sword and bathing dress when he goes to bathe. Take him off his guard at the bathing place, cut off his head and chop his body to pieces with the sword, and then bury him in the ground." He agreed. One day the priest had gone out for wild fruits. He had climbed a tree near the king's bathing place and was gathering the fruit. The king wished to bathe and came to the waterside with Parantapa carrying his sword and bathing dress. As he was going to bathe, Parantapa, meaning to kill him when off his guard, seized him by the neck and raised the sword. The king cried out in fear of death. The priest heard the cry and saw from above that Parantapa was murdering him, but he was in great terror, and slipping down from his branch in the tree, he hid in a thicket. Parantapa heard the noise he made as he slipped down, and after killing and burying the king, he thought, "There was a noise of slipping from a branch thereabouts. Who is there?" But seeing no man, he bathed and went away. Then the priest came out of his hiding place. Knowing that the king had been cut in pieces and buried in a pit, he bathed in fear of his life. He pretended to be blind when he came back to the hut. Parantapa saw him and asked what had happened to him. He feigned not to know him and said, "O king, I am come back with my eyes lost. I was standing by an anthill in a wood full of serpents, and the breath of some venomous serpent must have fallen on me." Parantapa thought the priest was addressing him as king in ignorance, and to put his mind at rest, he said, "Brahmin, never mind, I will take care of you," and so comforted him and gave him plenty of wild fruits. From that time it was Parantapa who gathered the fruits. The queen bore a son. As he was growing up, she said to Parantapa one day at early morning when seated comfortably, "Someone saw you when you were killing the king?" "No one saw me, but I heard the noise of something slipping from a bough. Whether it was man or beast I cannot tell, but whenever fear comes on me, it must be from the cause of the boughs creaking." And so in conversation with her, he spoke the first stanza. "Terror and fear fall on me even now, for then a man or beast did shake a bough." They thought the priest was asleep, but he was awake and heard their talk. One day when Parantapa had gone for wild fruits, the priest remembered his Brahmin wife and spoke the second stanza in lamentation. "My true wife's home is near at hand. My love will make me pale like Parantapa and thin at quivering of a tree." The queen asked what he was saying. He said, "I was only thinking." But one day again he spoke the third stanza. "My dear wife's in Benares. Her absence wears me now to pallor like Parantapa's at shaking of a bough." Again one day he spoke a fourth stanza. "Her black eyes glow, her speech and smiles and thought do bring me now to pallor like Parantapa's at shaking of a bough." In time the young prince grew up and reached the age of 16. Then the Brahmin made him take a stick, and going with him to the bathing place, opened his eyes and looked. "Are you not blind, Brahmin?" said the prince. "I am not, but by this means I have saved my life. Do you know who is your father?" "Yes." "That man is not your father. Your father was king of Benares. That man is a servant of your house. He sinned with your mother, and in this spot killed and buried your father." And so saying, he pulled up the bones and showed them to him. The prince grew very angry and asked, "What am I to do?" "Do to that man what he did to your father here." And showing him the whole matter, he taught him in a few days how to handle a sword. Then one day the prince took sword and bathing dress and said, "Father, let us go bathe." Parantapa consented and went with him. When he went down into the water, the prince took his topknot in the left hand and the sword in the right, and said, "At this spot you took my father by the topknot and killed him as he cried out. Even so will I do to you." Parantapa wailed in fear of death and spoke 2 stanzas. "Surely that sound has come to you and told you what befell. Surely the man who bent the bough has come the tale to tell. The foolish thought that once I had has reached your knowledge now. That day a witness, man or beast, was there and shook the bough." Then the prince spoke the last stanza. "'Twas thus you slew my father with traitorous word untrue. You hid his body in the boughs. Now fear has come to you." So saying, he slew him on the spot, buried him and covered the place with branches. Then, washing the sword and bathing, he went back to the hut of leaves. He told the priest how he had killed Parantapa. He censured his mother, and saying, "What shall we do now?" The 3 went back to Benares. The Bodhisattva made the young prince viceroy, and doing charity and other good works, passed fully through the path to heaven. End of section 31. Section 32 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Panther and the Goat. The master told this tale while dwelling in Jetavana concerning a certain she-goat. At one time the elder Moggallana lived in a dwelling with one door in a mountain enclosure surrounded by hills. His covered walk was close by the door. Some goatherds thought the enclosure would be a good place for their goats, so they drove them in and lived there at their pleasure. One day they came in the evening, took all the goats, and went away. But one she-goat had wandered far, and not seeing the goats departing, she was left behind. As she was going after them, a panther saw her, and, thinking to eat her, stood by the door of the enclosure. She looked all around and saw the panther. "He is there because he wishes to kill and eat me," she thought. "If I turn and run, my life is lost. I must play the man." And so she tossed her horns and sprang straight at him with all her might. She escaped his grip, though he was quivering with the thought of catching her. Then, running at full speed, she came up with the other goats. The elder observed how all the animals had behaved. Next day he went and told the Buddha. "So, Lord, this she-goat performed a feat by her readiness in device, and escaped from the panther." The master answered, "Moggallana, the panther failed to catch her this time, but once before he killed her, though she cried out, and ate her." Then, at Moggallana's request, he told an old tale. Once upon a time the Bodhisattva was born in a certain village of the Magadha kingdom, in a wealthy family. When he grew up, he renounced desires and adopted the religious life, reaching the perfection of meditation. After dwelling along the Himalaya, he came to Rajagaha for salt and vinegar, and dwelt in a hut of leaves which he made in a mountain enclosure. Just as in the introductory story, the goatherds drove their goats thither, and in the same way, one day as a single she-goat was going out later than the rest, a panther waited by the door, thinking to eat her. When she saw him, she thought, "My life is forfeit. By some means I must get him into pleasant and kindly talk, and so soften his heart and save my life." Beginning a friendly talk with him from some distance, she approached and spoke the first stanza. "How fares it with you, uncle? And is it well with you? My mother sends her kind regards, and I'm your friend so true." Hearing her, the panther thought, "This baggage would beguile me by calling me uncle. She does not know how hard I am." And so he spoke the second stanza. "You've trod upon my tail, Miss Goat, and done me injury. And think you, by saying uncle, that you can go scot-free?" When she heard him, she said, "Oh, uncle, don't talk in that way," and spoke the third stanza. "I faced you as I came, good sir. You face me as you sit. Your tail is all behind you. How could I tread on it?" He answered, "What do you say, she-goat? Is there any place where my tail might not be?" And so he spoke the fourth stanza. "As far as 4 great continents, with seas and mountains spread, my tail extends. How could you fail on such a tail to tread?" The she-goat, when she heard this, thought, "This wicked one is not attracted by soft words. I will answer him as an enemy." And so she spoke the fifth stanza. "Your villain's tail is long, I know, for I had warning fair. Parents and brothers told me so, but I flew through the air." Then he said, "I know you came through the air, but as you came, you spoiled my food by your way of coming." And so he spoke the sixth stanza. "The sight of you, Miss Goat, on high, the air a-flying through, frightened a herd of deer, and so my food was spoilt by you." Hearing this, the goat, in fear of death, could bring no other excuse, but cried out, "Uncle, do not commit such cruelty. Spare my life." But though she cried out, the other seized her by the shoulder, killed her, and ate her. The ascetic saw the whole matter of the two animals. The Grateful Parrot. Once upon a time, many myriads of parrots lived in the Himalaya country on the banks of the Ganges in a grove of fig trees. A king of the parrots there, when the fruit of the tree in which he dwelt had come to an end, ate whatever was left, whether shoot or leaf or bark or rind, and drank of water from the Ganges, and being very happy and contented, he kept where he was. Owing to his happy and contented state, the abode of Saka was shaken. Saka, reflecting on the cause, saw the parrot, and to test his virtue, by his supernatural power, he withered up a tree, which became a mere stump perforated with holes, and stood to be buffeted by every blast of wind, and from the holes dust came out. The parrot king ate this dust and drank the water of the Ganges, and going nowhere else, sat perched on the top of the fig stump, recking naught of wind and sun. Saka noticed how very contented the parrot was, and said,
"After hearing him speak of the virtue of friendship, I will come and give him his choice of a boon, and cause the fig tree to bear ambrosial fruit." So he took the form of a royal goose, and preceded by Suja in the shape of an azura nymph, he went to the grove of fig trees, and, perching on the bough of a tree close by, he entered into conversation with the parrot, and spoke the first stanza. "Wherever fruitful trees abound, a flock of hungry birds is found. But should the trees all withered be, away at once the birds will flee."
And after these words, to drive the parrot thence, he spoke the second stanza.
"Haste thee, Sir Redbeak, to be gone. Why dost thou sit and dream alone? Come, tell me, prithee, bird of spring, to this dead stump why dost thou cling?"
Then the parrot said, "O goose, from the feeling of gratitude I forsake not this tree." And he repeated 2 stanzas. "They who have been close friends from youth, mindful of goodness and of truth, in life and death, in weal and woe, the claims of friendship ne'er forego. I too would fain be kind and good to one that long my friend has stood. I wish to live, but have no heart, from this old tree, though dead, to part." Saka, on hearing what he said, was delighted, and, praising him, wished to offer him a choice, and uttered 2 stanzas.
"I know thy friendship and thy grateful love, virtues that wise men surely must approve. I offer thee whate'er thou wilt for choice. Parrot, what boon would mostly thy heart rejoice?"
On hearing this, the king parrot, making his choice, spoke the 7th stanza. "If thou, O goose, what most I crave wouldst give, grant that the tree I love again may live. Let it once more with its old vigor shoot, gather fresh sweetness, and bear goodly fruit." Then Saka, granting the boon, spoke the 8th stanza.
"Lo, friend, a faithful and right noble tree, well fitted for the dwelling place to be. Let it once more with its old vigor shoot, gather fresh sweetness, and bear goodly fruit." With these words, Saka quitted his present form, and manifesting the supernatural power of himself and Suja, took up water from the Ganges in his hand, and dashed it against the fig tree stump. Straightway the tree rose up, rich in branch and stem, and with honey-sweet fruit, and stood a charming sight, like unto the bare jewel mount. The parrot king, on seeing it, was highly pleased, and singing the praises of Saka, he spoke the 9th stanza. "May Saka and all loved by Saka blessed be, as I today am blessed this goodly sight to see." Saka, after granting the parrot his choice, and causing the fig tree to bear ambrosial fruit, returned with Sujata to his own abode. End of section 32. Section 33 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Goblin's Gift. Once upon a time, in the reign of Brahmadatta, king of Benares, his queen consort, after falling into sin, was questioned by the king, and taking an oath, she said, "If I have sinned against you,
I shall become a female Yaka with a face like a horse." After her death, she became a horse-faced Yaka, and dwelt in a rock cave in a vast forest at the foot of a mountain, and used to catch and devour the men that frequented the road leading from the east to the western border. After serving Vesavana 3 years, it is said, she got leave to eat people in a certain space 30 leagues long by 5 leagues broad. Now one day a rich, wealthy, handsome Brahmin, accompanied by a large suite, ascended that road. The Yaka, on seeing him, with a loud neigh, rushed upon him, and his attendants all fled. With the speed of the wind she seized the Brahmin and threw him on her back, and in entering the cave, through coming into contact with the man, under the influence of passion, she conceived an affection for him, and instead of devouring him, she made him her husband, and they lived harmoniously together. And thenceforth the Yaka, whenever she captured men, also took their clothes and rice and oil and the like, and serving him with various dainty food, she herself would eat man's flesh. And whenever she went away, for fear of his escaping, she closed the mouth of the cave with a huge stone before leaving. And while they were thus living amicably together, the Bodhisattva, passing from his former existence, was conceived in the womb of the Yaka by the Brahmin. After 10 months, she gave birth to a son, and filled with love for the Brahmin and her child, she fed them both. By and by, when the boy was grown up, she put him also inside the cave with his father, and closed the door. Now one day the Bodhisattva, knowing she had gone away, removed the stone and let his father out. And when she asked on her return who had removed the stone, he said, "I did, mother. We cannot sit in darkness." And through love for her child, she did not say another word. Now one day the Bodhisattva asked his father, saying, "Dear father, your mouth is different from my mother's. What is the reason?" "My son, your mother is a Yaka and lives on man's flesh, but you and I are men." "If so, why do we live here? Come, we will go to the haunts of men." "My dear boy, if we shall try to escape, your mother will kill us both." The Bodhisattva reassured his father and said, "Do not be afraid, dear father. That you shall return to the haunts of men shall be my charge." And next day, when his mother had gone away, he took his father and fled. When the Yaka returned and missed them, she rushed forward with the swiftness of the wind, and caught them, and said,
"O Brahmin, why do you run away? Is there anything that you want here?"
"My dear," he said, "do not be angry with me. Your son carried me off with him." And without another word, owing to her love for her child, she comforted them, and, making for her place of abode, she brought them back after a flight of some days. The Bodhisattva thought, "My mother must have a limited sphere of action. Suppose I were to ask her the limits of space over which her authority extends, then I will escape by going beyond this." So one day, sitting respectfully near his mother, he said, "My dear, that which belongs to a mother comes to the children. Tell me now, what is the boundary of our ground?" She told him all the landmarks, mountains, and such like in all directions, and pointed out to her son the space 30 leagues long and 5 leagues broad, and said,
"Consider it to be so much, my son."
After the lapse of 2 or 3 days, when his mother had gone to the forest, he put his father on his shoulder, and rushing on with the swiftness of the wind, by the hint given him by his mother, he reached the bank of the river that was the limit. The mother, too, when on her return she missed them, pursued after them. The Bodhisattva carried his father into the middle of the river, and she came and stood on the river bank, and when she saw that they had passed beyond the limits of her sphere, she stopped where she was, and cried, "My dear child, come here with your father. What is my offense? In what respect do not things go well with you? Come back, my lord." Thus did she beseech her child and husband. So the Brahmin crossed the river. She prayed to her child also, and said, "Dear son, do not act after this sort. Come back again." "Mother, we are men, you are a Jaka. We cannot always abide with you."
"And will you not return?"
"No, mother."
"Then, if you refuse to return, as it is painful to live in the world of men, and they who know not any craft cannot live, I am skilled in the lore of a wishing jewel. By its power one can follow after the lapse of 12 years in the steps of those that have gone away. This will prove a livelihood to you. Take, my child, this invaluable charm." And though overcome by such great sorrow, through love of her child, she gave him the charm. The Bodhisattva, still standing in the river, folded his hands tortoise-wise and took the charm, and saluting his mother, cried, "Goodbye, mother." The Jaka said, "If you do not return, my son, I cannot live." And she smote upon her breast, and straightway in sorrow for her son, her heart was broken, and she fell down dead on the spot. The Bodhisattva, when he knew his mother was dead, called to his father, and went and made a funeral pile, and burned her body. After extinguishing the flames, he made offerings of various colored flowers, and with weeping and lamentation returned with his father to Benares. It was told the king, a youth skilled in tracking footsteps is standing at the door, and when the king bade him enter, he came in and saluted the king.
"My friend," said he, "do you know any craft?"
"My lord, following on the track of one who has stolen any property 12 years ago, I can catch him."
"Then enter my service," said the king.
"I will serve you for 1,000 pieces of money daily."
"Very well, friend, you shall serve me."
And the king had him paid 1,000 pieces of money daily. Now one day the family priest said to the king,
"My lord, because this youth does nothing by the power of his art, we shall not know whether he has any skill or not. We will now test him."
The king readily agreed, and the pair gave notice to the keepers of the various treasures, and taking the most valuable jewels, descended from the terrace, and after groping their way 3 times round the palace, they placed a ladder on the top of the wall, and by means of it descended to the outside. Then they entered the Hall of Justice, and after sitting there, they returned, and again placing the ladder on the wall, descended into the harem. Coming to the edge of a tank, they thrice marched rightwise round it, and then dropped their treasure in the tank, and climbed back to the terrace. Next day there was a great outcry, and men said, "Treasure has been stolen from the palace." The king, pretending ignorance, summoned the Bodhisattva and said,
"Friend, much valuable treasure has been stolen from the palace. We must trace it."
"My lord, for one who is able to follow the traces of robbers and recover treasure stolen 12 years ago, there is nothing marvelous in his recovering stolen property after a single day and night. I will recover it. Do not be troubled."
"Then recover it, friend."
"Very well, my lord," he said, and went, and saluting his mother's memory, he repeated the spell, still standing on the terrace, and said, "My lord, the steps of 2 thieves are to be seen." And following in the steps of the king and the priest, he entered the royal closet, and issuing thence he descended from the terrace, and after thrice making a circuit of the palace, he drew near the wall. Standing on it, he said, "My lord, starting in this place from the wall, I see footsteps in the air. Bring me a ladder." And having had a ladder placed for him against the wall, he descended by it, and still following in their track, he came to the Hall of Justice. Then returning to the palace, he had the ladder planted against the wall, and descending by it, he came to the tank. Going thrice rightwise round it, he said, "My lord, the thieves went down into this tank." And taking out the treasure as if he had deposited it there himself, he gave it to the king, and said, "My lord, these 2 thieves are men of distinction. By this way they climbed up to the palace." The people snapped their fingers in a high state of delight, and there was a great waving of cloths. The king thought, "This youth, methinks, by following in their steps, knows the place where the thieves put the treasure, but the thieves he cannot catch." Then he said, "You at once brought us the property carried off by the thieves, but will you be able to catch the thieves and bring them to us?" "My lord, The thieves are here, they are not far off.
Who are they?
Great king, let anyone that likes be the thief. From the time you recovered your treasure, why should you want the thieves? Do not ask about that.
Friend, I pay you daily 1,000 pieces of money. Bring the thieves to me.
Sire, when the treasure is recovered, what need of the thieves?
It is better, friend, for us to catch the thieves than to recover the treasure.
Then, sire, I will not tell you so and so are the thieves, but I will tell you a thing that happened long ago. If you are wise, you will know what it means. And herewith he told an old tale. Once upon a time, sire, a certain dancer named Patala lived not far from Benares in a village on the river's bank. One day he went into Benares with his wife, and after gaining money by his singing and dancing, at the end of the fete he procured some rice and strong drink. On his way to his own village, he came to a bank of the river, and sat down watching the freshly flowing stream to drink his strong drink. When he was drunk and unconscious of his weakness, he said, "I will fasten my big lute about my neck and go down into the river." And he took his wife by the hand and went down into the river. The water entered into the holes of the lute, and then by weight of his lute made him begin to sink. But when his wife saw he was sinking, she let go of him and went up out of the river and stood upon the bank. The dancer Patala now rises and now sinks, and his belly became swollen from swallowing the water. So his wife thought, "My husband will now die. I will beg of him one song, and by singing this in the midst of the people, I shall earn my living." And saying, "My lord, you are sinking in the water. Give me just one song, and I will earn my living by it." Then she spoke this stanza. "O Patala, by Ganges swept away, famous in dance and skilled in roundelay. Patala, all hail, as thou art borne along. Sing me, I pray, some little snatch of a song." Then the dancer Patala said, "My dear, how shall I give you a little song? The water that has been the salvation of the people is killing me." And he spoke a stanza. "Wherewith are sprinkled fainting souls in pain, I straight am killed, my refuge proved my bane." The Bodhisattva, in explanation of this stanza, said, "Sire, even as water is the refuge of the people, so also it is with kings. If danger arises from them, who shall avert that danger? This, sire, is a secret matter. I have told a story intelligible to the wise. Understand it, sire."
"Friend, I understand not a hidden story like this. Catch the thieves and bring them to me."
Then the Bodhisattva said, "Hear then this, sire, and understand." And he told yet another tale. "My lord, formerly in a village outside the city gates of Benares, a potter used to fetch clay for his pottery, and constantly getting it in the same place, he dug a deep pit inside a mountain cave. Now one day while he was getting the clay, an unseasonable storm cloud sprang up and let fall a heavy rain, and the flood overwhelmed and threw down the side of the pit, and the man's head was broken by it. Loudly lamenting, he spoke this stanza. That by which seeds do grow, man to sustain, has crushed my head, my refuge proved my bane. For even as the mighty earth, sire, which is the refuge of the people, broke the potter's head, even so when a king, who like the mighty earth is the refuge of the whole world, rises up and plays the thief, who shall avert the danger? Can you, sire, recognize the thief hidden under the guise of this story?
Friend, we do not want any hidden meaning. Say, here is the thief, and catch him, and hand him over to me.
Still shielding the king, and without saying in words, thou art the thief, he told yet another story. In this very city, sire, a certain man's house was on fire. He ordered another man to go into the house and bring out his property. When this man had entered the house and was bringing out his goods, the door was shut. Blinded with smoke and unable to find his way out and tormented by the rising flame, he remained inside lamenting, and spoke this stanza. That which destroys the cold and parches grain consumes my limbs, my refuge proves my bane. A man, O king, who like fire was the refuge of the people, stole the bundle of jewels. Do not ask me about the thief.
Friend, just bring me the thief.
Without telling the king that he was a thief, he told yet another story. Once, sire, in this very city a man ate to excess and was unable to digest his food. Maddened with pain and lamenting, he spoke this stanza. Food on which countless Brahmins life sustain killed me outright. My refuge proved my bane. One who like rice, sire, is the refuge of the people, stole the property. When that is recovered, why ask about the thief?
Friend, if you can, bring me the thief.
To make the king comprehend, he told yet another story. Formerly, sire, in this very city a wind arose and broke a certain man's limbs. Lamenting, he spoke this stanza. Wind, that in June wise men by prayer would gain, my limbs doth break, my refuge proved my bane. Thus, sire, did danger arise from his refuge. Understand this story.
Friend, bring me the thief.
To make the king understand, he told him yet another story. Once upon a time, sire, on the side of the Himalayas, grew a tree with forked branches, the dwelling place of countless birds. Two of its boughs rubbed against one another. Hence arose smoke, and sparks of fire were let fall. On seeing this, the chief bird uttered this stanza. Flame issues from the tree where we have lain. Scatter, ye birds, our refuge proves our bane. For just as, sire, the tree is the refuge of birds, so is the king the refuge of his people. Should he play the thief, who shall avert the danger? Take note of this, sire.
Friend, only bring me the thief.
Then he told the king yet another story. In a village of Benares, sire, on the western side of a gentleman's house, was a river full of savage crocodiles. And in this family was an only son, who on the death of his father watched over his mother. His mother against his will brought home a gentleman's daughter as his wife. At first she showed affection for her mother-in-law, but afterwards, when blessed with numerous sons and daughters of her own, she wished to get rid of her. Her own mother also lived in the same house. In her husband's presence she found all manner of fault with her mother-in-law, to prejudice him against her, saying, I cannot possibly support your mother, you must kill her. And when he answered, Murder is a serious matter, how am I to kill her? She said, When she has fallen asleep, we will take her, bed and all, and throw her into the crocodile river. Then the crocodiles will make an end of her. And where is your mother? He said. She sleeps in the same room as your mother. Then go and set a mark on the bed on which she lies by fastening a rope on it. She did so, and said, I have put a mark on it. The husband said, Excuse me a moment. Let the people go to bed first. And he lay down, pretending to go to sleep, and then went and fastened the rope on his mother-in-law's bed. Then he woke his wife, and they went together, and lifting her up, bed and all, threw her into the river, and the crocodiles there killed her and ate her. Next day she found out what had happened to her own mother, and said, My lord, my mother is dead, now let us kill yours. Very well, then, he said, we will make a funeral pile in the cemetery, and cast her in the fire, and kill her. So the man and his wife took her while she was asleep to the cemetery, and deposited her there. Then the husband said to his wife, Have you brought any fire? I have forgotten it, my lord. Then go and fetch it. I dare not go, my lord, and if you go, I dare not stay here. We will go together. When they were gone, the old woman was awakened by the cold wind, and finding it was a cemetery, she thought, They wish to kill me. They are gone to fetch fire. They do not know how strong I am. And she stretched a corpse on the bed, and covered it over with a cloth, and ran away, and hid herself in a mountain cave in that same place. The husband and wife brought the fire, and taking the corpse to be the old woman, they burned it and went away. A certain robber had left his bundle in the mountain cave, and coming back to fetch it, He saw the old woman and thought, "This must be a Jacka. My bundle is possessed by goblins." And he fetched a devil doctor. The doctor uttered a spell and entered the cave. Then she said to him, "I am no Jacka. Come, we will enjoy this treasure together." "How is this to be believed?" "Place your tongue on my tongue." He did so, and she bit a piece off his tongue and let it drop to the ground. The devil doctor thought, "This is certainly a Jacka," and he cried aloud and fled away with the blood dripping from his tongue. Next day the old woman put on a clean undergarment and took the bundle of all sorts of jewels and went home. The daughter-in-law, on seeing her, asked, "Where, mother-in-law, did you get this?" "My dear, all that are burned on a wooden pile in this cemetery receive the same." "My dear mother, can I too get this?" "If you become like me, you will." So without saying a word to her husband, in her desire for a lot of ornaments to wear, she went there and burned herself. Her husband next day missed her and said, "My dear mother, at this time of day is not your daughter-in-law coming?" Then she reproached him, saying, "Fie, you bad man, how do the dead come back?" And she uttered this stanza: "A maiden fair, with wreath upon her head, fragrant with sandal oil, by me was led, a happy bride within my home to reign. She drove me forth, my refuge proved my bane." As a daughter-in-law, sire, is to the mother-in-law, so is the king a refuge to his people. If danger rises thence, what can one do? Take note of this, sire.
Friend, I do not understand the things you tell me. Only bring me the thief,
He thought. I will shield the king. And he told yet another story. Of old, sire, in this very city, a man in answer to his prayer had a son. At his birth, the father was full of joy and gladness at the thought of having got a son, and cherished him. When the boy was grown up, he wedded him to a wife, and by he himself grew old and could not undertake any work. So his son said, "You cannot do any work, you must go from hence." And he drove him out of the house. With great difficulty he kept himself alive on alms, and lamenting he uttered this stanza: "He for whose birth I longed, nor longed in vain, drives me from home, my refuge proved my bane." Just as an aged father, sire, ought to be cared for by an able-bodied son, so too ought all the people to be protected by the king, and this danger now present has arisen from the king, who is the guardian of all men. Know, sire, from this fact, that the thief is so-and-so.
I do not understand this. Be it fact or no fact, either bring me the thief, or you, yourself, must be the thief.
Thus did the king again and again question the youth. So he said to him, "Would you, sire, really like the thief to be caught?"
"Yes, friend."
"Then I will proclaim it in the midst of the assembly. So-and-so is the thief."
"Do so, friend."
On hearing his words, he thought, "This king does not allow me to shield him. I will now catch the thief." And when the people had gathered together, he addressed them and spoke these stanzas. "Let town and country folk assembled all give ear. Lo, water is ablaze, from safety cometh fear. The plundered realm may well of king and priest complain. Henceforth protect yourselves, your refuge proves your bane." When they heard what he said, the people thought, "The king, though he ought to have protected others, threw the blame on another. After he had with his own hands placed his treasure in the tank, he went about looking for the thief. That he may not in future go on playing the part of a thief, we will kill this wicked king." So they rose up with sticks and clubs in their hands, and then and there beat the king and the priest till they died. But they sprinkled the Bodhisattva with the ceremonial sprinkling, and set him on the throne. End of section 33. Section 34 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Wise Goat and the Jackal. Once upon a time, in the reign of Brahmadatta, king of Benares, many hundreds of wild goats dwelt in a mountain cave in a wooded district on the slopes of the Himalayas. Not far from their place of abode, a jackal named Putimamsa with his wife Veni lived in a cave. One day, as he was ranging about with his wife, he spied those goats and thought, "I must find some means to eat the flesh of these goats." And by some device he killed a single goat. Both he and his wife, by feeding on goat's flesh, waxed strong and gross of body. Gradually the goats were destroyed. Amongst them was a wise she-goat named Melamata. The jackal, though skillful in devices, could not kill her. And taking counsel with his wife, he said, "My dear, all the goats have died out. We must devise how to eat this she-goat. Now here is my plan. You are to go by yourself and become friendly with her, and when confidence has sprung up between you, I will lie down and pretend to be dead. Then you are to draw nigh to the goat and say, 'My dear, my husband is dead, and I am desolate. Except you, I have no relative. Come, let us weep and lament, and bury his body. And with these words, come and bring her with you. Then I will spring up and kill her by a bite on the neck.'" She readily agreed, and after making friends with the goat, when confidence was established, she addressed her in the words suggested by her husband. The goat replied, "My dear, all my kinsfolk have been eaten by your husband. I am afraid I cannot come." "Do not be afraid. What harm can the dead do you?" "Your husband is cruelly minded, I am afraid." But afterwards, being repeatedly importuned, the goat thought, "He certainly must be dead," and consented to go with her. But on her way there, she thought, "Who knows what will happen?" And being suspicious, she made the she-jackal go in front, keeping a sharp lookout for the jackal. He heard the sound of their steps and thought, "Here comes the goat," and put up his head and, rolling his eyes, looked about him. The goat, on seeing him do this, said, "This wicked wretch wants to take me in and kill me. He lies there making a pretense of being dead." And she turned about and fled. When the she-jackal asked why she ran away, the goat gave the reason and spoke the first stanza. "Why thus does Putimamsa stare? His look misliketh me. Of such a friend one should beware, and far away should flee." With these words, she turned about and made straight for her own abode. And the she-jackal, failing to stop her, was enraged with her, and went to her husband and sat down lamenting. Then the jackal, rebuking her, spoke the second stanza. "Veni, my wife, has lost her wit. She boasts of friends that she has made. Left in the lurch she can but sit and grieve. My Mela's art betrayed." On hearing this, the she-jackal spoke the third stanza. "You too, my lord, were hardly wise, and witless creature raised your head, staring about with open eyes, though feigning to be dead." But the she-jackal comforted Putimamsa and said, "My lord, do not vex yourself. I will find a way to bring her here again, and when she comes, be on your guard and catch her." Then she sought the goat and said, "My friend, your coming proved of service to us, for as soon as you appeared, my lord recovered consciousness, and he is now alive. Come and have friendly speech with him." And so saying, she spoke the fifth stanza. "Our former friendship, goat, once more revive, and come with well-filled bowl to us, I pray. My lord I took for dead is still alive. With kindly greeting visit him today." The goat thought, "This wicked wretch wants to take me in. I must not act like an open foe. I will find means to deceive her." And she spoke the sixth stanza. "Our former friendship to revive, a well-willed bowl I gladly give.
with a big escort I shall come, to feast us well, go hasten home." Then the she-jackal inquired about her followers, and spoke the 7th stanza. "What kind of escort will you bring, that I am bid to feast you well? The names of all remembering to us, I pray you truly tell." The goat spoke the 8th stanza, and said, "Hounds gray and tan, and 4-eyed too, with jambook form my escort true, go hurry home and quick prepare, for all abundance of good fare. Each of these," she added, "is accompanied by 500 dogs, so I shall appear with a guard of 2,000 dogs. If they should not find food, they will kill and eat you and your mate." On hearing this, the she-jackal was so frightened that she thought, "I have had quite enough of her coming to us. I will find means to stop her from coming." And so she spoke the 9th stanza. "Don't leave your house, or else I fear your goods will all soon disappear. I'll take your greeting to my lord. Don't stir, nay, not another word." With these words she ran in great haste as for her life, and taking her lord with her, fled away, and they never durst come back to that spot. The Ungrateful Son. Once upon a time, when Brahmananta was king of Benares, there was in a family of a certain village of Kasi an only son named Vasitaka. This man supported his parents, and after his mother's death, he supported his father, and has been described in the introduction. But there is this difference. When the woman said, "Look there, that is your father's doing. I am constantly begging him not to do this and that, and he only gets angry," she went on, "My lord, your father is fierce and harsh, for ever picking quarrels. A decrepit old man like that, tormented with disease, is bound to die soon, and I can't live in the same house with him. He will die of himself before many days are out. Well, take him to a cemetery and dig a pit, throw him in and break his head with the spade, and when he is dead, shovel the earth upon him and leave him there." At last, by dint of this dinning in his ears, said he, "Wife, to kill a man is a serious matter. How can I do it?" "I will tell you a way," quoth she. "Say on, then." "Well, my lord, at break of day, go to the place where your father sleeps. Tell him very loud, that all may hear, that a debtor of his is in a certain village, that you went and he would not pay you, and that if he dies the man will never pay at all. And say that you both will drive there together in the morning. Then at the appointed time get up and put the animals to the cart, and take him into the cemetery. When you get there, bury him in a pit, make a noise as if you had been robbed, wound and wash your head, and return." "Yes, that plan will do," said Vasitaka. He agreed to her proposal, and got the cart ready for the journey. Now the man had a son, a lad of 7 years, but wise and clever. The lad overheard what his mother said. "My mother," thought he, "is a wicked woman, and is trying to persuade father to murder his father. I will prevent my father from doing this murder." He ran quickly and lay down beside his grandsire. Vasitaka, at the time suggested by the wife, prepared the cart. "Come, father, let us get that debt," said he, and placed his father in the cart. But the boy got in first of all. Vasitaka could not prevent him, so he took him to the cemetery with them. Then, placing his father and his son together in a place apart with the cart, he got down, took spade and basket, and in a spot where he was hidden from them, began to dig a square hole. The boy got down and followed him, and, as though ignorant what was afoot, opened a conversation by repeating the first stanza. "No bulbs are here, no herbs for cooking meat, no catmint, nor no other plant to eat. Then, father, why this pit, if need be done? Delve in death's acre, mid the woods alone." Then his father answered by repeating the second stanza. "Thy grandsire, son, is very weak and old, oppressed by pain from ailments manifold. Him will I bury in a pit today.
In such a life I could not wish him stay. Hearing this, the boy answered by repeating a half stanza.
Thou hast done sinfully in wishing this, and for the deed a cruel deed it is.
With these words he caught the spade from his father's hands, and at no great distance began to dig another pit. His father, approaching, asked why he dug that pit, to whom he made a reply by finishing the third stanza.
I too, when thou art aged, father mine, will treat my father as thou treatest thine. Following the custom of the family, deep in a pit I too will bury thee.
To this the father replied by repeating the fourth stanza. What a harsh saying for a boy to say, and to upbraid his father in this way, to think that my own son should rail at me, and to his truest friend unkind should be. When the father had thus spoken, the wise lad recited 3 stanzas, one by way of answer, and 2 as a solemn utterance.
I am not harsh, my father, nor unkind. Nay, I regard thee with a friendly mind. But this thou dost, this act of sin, thy son will have no strength to undo again, once done. Whoso Vasita hurts with ill intent, his mother or his father innocent, he, when the body is dissolved, shall be in hell for his next life undoubtedly. Whoso with the meat and drink, Vasita, shall his mother or father feed withal, he, when the body is dissolved, shall be in heaven for his next life undoubtedly. The father, after hearing his son thus discourse, repeated the 8th stanza. Thou art no heartless, ingrate son, I see, but kindly-hearted, O my son, to me. 'Twas an obedience to thy mother's word, I thought to do this horrid deed abhorred. Said the lad when he heard this, Father, women, when a wrong is done and they are not rebuked, again and again commit sin. You must bend my mother, that she may never again do such a deed as this. And he repeated the 9th stanza. That wife of yours, that ill-conditioned dame, my mother, she that brought me forth, that same, let us from out our dwelling far expel, lest she work other woe on thee as well. Hearing the words of his wise son, well pleased was Vasitaka, and saying, Let us go, my son, he seated himself in the cart with son and father, and set off. Now the woman, too, this sinner, was happy at heart, for, thought she, this ill luck is out of the house now. She plastered the place with wet cow dung, and cooked a mess of rice porridge. But as she sat watching the road by which they would return, she espied them coming. There he is, back with old ill luck again, thought she, much in anger. Fie, good for nothing, cried she. What, bring back the ill luck you took away with you? Vasitaka said not a word, but unyoked the cart. Then said he, Wretch, what is it that you say? He gave her a sound drubbing, and bundled her head over heels out of doors, bidding her never darken his door again. Then he bathed his father and his son, and took a bath himself, and the 3 of them ate the rice porridge. The sinful woman dwelt for a few days in another house. Then the son said to his father, Father, for all this my mother does not understand. Now let us try to vex her. You give out that in such and such a village lives a niece of yours, who will attend upon your father and your son and you. So you will go and fetch her. Then take flowers and perfumes, set off with your cart, and ride about the country all day, returning in the evening. And so he did. The women in the neighbor's family told his wife this. Have you heard, said they, that your husband has gone to get another wife in such a place? Ah, then I am undone, quoth she, and there is no place for me left. But she would inquire of her son, so quickly she came to him, and fell at his feet, crying, Save thee, I have no other refuge. Henceforward I will tend your father and grandsire as I would tend a beauteous shrine. Give me entrance into this house once more. Yes, mother, replied the lad, if you do no more as you did, I will. Be in earnest. And at his father's coming, he repeated the 10th stanza. that wife of yours, that ill-conditioned dame, my mother, she that brought me forth, that same, like a tamed elephant in full control, let her return again, that sinful soul. So said he to his father, and then went and summoned his mother. She being reconciled to her husband and the husband's father, was thenceforward tamed, and endued with righteousness, and watched over her husband and his father and her son. And these two, steadfastly following their son's advice, gave alms and did good deeds, and became destined to join the hosts of heaven. End of section 34. Section 35 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 10 Slave Brethren. Once upon a time, a king named Mahakamsa reigned in Uttarapatha, in the Kamsa district, in the city of Asitanjana. He had 2 sons, Kamsa and Upakamsa, and 1 daughter named Devagaba. On her birthday, the Brahmins skilled in omens foretold of her, "A son born of this girl will one day destroy the country and the lineage of Kamsa." The king was too fond of the girl to put her to death, but leaving her brothers to settle it, lived his days out and then died. When he died, Kamsa became king and Upakamsa was viceroy. They thought that there would be an outcry were they to put their sister to death, so resolved to give her in marriage to none, but to keep her husbandless and watch. And they built a single round tower for her to live in. Now she had a serving woman named Nandagopa, and the woman's husband, Andakavanu, was the servant who watched her. At that time a king named Mahasagara reigned in Upper Madura, and he had 2 sons, Sagara and Upasagara. At their father's death, Sagara became king, and Upasagara was viceroy. This lad was Upakamsa's friend, brought up together with him and trained by the same teacher. But he intrigued in his brother Zenana, and being detected, ran away to Upakamsa in the Kamsa estate. Upakamsa introduced him to King Kamsa, and the king had him in great honor. Upasagara, while waiting upon the king, observed the tower where dwelt Devagaba, and on asking who lived there, heard the story, and fell in love with the girl. And Devagaba one day saw him as he went with Upakamsa to wait upon the king. She asked who that was, and being told by Nandagopa that it was Upasagara, son of the great King Sagara, she too fell in love with him. Upasagara gave a present to Nandagopa, saying, "Sister, can you arrange a meeting for me with Devagaba?" "Easy enough," quoth Nandagopa, and told the girl about it. She, being already in love with him, agreed at once. One night Nandagopa arranged a tryst, and brought Upasagara up into the tower. And there he stayed with Devagaba, and by their constant intercourse, Devagaba conceived. By and by, when the affair became known, the 2 brothers questioned Nandagopa. She made them promise her pardon, and then told the ins and outs of the matter. When they heard the story, they thought, "We cannot put our sister to death. If she bears a daughter, we will spare the babe also. If a son, we will kill him." And they gave Devagaba to Upasagara to wife. When her full time was come, she gave birth to a daughter. The brothers, on hearing this, were delighted, and gave her the name of Lady Anjana. And they allotted to them a village for their estate, named Govardhamana. Upasagara took Devagaba and lived with her at the village of Govardhamana. Devagaba was again with child, and that very day Nandagopa conceived also. When their time was come, they brought forth on the same day Devagaba a son, and Nandagopa a daughter. But Devagaba, in fear that her son might be put to death, sent him secretly to Nandagopa, and received Nandagopa's daughter in return. They told the brothers of the birth. "Son or daughter?" they asked. "Daughter," was the reply. "Then see that it is reared," said the brothers. In the same way Devagaba bore 10 sons,
and Nandagopa 10 daughters. The sons lived with Nandagopa, and the daughters with Devagaba, and not a soul knew the secret. The eldest son of Devagaba was named Vasudeva, the second Baladeva, the third Kandadeva, the fourth Suryadeva, the fifth Agideva, the sixth Varunadeva, the seventh Arjuna, the eighth Pajuna, the ninth Gadapindita, the 10th Amkura. They were well known as the sons of Andakavanu the servitor, the 10 slave brethren. In course of time they grew big, and being very strong, and withal fierce and ferocious, they went about plundering. They even went so far as to plunder a present being conveyed to the king. The people came crowding in the king's courtyard, complaining, "Andakavanu's sons, the 10 brethren, are plundering the land." So the king summoned Andakavanu and rebuked him for permitting his sons to plunder. In the same way, complaint was made 3 or 4 times, and the king threatened him. He, being in fear of his life, craved the boon of safety from the king, and told the secret, that how these were no sons of his, but of Upasagara. The king was alarmed. "How can we get hold of them?" he asked his courtiers. They replied, "Sire, they are wrestlers. Let us hold a wrestling match in the city, and when they enter the ring, we will catch them and put them to death." So they sent for 2 wrestlers, Kanura and Mutika, and caused proclamation to be made throughout the city by beat of drum, that on the 7th day there would be a wrestling match. The wrestling ring was prepared in front of the king's gate. There was an enclosure for the games. The ring was decked out gaily. The flags of victory were ready tied. The whole city was in a whirl. Line over line rose the seats, tier above tier. Kanura and Mutika went down into the ring, and strutted about, jumping, shouting, clapping their hands. The 10 brethren came too. On their way they plundered the washerman's street, and clad themselves in robes of bright colors, and stealing perfume from the perfumers' shops, and wreaths and flowers from the florists, with their bodies all anointed, garlands upon their heads, earrings in their ears, they strutted into the ring, jumping, shouting, clapping their hands. At the moment, Kanura was walking about clapping his hands. Baladeva, seeing him, thought, "I won't touch yon fellow with my hand." So catching up a thick strap from the elephant stable, jumping and shouting, he threw it round Kanura's belly, and joining the 2 ends together, brought them tight. Then lifting him up, swung him round over his head, and dashing him on the ground, rolled him outside the arena. When Kanura was dead, the king sent for Mutika. Up got Mutika, jumping, shouting, clapping his hands. Baladeva smote him, and crushed in his eyes, and as he cried out, "I'm no wrestler! I'm no wrestler!" Baladeva tied his hands together, saying, "Wrestler or no wrestler, it is all one to me," and dashing him down on the ground, killed him and threw him outside the arena. Mutika, in his death throes, uttered a prayer, "May I become a goblin and devour him!" And he became a goblin in a forest called by the name of Kalamatia. The king said, "Take away the 10 slave brethren." At that moment Vasudeva threw a wheel, which lopped off the heads of the 2 brothers. The crowd, terrified, fell at his feet, and besought him to be their protector. Thus the 10 brethren, having slain their 2 uncles, assumed the sovereignty of the city of Asitanjana, and brought their parents thither. They now set out, intending to conquer all India. In a while they arrived at the city of Ayodhya, the seat of King Kalasena. This they encompassed about, and destroyed the jungle around it, breached the wall, and took the king prisoner, and took the sovereignty of the place into their hands. Thence they proceeded to Dvarati. Now this city had on one side the sea, and on one the mountains. They say that the place was goblin-haunted. A goblin would be stationed on the watch, who, seeing his enemies in the shape of an ass, would bray as an ass brays. At once By goblin magic, the whole city used to rise in the air and deposit itself on an island in the midst of the sea. When the foe was gone, it would come back and settle in its own place again. This time, as usual, no sooner the ass saw those 10 brethren coming, than he brayed with the bray of an ass. Up rose the city in the air and settled upon the island. No city could they see, and turned back. Then back came the city to its own place again. They returned. Again the ass did as before. The sovereignty of the city of Dvaravati they could not take. So they visited Kanhadipayana and said, "Sir, we have failed to capture the kingdom of Dvaravati. Tell us how to do it." He said,
"In a ditch in such a place is an ass walking about. He brays when he sees an enemy, and immediately the city rises in the air. You must clasp hold of his feet, and that is the way to accomplish your end."
Then they took leave of the ascetic, and went all 10 of them to the ass, and falling at his feet said,
"Sir, we have no help but thee. When we come to take the city, do not bray."
The ass replied,
"I cannot help but braying. If you come first, and 4 of you bring great iron plows, and at the 4 gates of the city dig great iron posts in the ground, and when the city begins to rise, if you will fix on the post a chain of iron fastened to the plow, the city will not be able to rise." They thanked him, and he did not utter a sound while they got plows, and fixed the posts in the ground at the 4 gates of the city, and stood waiting. Then the ass brayed. The city began to rise, but those who stood at the 4 gates with the 4 plows, having fixed to the posts iron chains which were fastened to the plows, the city could not rise. Thereupon the 10 brethren entered the city, killed the king, and took his kingdom. Thus they conquered all India, and in 63,000 cities they slew by the wheel all the kings of them, and lived at Dvaravati, dividing the kingdom into 10 shares. But they had forgotten their sister, the lady Anjana. So,
"Let us make 11 shares of it," said they.
But Amkura answered, "Give her my share, and I will take to some business for a living. Only you must remit my taxes, each in your own country." They consented, and gave his share to his sister. And with her they dwelt in Dvaravati 9 kings, while Amkura embarked in trade. In course of time they were all increased with sons and with daughters, and after a long time had gone by, their parents died. At that period they say that a man's life was 20,000 years. Then died one dearly beloved son of the great king Vasudeva. The king, half dead with grief, neglected everything, and lay lamenting and clutching the frame of his bed. Then Gatapandita thought to himself, "Except me, no one else is able to soothe my brother's grief. I will find some means of soothing his grief for him." So assuming the appearance of madness, he paced through the whole city, gazing up at the sky, and crying out, "Give me a hair! Give me a hair!" All the city was excited. "Gatapandita has gone mad," they said. Just then a courtier named Rohineya went into the presence of King Vasudeva, and opened a conversation with him by reciting the first stanza. "Black Kanha, rise! Why close the eyes to sleep? Why lying there? Thine own born brother, see, the winds away his wit to bear, away his wisdom. Gata raves, thou of the long black hair." Up rose the king, and quickly came down from his chamber, and proceeding to Gatapandita, he got fast hold of him with both hands, and speaking to him uttered the 3rd stanza.
"In manic fashion, why do you pace Dvaraka all through, and cry, 'Hair, hair'? Say, who is there has taken a hair from you?"
To these words of the king, he only answered by repeating the same cry over and over again. But the king recited 2 more stanzas.
"Be it of gold or made of jewels fine, or brass or silver as you may incline, shell, stone, or coral I declare, I'll make a hair. And many other hairs there be that range the woodland wide, They shall be brought, I'll have them caught. Say, which do you decide?
On hearing the king's words, the wise man replied by repeating the sixth stanza. I crave no hair of earthly kind, but that within the moon. O bring him down, O Kesava, I ask no other boon. Undoubtedly my brother has gone mad, thought the king when he heard this. In great grief he repeated the seventh stanza. In sooth, my brother, you will die if you make such a prayer, and ask for what no man may pray, the moon's celestial hair. Gatapandita, on hearing the king's answer, stood stock still and said, My brother, you know that if a man prays for the hair in the moon and cannot get it, he will die. Then why do you mourn for your dead son? If, Kanha, this you know and can console another's woe, why are you mourning still the son who died so long ago? Then he went on, standing there in the street. And I, brother, pray only for what exists, but you are mourning for what does not exist. Then he instructed him by repeating two more stanzas. My son is born, let him not die, nor man nor deity can have that boon. Then wherefore pray for what can never be? Nor mystic charm, nor magic roots, nor herbs, nor money spent can bring the life again that ghost whom, Kanha, you lament. The king, on hearing this, answered, Your reminder was good, dear one. You did it to take away my trouble. Then in praise of Gatapandita, he repeated four stanzas. Men had I, wise and excellent, to give me good advice, but now hath Gatapandita opened this day mine eyes. Blazing was I, as when a man pours oil upon a fire. Thou didst bring water, and didst quench the pain of my desire. Grief for my son, a cruel shaft was lodged within my heart. Thou hast consoled me for my grief, and taken out the dart. That dart extracted, free from pain, tranquil and calm I keep. Hearing, O youth, thy words of truth, no more I grieve nor weep. In this manner was Vasudeva consoled by Prince Gata. After the lapse of a long time during which he ruled his kingdom, the sons of the 10 brethren thought, They say that Kanhadipayana is possessed of the divine eye. Let us put him to the test. So they procured a young lad and dressed him up, and by binding a pillow about his belly, made it appear as though he were with child. Then they brought him into his presence and asked him, To what, sir, will this girl give birth? The ascetic perceived that the time was come for the destruction of the 10 royal brothers. Then, looking to see what the term of his own life should be, he perceived that he must die that very day. Then he said, Young sirs, what is this man to you? Answer us, they replied persistently. He answered, This man on the 7th day from now will bring forth a knot of acacia wood. With that he will destroy the line of Vasudeva, even though ye should take the piece of wood and burn it, and cast the ashes into the river. Ah, false ascetic, they said, a man can never bring forth a child. And they did the rope and string business, and killed him at once. The king sent for the young men, and asked them why they had killed the ascetic. When they heard all, they were frightened. They set a guard upon the man, and when on the 7th day he voided from his belly a knot of acacia wood, they burnt it and cast the ashes into the river. The ashes floated down the river, and stuck on one side by a postern gate. From thence sprung an areca plant. One day the kings proposed that they should go and disport themselves in the water. So to this postern gate they came, and they caused a great pavilion to be made, and in that gorgeous pavilion they ate and drank. Then, in sport, they began to catch hold of hand and foot, and dividing into 2 parts, they became very quarrelsome. At last, one of them, finding nothing better for a club, picked a leaf from the areca plant, which, even as he plucked it, became a club of acacia wood in his hand. With this he beat many people. Then the others plucked also, and the things as they took them became clubs, and with them they cudgeled one another until they were killed. As these were destroying each other, 4 only: Vasudeva, Baladeva, the Lady Anjana, their sister, and the family priest, mounted a chariot and fled away. The rest perished, every one. Now these 4, fleeing away in the chariot, came to the forest of Kalamatika. There Mutika the wrestler had been born, having become, according to his prayer, a goblin. When he perceived the coming of Baladeva, he created a village in that spot, and, taking the semblance of a wrestler, he went jumping about and shouting, "Who's for a fight?" snapping his fingers the while. Baladeva, as soon as he saw him, said, "Brother, I'll try a fall with this fellow." Vasudeva tried and tried his best to prevent him, but down he got from the chariot and went up to him, snapping his fingers. The other just seized him in the hollow of his hand and gobbled him up like a radish bulb. Vasudeva, perceiving that he was dead, went on all night long with his sister and the priest, and at sunrise arrived at a frontier village. He lay down in the shelter of a bush, and sent his sister and the priest into the village with orders to cook some food and bring it to him. A huntsman, his name was Jara, or Old Age, noticed the bush shaking. "A pig, sure enough," thought he. He threw a spear and pierced his feet. "Who has wounded me?" cried Vasudeva. The huntsman, finding that he had wounded a man, set off running in terror. The king, recovering his wits, got up and called the huntsman. "Uncle, come here, do not be afraid." When he came, "Who are you?" asked Vasudeva. "My name is Jara, my lord." "Ah," thought the king, "whom old age wounds to die, so the ancients used to say. Without doubt I must die today." Then he said, "Fear not, uncle, come, bind up my wound." The mouth of the wound bound up, the king let him go. Great pains came upon him. He could not eat the food that the others brought. Then, addressing himself to the others, Vasudeva said, "This day I am to die. You are delicate creatures and will never be able to learn anything else for a living, so learn this science from me." So saying, he taught them a science and let them go, and then died immediately. Thus, excepting the Lady Anjana, they perished, every one, it is said. End of section 35. Section 36 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Rāma and Sītā. Once upon a time at Benares, a great king named Dasaratha renounced the ways of evil and reigned in righteousness. Of his 16,000 wives, the eldest and queen consort bore him 2 sons and a daughter. The elder son was named Rāma or Rāma the Wise. The second was named Prince Lakana, or Lucky, and the daughter's name was the Lady Sītā. In course of time, the queen consort died. At her death, the king was for a long time crushed by sorrow, but urged by his courtiers, he performed her obsequies and set another in her place as queen consort. She was dear to the king and beloved. In time she also conceived, and all due attention having been given her, she brought forth a son, and they named him Prince Bharata. The king loved his son much, and said to the queen, "Lady, I offer you a boon. Choose." She accepted the offer, but put it off for the time. When the lad was 7 years old, she went to the king and said to him, "My lord, you promised a boon for my son. Will you give it me now?" "Choose, lady," said he. "My lord," quoth she, "give my son the kingdom." The king snapped his fingers at her. "Out, vile jade," said he angrily. "My other 2 sons shine like blazing fires. Would you kill them and ask the kingdom for a son of yours?" She fled in terror to her magnificent chamber, and on other days again and again asked the king the same. The king would not give her this gift. He thought within himself, "Women are ungrateful and treacherous. This woman might use a forged letter or a treacherous bribe to get my sons murdered. So he sent for his sons and told them all about it, saying, My sons, if you live here, some mischief may befall you. Go to some neighboring kingdom, or to the woodland, and when my body is burnt, then return and inherit the kingdom which belongs to your family. Then he summoned soothsayers and asked them the limits of his own life. They told him he would live yet 12 years longer. Then he said, Now, my sons, after 12 years you must return and uplift the umbrella of royalty. They promised, and after taking leave of their father, went forth from the palace weeping. The lady SÍTÀ said, I too will go with my brothers. She bade her father farewell, and went forth weeping. These three departed amidst a great company of people. They sent the people back, and proceeded until at last they came to Himalaya. There, in a spot well watered and convenient for the getting of wild fruits, they built a hermitage, and there lived, feeding upon the wild fruits. Lakkhana Pandita and SÍTÀ said to Rāma Pandita, You are in a place of a father to us. Remain then in the hermitage, and we will bring fruits and feed you. He agreed. Thenceforward Rāma Pandita stayed where he was. The others brought the fruits and fed him. Thus they lived there, feeding upon the wild fruit, but King Dasaratha pined after his sons, and died in the 9th year. When his obsequies were performed, the queen gave orders that the umbrella should be raised over her son, Prince Bharata. But the courtiers said, The lords of the umbrella are dwelling in the forest, and they would not allow it. Said Prince Bharata, I will fetch back my brother Rāma Pandita from the forest, and raise the royal umbrella over him. Taking the 5 emblems of royalty, he proceeded with the complete host of the 4 arms to the dwelling place. Not far away he caused camp to be pitched, and then with a few courtiers he visited the hermitage, at the time when Lakkhana Pandita and SÍTÀ were away in the woods. At the door of the hermitage sat Rāma Pandita, undismayed and at ease, like a figure of fine gold firmly set. The prince approached him with a greeting, and, standing on one side, told him of all that had happened in the kingdom, and, falling at his feet along with the courtiers, burst into weeping. Rāma Pandita neither sorrowed nor wept. He showed no change of feeling. When Bharata had finished weeping and sat down, towards evening the other 2 returned with wild fruits. Rāma Pandita thought, These 2 are young, all-comprehensive wisdom like mine is not theirs. If they are told on a sudden that our father is dead, the pain will be greater than they can bear, and who knows but their hearts may break. I will find a device to persuade them to go down into the water, and then tell them the news. Then, pointing out to them a place in front where there was water, he said, You have been out too long. Let this be your penance. Go into that water and stand there. Then he repeated a half stanza. Let Lakkhana and SÍTÀ both into that pond descend. 1 word sufficed. Into the water they went and stood there. Then he told them the news by repeating the other half stanza. Bharata says King Dasaratha's life is at an end. When they heard the news of their father's death, they fainted. Again he repeated it. Again they fainted, and when even a 3rd time they fainted away, the courtiers raised them and brought them out of the water and set them upon dry ground. When they had been comforted, they all sat weeping and wailing together. Then Prince Bharata thought, My brother, Prince Lakkhana, and my sister, the lady SÍTÀ, cannot restrain their grief to hear our father's death. But Rāma Pandita neither wails nor weeps. I wonder what can the reason be that he grieves not. I will ask. Then he repeated the 2nd stanza, asking the question, Say by what power thou grievest not, Brahma, when grief should be. Though it is said thy sire is dead, grief overwhelms not thee. Then Rāma Pandita explained the reason of his not grieving by saying, When man can never keep a thing, though loudly he may cry, Why should a wise intelligence torment itself thereby? The young in years, the older grown, the fool, and eke the wise, for rich, for poor, one end is sure, each man among them dies. As sure as for the ripened fruit there comes the fear of fall, so surely comes the fear of death to mortals one and all. Who in the morning light are seen by evening oft are gone, and seen at evening time is gone by morning many a one. If to a fool infatuate a blessing could accrue, when he torments himself with tears, the wise this same would do. By this tormenting of himself he waxes thin and pale. This cannot bring the dead to life, and nothing tears avail. Even as a blazing house may be put out with water, so the strong, the wise, the intelligent, who well the Scriptures know, scatter their grief like cotton when the stormy winds do blow. One mortal dies, to kindred ties born is another straight. Each creature's bliss dependent is on ties associate. The strong man therefore skilled in sacred text, keen contemplating this world and the next, knowing their nature not by any grief, however great, in mind and heart is vexed. So too my kindred I will give, them will I keep and feed, all that remain I will maintain, such is the wise man's deed. In these stanzas he explained the impermanence of things. When the company heard this discourse of Rāma Pandita illustrating the doctrine of impermanence, they lost all their grief. Then Prince Bharata saluted Rāma Pandita, begging him to receive the kingdom of Benares. "Brother," said Rāma, "take Lakkhana and Sītā with you, and administer the kingdom yourselves." "No, my lord, you take it. Brother, my father commanded me to receive the kingdom at the end of 12 years. If I go now, I shall not carry out his bidding. After 3 more years I will come." "Who will carry on the government in all that time?" "You do it." "I will not." "Then, until I come, these slippers shall do it," said Rāma, and doffing his slippers of straw, he gave them to his brother. So these 3 persons took the slippers, and, bidding the wise man farewell, went to Benares with their great crowd of followers. For 3 years the slippers ruled the kingdom. The courtiers placed these straw slippers upon the royal throne when they judged a cause. If the cause were decided wrongly, the slippers beat upon each other, and at that sign it was examined again. When the decision was right, the slippers lay quiet. When the 3 years were over, the wise man came out of the forest and came to Benares, and entered the park. The princes, hearing of his arrival, proceeded with a great company to the park, and making Sītā the queen consort, gave to them both the ceremonial sprinkling. The sprinkling thus performed, the great being standing in a magnificent chariot, and surrounded by a vast company, entered the city, making a solemn circuit rightwise. Then, mounting to the great terrace of his splendid palace Sukhandaka, he reigned there in righteousness for 16,000 years, and then went to swell the hosts of heaven. The Wicked Stepmother. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the Bodhisattva was born as the son of his chief queen, and because his all-blessed countenance was like a lotus full-blown, Paduma Kumara they named him, which is to say, the Lotus Prince. When he grew up, he was educated in all arts and accomplishments. Then his mother departed this life. The king took another consort and appointed his son viceroy. After this, the king, being about to set forth to quell a rising on the frontier, said to his consort, "Do you, lady, stay here while I go forth to quell the frontier insurrection." But she replied, "No, my lord, here I will not remain, but I will go with you." Then he showed her the danger which lay on the field of battle, adding to it this, "Stay then here without vexation until my return, and I will give charge to Prince Paduma that he be careful in all that should be done for you, and then I will go." So thus he did, and departed. When he had scattered his enemies and pacified the country, he returned and pitched his camp without the city. The Bodhisattva, learning of his father's return, adorned the city, and setting a watch over the royal palace, went forth alone to meet his father. The queen, observing the beauty of his appearance, became enamored of him. In taking leave of her, the Bodhisattva said, "Can I do anything for you, mother?" "Mother, you call me?" quoth she. She rose up and seized his hand, saying, "Lie on my couch." "Why?" he asked. "Just until the king comes," she said. "Let us both enjoy the bliss of love." "Mother, my mother you are, and you have a husband living. Such a thing I have never before seen, that a woman, a matron, should break the moral law in the way of fleshy lust. How can I do such a deed with you?" Twice and thrice she besought him, and when he would not, said she, "Then you refuse to do as I ask?" "Indeed I do refuse." "Then I will speak to the king, and cause you to be beheaded." "Do as you will," answered the great being, and having shamed her, he left her. Then in fear she thought, "If he tell the king first, there is no life for me. I must get speech of him first myself." Accordingly, leaving her food untouched, she donned a soiled robe and made nail scratches upon her body, giving orders to her attendants that when the king should ask of the queen's whereabouts, he should be told she was ill. She lay down, making a pretense of illness. Now the king made solemn procession about the city rightwise, and went up into his dwelling. When he saw her not, he asked, "Where is the queen?" "She is ill," they said. He entered the state chamber, and asked her, "What is amiss with you, lady?" She made as though she heard nothing. Twice and yet thrice he asked, and then she answered, "O great king, why do you ask? Be silent. Women that have a husband must be, even as I am." "Who has annoyed you?" said he. "Tell me quickly, and I will have him beheaded." "Whom did you leave behind in this city when you went away?" "Prince Paduma." "And he," she went on, "came into my room, and I said, 'My son, do not so, I am your mother.' But say what I would, he cried, 'None is king here but me, and I will take you to my dwelling and enjoy your love.' Then he seized me by the hair of my head, and plucked it out again and again, and as I would not yield to his will, he wounded and beat me and departed." The king made no investigation, but, furious as a serpent, commanded his men, "Go and bind Prince Paduma and bring him to me." They went to his house, swarming as it were through the city, and bound him up and beat him, bound his hands fast behind his back, put about his neck the garland of red flowers, making him a condemned criminal, and led him thither, beating him the while. It was clear to him that this was the queen's doing, and as he went along he cried out, "Ho, fellows! I am not one that has offended against the king. I am innocent." All the city was abubble with the news. "They say the king is going to execute Prince Paduma at the bidding of a woman." They flocked together. They fell at the prince's feet, lamenting with a great noise, "You have not deserved this, my lord." As they brought him before the king, at sight of him the king could not restrain what was in his heart, and cried out, "This fellow is no king, but he plays the king finely. My son he is, yet he has insulted the queen. Away with him, down with him over the thieves' cliff. Make an end of him." But the prince said to his father, "No such crime lies at my door, father. Do not kill me on a woman's word." The king would not listen to him. Then all those of the royal seraglio, in number 16,000, raised a great lamentation, saying, "Dear Paduma, mighty prince, this dealing you have never deserved." And all the warrior chiefs and great magnates of the land, and all the attendant courtiers cried, "My lord, the prince is a man of goodness and virtuous life, observes the traditions of his race, heir to the kingdom. Do not slay him at a woman's word without a hearing. A king's duty is to act with all circumspection." So saying, they repeated 7 stanzas. No king should punish an offense and hear no pleas at all. not thoroughly sifting it himself in all points, great and small. The warrior chief who punishes a fault before he tries is like a man born blind who eats his food all bones and flies. Who punishes the guiltless and lets go the guilty knows no more than one who blind upon a rugged highway goes. He who all this examines well in things both great and small, and so administers, deserves to be the head of all. He that would set himself on high must not all gentle be, nor all severe, but both these things practice in company. Contempt the all gentle wins, and he that's all severe has wrath. So of the pair be well aware, and keep a middle path. Much can be angry man, O king, and much the knave can say, and therefore for a woman's sake thy son thou must not slay. But for all they could say in many ways, the courtiers could not win him to do their bidding. The Bodhisattva also, for all his beseeching, could not persuade him to listen. Nay, the king, blind fool, said, "Away, down with him over the thieves' cliff," repeating the 8th stanza. "One side the whole world stands, my queen on another all alone. Yet her I cleave to, cast him down the cliff, and get you gone." At these words, not one among the 16,000 women could remain unmoved, while all the populace stretched out their hands and tore their hair with lamentations. The king said, "Let these but try to prevent the throwing of this fellow over the cliff." And amidst his followers, though the crowd wailed around, he caused the prince to be seized and cast down the precipice over heels head first. Then, owing to the magic power due to his practice of friendliness, the deity of the hill comforted the prince, saying, "Fear not, Paduma." And in both hands he caught him, pressed him to his heart, sent a divine thrill through him, set him in the abode of the Nagas of the 8 ranges, within the hood of the Naga king. The king received the Bodhisattva into the abode of the Nagas, and gave him the half of his own glory and state. There for 1 year he dwelt. Then he said, "I would go back to the ways of men." "Whither?" they asked. "To Himalaya, where I will become an ascetic." The Naga king gave his consent. Taking him, he conveyed him to the place where men go to and fro, and gave him the requisites of an ascetic, and went back to his own place. So he proceeded to Himalaya, became a hermit sage, and cultivated the faculty of ecstatic bliss. There he abode, feeding upon fruits and roots of the woodland. Now a certain wood ranger who dwelt in Benares came to that place and recognized the great being. "Are you not," he asked, "the great Prince Paduma, my lord?" "Yes, sir," he replied. The other saluted him, and there for some days he remained. Then he returned to Benares and said to the king, "Your son, my lord, has embraced the religious life in the region of Himalaya, and lives in a hut of leaves. I have been staying with him, and thence I come." "Have you seen him with your own eyes?" asked the king. "Yes, my lord." The king with a great host went thither, and on the outskirts of the forest he pitched his camp. Then with his courtiers around him, went to salute the great being, who sat at the door of his hut of leaves, in all the glory of his golden form, and sat on one side. The courtiers also greeted him, and spoke pleasantly to him, and sat on one side. The Bodhisattva, on his part, invited the king to share his wild fruits, and talked pleasantly with him. Then said the king, "My son, by me you were cast down a deep precipice, and how is it you are yet alive?" Asking which, he repeated the 9th stanza. "As into hell-mouth you were cast over a beetling hill, no succor, many palm trees deep, how are you living still?" These are the remaining stanzas, and of the 5 taken alternately, 3 were spoken by the Bodhisattva, and 2 by the king. A Naga mighty, full of force, born on that mountain land, caught me within his coils, and so here safe from death I stand.
Lo, I will take you back, O Prince, to my own home again, and there, what is the wood to you? With blessing you shall reign.
As who a hook has swallowed, and drawn it forth all blood, drawn forth is happy, so I see in me this bliss and good.
Why speak you thus about a hook? Why speak you thus of gore? Why speak about the drawing out? Come, tell me, I implore.
Lust is the hook, fine elephants and horse by blood I show. These by renouncing I have drawn. This, chieftain, you must know. Thus, O great king, to be king is nothing to me, but to you see to it that you break not the 10 royal virtues, but forsake evil-doing and rule in righteousness.
In those words, the great being admonished the king. He with weeping and wailing departed, and on the way to his city he asked his courtiers, On whose account was it that I made a breach with a son so virtuous?
They replied, The Queen's. Her the king caused to be seized, and cast headlong over the thieves' cliff, and, entering his city, ruled in righteousness. End of section 36. Section 37 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Lost Charm. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, the family of his household priest was destroyed by malarial fever. One son only broke through the wall and escaped. He came to Takasala and under a world-renowned teacher learnt the Vedas and the other arts. Then he bade his teacher farewell and departed, with the intent to travel in different regions. And on his travels he arrived at a frontier village. Near to this was a great village of low caste, Kandalas. Then the Bodhisatta abode in this village, a learned sage. A charm he knew which could make fruit to be gathered out of due season. Early of a morning he would take his carrying pole forth from that village. He would go until he reached a mango tree which grew in the forest, and standing 7 foot off, he would recite that charm and throw a handful of water so as to strike on that tree. In a twinkling, down fall sere leaves, sprout forth the new. Flowers blow and flowers fall, the mango fruits swell out. But one moment, they are ripe, they are sweet and luscious, they grow like fruit divine, they drop from the tree. The great being chooses and eats such as he will, then fills the baskets hung from his pole, goes home and sells the fruit, and so finds a living for wife and child. Now the young Brahmin saw the great being offer ripe mangoes for sale out of season. Without doubt, thought he, it must be by virtue of some charm that these are grown. This man can teach me a charm which has no price. He watched to see the manner in which the great being procured his fruit, and found it out exactly. Then he went to the great being's house at the time when he was not yet returned from the forest, and making as though he knew nothing, asked the wise man's wife, "Where is the teacher?" Quoth she, "Gone to the woods." He stood waiting until he saw him come, then went to him, and taking the pole and baskets from him, carried them into the house, and there set them. The great being looked at him and said to his wife, "Lady, this youth has come to get the charm, but no charm will stay with him, for no good man is he." But the youth was thinking, "I will get the charm by being my teacher's servant." And so from that time he did all that was to be done in the house, brought wood, pounded the rice, did the cooking, brought all that was needed for washing the face, washed the feet. One day, when the great being said to him, "My son, bring me a stool to support my feet," the youth, seeing no other way, kept the great teacher's feet on his own thigh all night. When at a later season the great being's wife brought forth a son, he did all the service that has to be done at a childbirth. The wife said one day to the great being, "Husband, this lad, well born though he is, for the charm's sake performs menial services for us. Let him have the charm, whether it stays with him or no." To this he agreed. he taught him the charm and spoke after this fashion. My son, 'tis a priceless charm, and you will get great gain and honor thereby. But when the king or his great minister shall ask you who was your teacher, do not conceal my name. For if you are ashamed that a low-caste man taught you the charm, and say your teacher was a great magnate of the Brahmins, you will have no fruit of the charm. Why should I hide your name? Quoth the lad. Whenever I am asked, I shall say it is you. Then he saluted his teacher, and from the low-caste village he departed, pondering on the charm, and in due time came to Benares. There he sold mangoes and gained much wealth. Now on a day the keeper of the park presented to the king a mango which he had bought from him. The king, having eaten it, asked whence he procured so fine a fruit. My lord, was the answer, there is a young man who brings mangoes out of season and sells them. From him I procured it.
Tell him, says the king, from henceforth to bring the mangoes hither to me.
This man did, and from that time the young man took his mangoes to the king's household. The king inviting him to enter his service, he became a servant of the king, and gaining great wealth, by degrees he grew into the king's confidence. One day the king asked him, he said,
Young man, where do you get these mangoes out of season, so sweet and fragrant and of fine color? Does some Naga or Garula give them to you, or a god, or is this the power of magic?
No one gives them to me, O mighty king, replied the young man. But I have a priceless charm, and this is the power of the charm.
Well then, we should like to see the power of the charm one of these days.
By all means, my lord, I will show it, quoth he. Next day the king went with him into the park, and asked to be shown this charm. The young man was willing, and approaching a mango tree, stood at a distance of 7 foot from it, and repeated the charm, throwing water against the tree. On the instant the mango tree had fruit in the manner above described, a shower of mangoes fell, a very storm. The company showed great delight, waving their kerchiefs. The king ate of the fruit, and gave him a great reward, and said,
Young man, who taught you this charm so marvelous?
Now thought the young man, if I say a low-caste Kandala taught me, I shall be put to shame, and they will flout at me. I know the charm by heart, and now I can never lose it. Well, I will say it was a world-renowned teacher. So he lied, and said, I learned it at Takasala from a teacher renowned the wide world over. As he said the words, denying his teacher, that very instant the charm was gone. But the king, greatly pleased, returned with him into the city. On another day the king desired mangoes to eat, and going into the park and taking his seat upon a stone bench, which was used on state occasions, he bade the youth get him mangoes. The youth, willing enough, went up to a mango tree, and, standing at a distance of 7 foot from the tree, set about repeating the charm. But the charm would not come. Then he knew that he had lost it, and stood there ashamed. But the king thought, Formerly this fellow gave me mangoes even in the midst of a crowd, and like a heavy shower rained the fruit down. Now there he stands, like a stalk. What can the reason be? Which he inquired by repeating the first stanza.
Young student, when I asked it you of late, you brought the mango fruit both small and great. Now no fruit, Brahmin, on the tree appears, though the same charm you still reiterate.
When he heard this, the young man thought to himself, if he should say this day no fruit was to be had, the king would be wroth. Wherefore he thought to deceive him with a lie, and repeated the second stanza. The hour and moment suit not, so wait I, fit junction of the planets in the sky. The due conjunction and the moment come, then I will bring you mangoes plenteously.
What is this? The king wondered. The fellow said nothing of planetary conjunctions before.
To resolve which questions, he repeated 2 stanzas.
You said no word of times and seasons, nor of planetary junctions heretofore, but mangoes fragrant, delicate in taste, of color fine, you brought in plenteous store. Aforetime, Brahmin, you produced so well fruit on the tree by muttering of your spell. Today you cannot, mutter as you may. What means this conduct? I would have you tell.
Hearing this, the youth thought, there is no deceiving the king with lies. If, when the truth is told, he punishes me, let him punish me, but the truth I will tell. Then he recited 2 stanzas. A low-caste man my teacher was, who taught duly and well the charm, and how it wrought, saying, if you are asked by name and birth, hide nothing, or the charm will come to naught. Asked by the Lord of men, though well I knew, yet in deceit I said what was not true. A Brahmin's spells, I lying said, and now, charm lost, my folly bitterly I rue. This heard, the king thought within himself,
This sinful man took no care of such a treasure. When one has a treasure so priceless, what has birth to do with it?
And in anger he repeated the following stanzas.
Nim, castor oil, or Judas tree, whatever be the tree, where he who seeks finds honeycombs, 'tis best of trees, thinks he. Be it Katiya, Brahmin, Vesa, he from whom a man learns right, Sudha, Kandala, Pukasa, seems chiefest in his sight. Punish the worthless churl, or even slay, hence hale him by the throat without delay, who having gained a treasure with great toil, throws it with overweening pride away.
The king's men so did, saying, Go back to your teacher and win his forgiveness. Then, if you can learn the charm once more, you may come hither again. But if not, never more may you set eyes on this country. Thus they banished him. The man was all forlorn. There is no refuge for me, he thought, except my teacher. To him I will go and win his pardon and learn the charm again. So lamenting, he went on his way to that village. The great being perceived him coming and pointed him out to his wife, saying,
See, lady, there comes that scoundrel again, with his charm lost and gone.
The man approached the great being and greeted him and sat on one side.
Why are you here? Asked the other.
Oh, my teacher, the man said, I uttered a lie and denied my teacher, and I am utterly ruined and undone. Then he recited his transgression in a stanza, asking again for the charms. Oft he who thinks the level ground is lying at his foot falls in a pool, pit, precipice, trips on a rotten root. Another treads what seems a cord, a jet-black snake to find. Another steps into the fire because his eyes are blind. So I have sinned and lost my spell, but you, O teacher wise, forgive, and let me once again find favor in your eyes. Then his teacher replied,
What say you, my son? Give but a sign to the blind. He goes clear of pools and what not. But I told it to you once, and what do you want here now?
Then he repeated the following stanzas.
To you in right due manner I did tell, you in due manner rightly learnt the spell. Full willingly its nature I explained, ne'er had it left you, had you acted well. Who with much toil, O fool, hath learnt a spell, full hard for those who now in this world dwell. Then, foolish one, a living gained at last, throws all away because he lies will tell. To such a fool unwise of lying feign, ungrateful who cannot himself restrain. Spells, quotha, mighty spells we give not him. Go hence away, and ask me not again. Thus dismissed by his teacher, the man thought, What is life to me? And plunging into the woods, died forlorn.
The Prince's Wooing and the Throne of the Buddhas. Once upon a time in the kingdom of Kalinga and in the city of Dantapura reigned a king named Kalinga. He had 2 sons named Mahakalinga and Kula Kalinga. Kalinga the greater and the less. Now, fortune-tellers had foretold that the eldest son would reign after his father's death, but that the youngest would live as an ascetic and live by alms, yet his son would be a universal monarch. Time passed by, and on his father's death, the eldest son became king, the youngest viceroy. The youngest, ever thinking that a son born of him was to be a universal monarch, grew arrogant on that account. This the king could not brook, so sent a messenger to arrest Kalinga the less. The man came and said, "Prince, the king wishes to have you arrested, so save your life." The prince showed the courtier charged with this mission his own signet ring, a fine rug, and his sword. These 3. Then he said, "By these tokens you shall know my son, and make him king." With these words he sped away into the forest. There he built him a hut in a pleasant place, and lived as an ascetic upon the bank of a river. Now in the kingdom of Mada, and in the city of Sagala, a daughter was born to the king of Mada. Of the girl as of the prince, fortune-tellers foretold that she should live as an ascetic, but her son was to be a universal monarch. The kings of India, hearing this rumor, came together with one accord and surrounded the city. The king thought to himself, "Now, if I give my daughter to one, all the other kings will be enraged. I will try to save her." So, with wife and daughter he fled, disguised away into the forest. And after building him a hut some distance up the river, above the hut of Prince Kalinga, he lived there as an ascetic, eating what he could pick up. The parents, wishing to save their daughter, left her behind in the hut, and went out to gather wild fruits. While they were gone, she gathered flowers of all kinds, and made them into a flower wreath. Now on the bank of the Ganges there was a mango tree with beautiful flowers, which forms a kind of natural ladder. Upon this she climbed, and playing managed to drop the wreath of flowers into the water. One day, as Prince Kalinga was coming out of the river after a bath, this flower wreath caught in his hair. He looked at it and said, "Some woman made this, and no full-grown woman, but a tender young girl. I must make search for her." So deeply in love he journeyed up the Ganges until he heard her singing in a sweet voice as she sat in the mango tree. He approached the foot of the tree, and seeing her, said, "What are you, fair lady?" "I am human, sir," she replied. "Come down, then," quoth he. "Sir, I cannot. I am of the warrior caste." "So am I also, lady. Come down." "No, no, sir, that I cannot do. Saying will not make a warrior. If you are so, tell me the secrets of the caste." Then they repeated to each other these caste secrets, and the princess came down, and they were united one with the other. When their parents returned, she told them about this son of the king of Kalinga, and how he came into the forest in all detail. They consented to give her to him. While they lived together in happy union, the princess conceived, and after 10 months brought forth a son with the signs of good luck and virtue. And they named him Kalinga. He grew up and learnt all arts and accomplishments from his father and grandfather. At length his father knew from conjunctions of the stars that his brother was dead. So he called his son and said, "My son, you must not spend your life in the forest. Your father's brother, Kalinga the Greater, is dead. You must go to Dantapura and receive your hereditary kingdom." Then he gave him the things he had brought away with him, signet, rug, and sword, saying, "My son, in the city of Dantapura, in such a street, lives a courtier who is my very good servant. Descend into his house and enter his bedchamber, and show him these 3 things, and tell him, 'You are my son.' He will place you upon the throne." The lad bade farewell to his parents and grandparents. By the magic power of his virtue, he passed through the air, and, descending into the house of that courtier, entered his bedchamber. "Who are you?" asked the other. "The son of Kalinga, the less," he said, disclosing the 3 tokens. The courtier told it to the palace, and all those of the court decorated the city and spread the umbrella of royalty over his head. Then the family priest, who was named Kalinga Bharadvaja, taught him the 10 ceremonies which a universal monarch has to perform, and he fulfilled those duties. Then, on the 15th day, the fast day, came to him from Kakadaha the precious wheel of empire, from the Uposatha stock the precious elephant, from the royal Valaha breed the precious horse, from Vipula the precious jewel, and the precious wife, retinue, and prince made their appearance. Then he achieved sovereignty in the whole terrestrial sphere. One day, surrounded by a company which covered 36 leagues, and mounted upon an elephant all white, tall as a peak of Mount Kailasa, in great pomp and splendor, he went to visit his parents. But beyond the circuit, around the great bow-tree, the throne of victory of all the Buddhas, which has become the very navel of the earth, beyond this the elephant was unable to pass. Again and again the king urged him on, but pass he could not. Hereupon the king's chaplain, who was traveling with the king, thought to himself, "In the air is no hindrance. Why cannot the king make his elephant go on? I will go and see." Then, descending from the air, he beheld the throne of victory of all Buddhas, the navel of the earth, that circuit around the great bow-tree. At that time, it is said, for the space of a royal karisa was never a blade of grass, not so big as a hare's whisker. It seemed as it were a smooth spread sand, bright like a silver plate. But on all sides were grass, creepers, mighty trees like the lords of the forest, as though standing in reverent wise all about, with their faces turned towards the throne of the bow-tree. When the Brahmin beheld this spot of earth, "This," thought he, "is the place where all the Buddhas have crushed all the desire of the flesh, and beyond this none can pass. No, not if he were Saka himself." Then approaching the king, he told him the quality of the bow-tree circuit, and bade him descend. Pierced and pierced again by the king, this elephant could not endure the pain, and so died. But the king knew not he was dead, and sat there still on his back. Then Kalinga Bharadvaja said, "O great king, your elephant is dead. Pass on to another." By the magical power of the king's virtue, another beast of the Uposatha breed appeared and offered his back. The king sat on his back. At that moment the dead elephant fell upon the earth. Thereupon the king came down from the air, and, beholding the precinct of the bow-tree, and the miracle that was done, he praised Bharadvaja, saying, "To Kalinga Bharadvaja, King Kalinga thus did say, All thou knowest and understandest, and thou seest all, alway." Now the Brahmin would not accept this praise, but standing in his own humble place, he extolled the Buddhas and praised them. The king, hearing the virtues of the Buddhas, was delighted in heart, and he caused all the dwellers in the world to bring fragrant wreaths in plenty, and for 7 days he made them do worship at the circuit of the great bow-tree. Having in this manner done worship to the great bow-tree, he visited his parents and took them back with him again to Dantapura, where he gave alms and did good deeds, until he was born again in the heaven of the 33. End of section 37. Section 38 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Folly of Garrulity. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, his family priest was tawny brown and had lost all his teeth. His wife committed sin with another Brahmin. This man was just like the other. The priest tried times and again to restrain his wife, but could not. Then he thought,
This is my enemy. I cannot kill with my own hands, but I must devise some plan to kill him."
So he came before the king and said,
"O king, your city is the chiefest city of all India, and you are the chiefest king. But chief king though you are, your southern gate is unlikely and ill put together."
"Well now, my teacher, what is to be done?"
"You must bring good luck into it and set it right."
"What is to be done?"
"We must pull down the old door, get new and lucky timbers, do sacrifice the spirits that guard the city, and set up the new on a lucky conjunction of the stars."
"So do then," said the king. And at that time the Bodhisattva was a young man named Takarya, who was studying under this man. Now the priest caused the old gate to be pulled down, and the new one was made ready, which done, he went and said to the king,
"The gate is ready, my lord. Tomorrow is an auspicious conjunction. Before the morrow is over, we must do sacrifice and set up the new gate."
"Well, my teacher, what is necessary for the rite?"
"My lord, a great gate is possessed and guarded by great divinities. A Brahmin, tawny brown and toothless, of pure blood on both sides, must be killed. His flesh and blood must be offered in sacrifice, and his body laid beneath and the gate raised upon it. This will bring luck to you and your city."
"Very well, my teacher, have such a Brahmin slain, and set up the gate upon him." The priest was delighted.
"Tomorrow," said he, "I shall see the back of my enemy."
Full of energy, he returned to his home, but could not keep a still tongue in his head, and said quickly to his wife,
"Ah, you foul hag, whom will you have now to take your pleasure with? Tomorrow I shall kill your leman, and take sacrifice of him."
Why will you kill an innocent man?
"The king has commanded me to slay and sacrifice a tawny brown Brahmin, and to set up the city gate upon him. Your leman is tawny brown, and I mean to slay him and sacrifice him."
She sent her paramour a message, saying,
They say the king wishes to slay a tawny brown Brahmin in sacrifice. If you would save your life, flee away in time, and with you all they who are like you.
So the man did. The news spread abroad in the city, and all those in the whole city who were tawny brown fled away. The priest, nothing aware of his enemy's flight, went early next morning to the king and said,
"My lord, in such a place is a tawny brown Brahmin to be found. Have him taken."
The king sent some men for him, but they saw none, and returning informed the king that he was fled away. "Search elsewhere," said the king. All over the city they searched, but found none. "Search quickly," said the king. "My lord," they replied, "except your family priest there is no such other." "A priest," quoth he, "cannot be killed." "What do you say, my lord? According to the priest, if the gate is not set up today, the city will be in danger. When the priest explained the matter, he said that if we let this day go by, the auspicious moment will not come again until the end of a year. The city without a gate for a year, what a chance for our enemies! Let us kill someone and sacrifice by the aid of some other wise Brahmin, and set up the gate." "But is there another wise Brahmin like my teacher?" "There is, my lord, his pupil, a young man named Takarya. Make him your family priest, and do the lucky ceremony." The king sent for him, and did honor to him, and made him priest, and commanded to do as had been said. The young man went to the gate, with a great crowd following. In the king's name they bound and brought the priest. The great being caused a pit to be dug in the place where the gate was to be set up, and a tent to be placed over it, and with his teacher entered into the tent. The teacher, beholding the pit, and seeing no escape, said to the great being, "My aim had succeeded. Fool that I was, I could not keep a still tongue, but hastily told that wicked woman. I have slain myself with my own weapon." Then he recited the first stanza.
I spoke in folly, as a frog might call upon a snake, I, the forest, so I fall into this pit. Taquaria, how true! Words spoken out of season, one must rue.
Then the other, addressing him, recited this stanza. The man who out of season speaks will go like this to ruin, lamentation, woe. Here you should blame yourself. Now you must have this delved pit, my teacher, for your grave. To these words he added yet this. O teacher, not thou only, but many another likewise has come to misery because he set not a watch upon his words. So saying, he told him a story of the past to prove it. Once upon a time, they say, there lived a courtesan in Benares named Kali, and she had a brother named Tundila. One day Kali would earn 1,000 pieces of money. Now Tundila was a debauchee, a drunkard, a gambler. She gave him money, and whatever he got, he wasted. Do what she would to restrain him she could not. One day he was beaten at hazard, and lost the very clothes he was clad in. Wrapping about him a rag of loincloth, he repaired to his sister's house. But command had been given by her to her serving maids that, if Tundila should come, they were to give him nothing, but to take him by the throat and cast him out. And so they did. He stood by the threshold and made his moan. Now a certain guild merchant's son, who used constantly to give Kali 1,000 pieces of money, on that day happened to see him, and says he, Why are you weeping, Tundila? Master, said he, I have been beaten at the dice, and came to my sister, and the serving maids took me by the throat and cast me out. Well, stay here, quoth the other, and I will speak to your sister. He entered the house and said, Your brother stands waiting clad in a rug of loincloth. Why do you not give him something to wear? Indeed, she replied, I will give nothing. If you are fond of him, give it yourself. Now in that house of ill fame the fashion was this. Out of every 1,000 pieces of money received, 500 were for the women, 500 were the price of clothes, perfumes, and garlands. The men who visited that house received garments to clothe themselves in, and stayed the night there. Then on the next day they put off the garments they had received, and put on those they had brought, and went their ways. On this occasion the merchant's son put on the garments provided for him, and gave his own clothes to Tundila. He put them on, and with loud shouts hastened to the tavern. But Kali ordered her woman that when the young man should depart next day, they should take away his clothes. Accordingly, when he came forth, they ran up from this side and that, like so many robbers, and took the clothes from him and stripped him naked, saying, Now, young sir, be off. Thus they got rid of him. Away he went naked. The people made sport of him, and he was ashamed, and lamented, saying, It is my own doing, because I could not keep watch over my lips. To make this clear, the great being recited the third stanza. Why ask of Tundila how he should fare at Kalika his sister's hands? Now see, my clothes are gone, naked am I and bare. 'Tis very like what happened late to thee. Another person relates this story. By carelessness of the goat herds, 2 rams fell a-fighting on a pasture at Benares. As they were hard at it, a certain bird, a fork-tail, thought to himself, These 2 will crack their polls and perish. I must restrain them. So he tried to restrain them by calling out, Uncle, don't fight. Not a word he got from them. In the midst of the battle, mounting first on the back, then on the head, he besought them to stop, but could do nothing. At last he cried, Fight then, but kill me first, and placed himself between the 2 heads. They went on butting away at each other. The bird was crushed as by a pounder, and came to destruction by his own act. To explain this other tale, the great being repeated the 4th stanza. Between 2 fighting rams a fork-tail flew, though in the fray he had no part nor share. The 2 rams' heads did crush him then and there. He in his fate was very like to you. There was a tall tree which the cowherds set great store by. The people of Benares, seeing it, sent a certain man up the tree to gather fruit. As he was throwing down the fruit, a black snake issuing forth from an anthill began to ascend the tree. They who stood below tried to drive him off, striking at him with sticks and other things, but could not. Then they called out to the other, "A snake is climbing the tree!" And he in terror uttered a loud cry. Those who stood below seized a stout cloth by 4 corners and bade him fall into the cloth. He let himself drop and fell in the midst of the cloth between the 4 of them. Swift as the wind he came, and the men could not hold him, but jawed their foreheads together and broke them, and so died. To explain this story, the great being recited the 5th stanza. 4 men, to save a fellow from his fate, held the 4 corners of a cloth below. They all fell dead, each with a broken pate. These men were very like you, I trow. Others again tell this. Some goat thieves, who lived at Benares, having stolen a she-goat one night, determined to make a meal in the forest. To prevent her bleeding, they muffled her snout and tied her up in a bamboo clump. Next day, on their way to kill her, they forgot the chopper. "Now we will kill the goat and cook her," said they. "Bring the chopper here." But nobody had one. "Without a chopper," said they, "we cannot eat the beast, even if we kill her. Let her go. This is due to some merit of hers." So they let her go. Now it happened that a worker in the bamboos, who had been there for a bundle of them, left a basket-maker's knife there hidden among the leaves, intending to use it when he came again. But the goat, thinking to herself to be free, began playing about under the bamboo clump, and kicking with her hind legs, made the knife drop. The thieves heard the sound of the falling knife, and on coming to find out what it was, saw it, to their great delight. Then they killed the goat and ate her flesh. Thus, to explain how this she-goat was killed by her own act, the great being recited the 6th stanza. A she-goat in a bamboo thicket bound, frisking about, herself a knife had found. With that same knife they cut the creature's throat. It strikes me you are very like that goat. After recounting this, he explained, "But they who are moderate of speech, by watching their words, have often been freed from the fate of death." And then told a story of fairies. A hunter, we are told, who lived in Benares, being once in the region of Himalaya, by some means or other captured a brace of supernatural beings, a fairy and her husband. And them he took and presented to the king. The king had never seen such beings before. "Hunter," quoth he, "what kind of creatures are these?" Said the man, "My lord, these can sing with a honey voice, they dance delightfully, no men are able to dance or sing as they can." The king bestowed a great reward on the hunter, and commanded the fairies to sing and dance. But they thought, "If we are not able to convey the full sense of our song, the song will be a failure, they will abuse and hurt us. And then again, those who speak much speak falsely." So for fear of some falsehood or other, they neither sang nor danced, for all the king begged them again and again. At last the king grew angry and said, "Kill these creatures, and cook them, and serve them up to me." This command he delivered in the words of the 7th stanza. "No gods are these, nor heaven's musicianers, beasts brought by one who fain would fill his purse. So for my supper let them cook me one, and one for breakfast by the morrow's sun." Then the fairy dame thought to herself, "Now the king is angry. Without doubt he will kill us. Now it is time to speak." And immediately she recited a stanza. 100,000 ditties, all sung wrong, all are not worth a tithe of one good song. To sing ill is a crime, and this is why, not out of folly, fairy would not try. The king, pleased with the fairy, at once recited the stanza. "She that hath spoken, let her go, that she the Himalaya hill again may see. But let them take and kill the other one, and for tomorrow's breakfast have him done." But the other fairy thought,
If I hold my tongue, surely the king will kill me. Now is the time to speak.
And then he recited another stanza.
The kine depend upon the clouds, and men upon the kine. And I, O king, depend on thee, on me this wife of mine. Let one, before he seek the hills, the other's fate divine. When he said this, he repeated a couple of stanzas to make it clear that they had been silent not from unwillingness to obey the king's word, but because they saw that speaking would be a mistake. O monarch, other people's other ways, 'tis very hard to keep you clear of blame. The very thing which for the one wins praise, another finds reproof for just the same. Someone there is who each man foolish finds, each by imagination different still, all different, many men and many minds. No universal law is one man's will.
Quoth the king, He speaks the truth. 'Tis a sapient fairy. And much pleased, he recited the last stanza. Silent they were, the fairy and his mate, and he who now did utter speech for fear, unhurt, free, happy, let him go his gait. This is the speech brings good as oft we hear. Then the king placed the two fairies in a golden cage, and sending for the huntsman, made him set them free in the same place where he had caught them. The great being added, See, my teacher, in this manner the fairies kept watch on their words, and by speaking at the right time were set free for their well-speaking. But you by your ill-speaking have come to great misery. Then after showing him this parallel, he comforted him, saying, Fear not, my teacher, I will save your life.
Is there indeed a way? Asked the other. How you can save me?
He replied, It is not yet the proper conjunction of the planets. He let the day go by, and in the middle watch of the night brought thither a dead goat. Go when you will, Brahmin, and live, said he. Then let him go, and never a soul the wiser. And he did sacrifice with the flesh of the goat, and set up the gate upon it. The Hawks and Their Friends. Once upon a time, when Brahmadatta was king of Benares, certain men of the marches used to make a settlement, wheresoever they could best find much meat, dwelling in the forest and killing for meat for themselves and their families the game which abounded there. Not far from their village was a large natural lake, and upon its southward shore lived a hawk. On the west a she-hawk. On the north a lion, king of the beasts. On the east an osprey, king of the birds. In the middle dwelt a tortoise on a small island. The hawk asked the she-hawk to become his wife. She asked him, Have you any friends? No, madame, he replied. We must have someone who can defend us against any danger or trouble that may arise, and you must find some friends. Whom shall I make friends with? Why, with King Osprey, who lives on the eastern shore, and with the lion on the north, and with the tortoise who dwells in the middle of this lake. He took her advice and did so. Then the two lived together. It should be said that on a little islet in the same lake grew a kadamba tree surrounded by the water on all sides, in a nest which they made. Afterwards there were given to them 2 sons. One day, while the wings of the younglings were yet callow, some of the country folk went foraging through the woods all day and found nothing. Not wishing to return home empty-handed, they went down to the lake to catch a fish or a tortoise. They got on the island and lay down beneath the kadamba tree, and there, being tormented by the bites of gnats and mosquitoes, to drive these away, they kindled a fire by rubbing sticks together and made a smoke. The smoke, rising, annoyed the birds, and the young ones uttered a cry. "'Tis the cry of birds," said the country folk. "Up, make the fire, we cannot lie here hungry, but before we lie down we will have a meal of fowl's flesh." They made the fire blaze and built it up, but the mother bird, hearing the sound, thought, "These men wish to eat our young ones. We made friends to save us from that danger. I will send my mate to the great osprey." Then she said, "Go, my husband, tell the osprey of the danger which threatens our young." Repeating this stanza,
The country churls build fires upon the isle, to eat my young ones in a little while. O hawk, to friend and comrade give the word, my children's danger tell to every bird. The cockbird flew at all speed to the place, and gave a cry to announce his arrival. Leave given, he came near to the osprey, and made his greeting. "Why have you come?" asked the osprey. Then the cock repeated the second stanza. "O winged fowl, chiefest of the birds art thou, so osprey king, I seek thy shelter now. Some country folk a hunting now are fain, to eat my young, be thou my joy again." "Fear not," said the osprey to the hawk, and consoling him he repeated the third stanza. "In season, out of season, wise men make both friends and comrades for protection's sake. For thee, O hawk, I will perform this deed. The good must help each other at their need." Then he went on to ask, "Have the churls climbed up the tree, my friend?" "They are not climbing yet. They are just piling wood on the fire." "Then you had better go quickly and comfort my friend, your mate, and say I am coming." He did so. The osprey went also, and from a place near to the kadamba tree he watched for the men to climb, sitting upon a tree-top. Just as one of the boars who was climbing the tree had come near to the nest, the osprey dived into the lake, and from wings and beak sprinkled water over the burning brands, so that they were put out. Down came the men, and made another fire to cook the bird and its young. When they climbed again, once more the osprey demolished the fire. So whenever a fire was made, the bird put it out, and midnight came. The bird was much distressed. The skin under his stomach had become quite thin. His eyes were bloodshot. Seeing him, the hen bird said to her mate, "My lord, the osprey is tired out. Go and tell the tortoise that he may have a rest." When he heard this, the bird, approaching the osprey, addressed him in a stanza. "Good help the good, the necessary deed thou hast in pity done for us at need. Our young are safe, thou living. Have a care of thy own self, nor all thy strength outwear." On hearing these words, loud as a lion's roar, he repeated the fifth stanza. "While I am keeping guard about this tree, I care not if I lose my life for thee. So use the good, thus friend will do for friend, yea, even if he perish at the end." Then the hawk said, "Rest awhile, friend osprey," and went away to the tortoise whom he aroused.
"What is your errand, friend?"
asked the tortoise. "Such and such a danger has come upon us, and the royal osprey has been laboring hard ever since the first watch, and is very weary. That is why I have come to you." With these words he repeated the seventh stanza. "Even they who fall through sin or evil deed may rise if friends will help them in their need. My young in danger, straight I fly to thee. O dweller in the lake, come, succor me." On hearing this, the tortoise repeated another stanza.
"The wise man to a man who is his friend, both food and goods, even life itself will lend. For thee, O hawk, I will perform this deed. The good must help each other at their need."
His son, who lay not far off, hearing the words of his father, thought, "I would not have my father troubled, but I will do my father's part." And therefore he repeated the ninth stanza. "Here at thy ease remain, O father mine, and I, thy son, will do this task of thine. A son should serve a father, so 'tis best. I'll save the hawk his young ones in the nest." The father tortoise addressed his son in a stanza.
"So do the good, my son, and it is true that a son for father service ought to do. Yet they may leave the hawk's young brood alone, perchance if they see me so fully grown."
With these words the tortoise sent the hawk away, adding,
"Fear not, my friend, but go you before, and I will come presently after."
He dived into the water, collected some mud, and went to the island, quenched the flame, and lay still. Then the countryman cried, "Why should we trouble about the young hawks? Let us roll over this one-eyed tortoise and kill him. He will be enough for all." So they plucked some creepers and got some strings. But when they had made them fast in this place or that, and torn their clothes to strips for the purpose, they could not roll the tortoise over.
The tortoise lugged them along with him and plunged in deep water. The men were so eager to get him that in they fell after, splashed about, and scrambled out with a bellyful of water. "Just look," said they. "Half the night the osprey kept putting out our fire, and now this tortoise has made us fall into the water and swallow it to our great discomfort. Well, we will light another fire, and at sunrise we will eat these young hawks." Then they began to make a fire. The hen bird heard the noise they were making and said, "My husband, sooner or later these men will devour our young and depart. You go and tell our friend the lion." At once he went to the lion, who asked him why he came at such an unseasonable hour. The bird told him all from the beginning, and repeated the 11th stanza. "Mightiest of the beasts, both beasts and men, fly to the strongest when beset with fear. My young ones are in danger, help me then. Thou art our king, and therefore I am here." This said, the lion repeated the stanza.
"Yes, I will do this service, hawk, for thee. Come, let us go and slay this gang of foes. Surely the prudent, he who wisdom knows, protector of a friend, must try to be."
Having thus spoken, he dismissed him, saying, "Now go and comfort your young ones." Then he went forward, churning up the crystal water. When the churls perceived him approaching, they were frightened to death. "The osprey!" they cried. "Put out our firebrands. The tortoise made us lose the clothes we had on. But now we are done for. This lion will destroy us at once." They ran this way and that. When the lion came to the foot of the tree, nothing could he see. Then the osprey, the hawk, and the tortoise came up, and accosted him. He told them the profitableness of friendship, and said, "From this time forth be careful never to break the bonds of friendship." With this advice he departed, and they also went each to his own place. The hen hawk, looking upon her young, thought, "Ah, through friends have my young been given back to me." And as she rejoiced, she spoke to her mate and recited 6 stanzas declaring the effect of friendship. "Get friends, a houseful of them without fail. Get a great friend, a blessing he'll be found. Vain strike the arrows on a coat of mail, and we rejoice our younglings safe and sound. Through the kind help of their own friend who stayed to take their part. The old birds chirp, the young reply, with notes that charm the heart. The wise ask help at friend's or comrade's hand, lives happy with his goods and brood of kind. So I, my mate, and young together stand, because our friend to pity was inclined. A man needs king and warriors for protection, and these are his whose friendship is perfection. Thou cravest happiness, he is famed and strong, he surely prospers to whom friends belong. Even by the poor and weak, O hawk, good friends must needs be found. By a friend's kindness we in ours, behold, are safe and sound. The bird who wins a hero strong to play a friendly part, as thou and I are happy, hawk, is happy in his heart. So she declared the quality of friendship in 6 stanzas, and all this company of friends lived all their lives long without breaking the bond of friendship, and then passed away according to their deeds. End of section 38. Section 39 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Prince Who Could Not Laugh. Once upon a time there reigned a King Suruchi in Matila. This king, having a son born to him, gave him the name of Suruchi Kumara, or Prince Splendid. When he grew up, he determined to study at Takisila. So thither he went and sat down in a hall at the city gate. Now the son of the king of Benares also, whose name was Prince Brahmadatta, went to the same place and took his seat on the same bench where Prince Suruchi sat. They entered into converse together and became friends, and went both together to the teacher. They paid the fee and studied, and ere long their education was complete. Then they took leave of their teacher and went on their road together. After traveling thus a short distance, they came to a stop at a place where the road parted. Then they embraced, and in order to keep their friendship alive, they made a compact together. If I have a son and you have a daughter, or if you have a son and I have a daughter, we will make a match of it between them." When they were on the throne, a son was born to King Suruchi, and to him also the name of Prince Suruchi was given. Brahmadatta had a daughter, and her name was Sumedâ, the wise lady. Prince Suruchi in due time grew up, and went to Takkasila for his education, and that finished, returned. Then his father, wishing to mark out his son for king by ceremonial sprinkling, thought to himself, "My friend the king of Benares has a daughter, so they say. I will make her my son's consort." For this purpose he sent an ambassador with rich gifts. But before they had yet come, the king of Benares asked his queen this question: "Lady, what is the worst misery for a woman?" "To quarrel with her fellow wives." "Then, my lady, to save our only daughter, the Princess Sumedâ, from this misery, we will give her to none but him that will have her and no other." So when the ambassadors came, and named the name of his daughter, he told them, "Good friends, indeed it is true I promised my daughter to my old friend long ago, but we have no wish to cast her into the midst of a crowd of women, and we will give her only to one who will wed her and no other." This message they brought back to the king, but the king was displeased. "Ours is a great kingdom," said he. "The city of Matila covers 7 leagues. The measure of the whole kingdom is 300 leagues. Such a king should have 16,000 women at the least." But Prince Suruchi, hearing the great beauty of Sumedâ, fell in love from hearing of it only. So he sent word to his parents, saying, "I will take her and no other. What do I want with a multitude of women? Let her be brought." They did not thwart his desire, but sent a rich present and a great embassage to bring her home. Then she was made his queen consort, and they were both together consecrated by sprinkling. He became King Suruchi, and ruling in justice lived a life of high happiness with his queen. But although she dwelt in his palace for 10,000 years, never son nor daughter she had of him. Then all the townsfolk gathered together in the palace courtyard, with upbraidings. "What is it?" the king asked. "Fault we have no other to find," said they, "but this, that you have no son to keep up your line. You have but one queen, yet a royal prince should have 16,000 at least. Choose a company of women, my lord. Some worthy wife will bring you a son." "Dear friends, what is this you say? I passed my word I would take no other but one, and on those terms I got her. I cannot lie. No host of women for me." So he refused their request, and they departed. But Sumedâ heard what was said. "The king refuses to choose him other wives for his truth's sake," thought she. "Well, I will find him someone." Playing the part of mother and wife to the king, she chose at her own will 1,000 maidens of the warrior caste, 1,000 of the courtiers, 1,000 daughters of householders, 1,000 of all kinds of dancing girls, 4,000 in all, and delivered them to him. And all these dwelt in the palace for 10,000 years, and never a son or daughter they brought between them. In this way she 3 times brought 4,000 maidens, but they had neither son nor daughter. Thus she brought him 16,000 wives in all. 40,000 years went by, that is to say, 50,000 in all, counting the 10,000 he had lived with her alone. Then the townsfolk again gathered together with reproaches. "What is it now?" the king asked. "My lord, command your women to pray for a son." The king was not unwilling, and commanded so to pray. Thenceforward, praying for a son, they worship all manner of deities and offer all kinds of vows, yet no son appeared. Then the king commanded Sumedâ to pray for a son. She consented. On the fast of the 15th day of the month, she took upon her the 8-fold Sabbath vows, and sat meditating upon the virtues in a magnificent room upon a pleasant couch. The others were in the park, vowing to do sacrifice with goats or kine. By the glory of Sumedâ's virtue, Saka's dwelling place began to tremble. Saka pondered, and understood that Sumedâ prayed for a son. Well, she should have one.
But I cannot give her this or that son indifferently. I will search for one which shall be suitable.
Then he saw a young god called Nalakara, the basket weaver. He was a being endowed with merit, who in a former life lived in Benares when this befell him. At seed time, as he was on his way to the fields, he perceived a Paseka Buddha. He sent on his hinds, bidding them sow the seed, but himself turned back and led the Paseka Buddha home and gave him to eat, and then conducted him again to the Ganges bank. He and his son together made a hut, trunks of fig trees for the foundation, and reeds interwoven for the walls. A door he put to it, and made a path for walking. There for 3 months he made the Paseka Buddha dwell. And after the rains were over, the two of them, father and son, put on him the 3 robes and let him go. In the same manner they entertained 7 Paseka Buddhas in that hut, and gave them the 3 robes and let them go their ways. So men still tell how these two, father and son, turned basket weavers, and hunted for osiers on the banks of the Ganges, and whenever they spied a Paseka Buddha, did as we have said. When they died, they were born in the heaven of the 33, and dwelt in the 6 heavens of sense, one after the other in direct and in reverse succession, enjoying great majesty among the gods. These two, after dying in that region, were desirous of winning to the upper god world. Saka, perceiving that one of them would be the Tathagata, went to the door of their mansion, and saluting him as he arose and came to meet him, said,
Sir, you must go into the world of men.
But he said, O king, the world of men is hateful and loathsome. They who dwell there do good and give alms, longing for the world of the gods. What shall I do when I get there?
Sir, you shall enjoy there all that can be enjoyed in the world of gods. You shall dwell in a palace made with stones of price, 25 leagues in height. Do consent.
He consented. When Saka had received his promise, in the guise of a sage he descended into the king's park and showed himself soaring above those women to and fro in the air, while he chanted, To whom shall I give the blessing of a son? Who craves the blessing of a son?
To me, sir, to me!
Thousands of hands were uplifted. Then he said,
I give sons to the virtuous. What is your virtue? What your life and conversation?
They drew down their uplifted hands, saying, If you would reward virtue, go seek Sumedâ. He went his ways through the air, and stayed at the window of her bedchamber. Then they went and told her, saying, See, my lady, a king of the gods has come down through the air, and stands at your bedchamber window, offering you the boon of a son. With great pomp she proceeded thither, and opening the window said, Is this true, sir, that I hear, how you offer the blessing of a son to a virtuous woman?
It is, and so I do.
Then grant it to me.
What is your virtue? Tell me, and if you please me, I grant you the boon.
Then, declaring her virtue, she recited these 15 stanzas. I am King Ruchi's consort queen, the first he ever wed. With Suruchi 10,000 years my wedded life I led. Suruchi, king of Matila, Videha's chiefest place. I never lightly held his wish, nor deemed him mean or base. In deed or thought or word behind his back, nor to his face. If this be true, O Holy One, so may that son be given. But if my lips are speaking lies, then burst my head in 7. The parents of my husband dear, so long as they held sway, and while they lived, would ever give me training in the way. My passion was to hurt no life, and willingly do right. I served them with extremest care, unwearied day and night. If this be true, etc. No less than 16,000 dames my fellow wives have been, yet, Brahmin, never jealousy nor anger came between. At their good fortune I rejoice, each one of them is dear. My heart is soft to all these wives, as though myself it were. If this be true, etc. Slaves, messengers, and servants all, and all about the place, I give them food, I treat them well, with cheerful, pleasant face. If this be true, etc. ascetics, Brahmins, any man who begging here is seen. I comfort all with food and drink, my hands all wash and clean. If this be true, etc. The 8th of either fortnight, the 14th, 15th days, and the special fast I keep, I walk in holy ways. If this be true, O holy ones, so may that son be given. But if my lips are speaking lies, then burst my head in 7. Indeed, not 100 verses nor 1,000 could suffice to sing the praise of her virtues. Yet Saka allowed her to sing her own praises in these 15 stanzas, nor did he cut the tale short, though he had much to do elsewhere. Then he said, "Abundant and marvelous are your virtues." Then in her praise he recited a couple of stanzas. "All these great virtues, glorious dame, O daughter of a king, are found in thee, which of thyself, O lady, thou dost sing. A warrior born of noble blood, all glorious and wise, Videha's righteous emperor, thy son, shall soon arise." When these words she heard, in great joy she recited 2 stanzas, putting a question to him. "Unkempt, with dust and dirt begrimed, high poised in the sky, thou speakest in a lovely voice that pricks me to the heart. Art thou a mighty God, O sage, and dwellst in heaven on high? O tell me whence thou comest here, O tell me who thou art." He told her in 6 stanzas. "Saka, the 100-eyed thou seest, for so the gods me call, when they are wont to assemble in the heavenly judgment hall. When women virtuous, wise, and good here in the world are found, true wives to husbands, mothers, kind, even as in duty bound. When such a woman wise of heart and good in deed they know, to her, though woman, they divine, the gods themselves will go. So, lady, thou, through worthy life, through store of good deeds done, a princess born, all happiness the heart can wish, hast won. So thou dost reap thy deeds, princess, by glory on the earth, and after in the world of gods a new and heavenly birth. O wise, O blessed, so live on, preserve thy conduct right. Now I to heaven must return, delighted with thy sight." "I have business to do in the world of gods," quoth he, "therefore I go, but do thou be vigilant." With his advice he departed. In the morning time the god Nalakara came down and was conceived. When she discovered it, she told the king, and he did what was necessary for a woman in her state. At the end of 10 months she brought forth a son, and they gave him Mahapanada to his name. All the people of the 2 countries came crying out, "My lord, we bring this for the boy's milk bunny," and each dropped a coin in the king's courtyard. A great heap there was of them. The king did not wish to accept this, but they would not take the money back, but said as they departed, "When the boy grows up, my lord, it will pay for his keep." The lad was brought up amid great magnificence, and when he came of years, no more than 16, he was perfect in all accomplishments. The king, thinking of his son's age, said to the queen, "My lady, when the time comes for the ceremonial sprinkling of our son, let us make him a fine palace for that occasion." She was quite willing. The king sent for those who had skill in divining the lucky place for a building, and said to them, "My friends, get a master mason and build me a palace not far from my own. This is for my son, whom we are about to consecrate as my successor." They said it was well, and proceeded to examine the surface of the ground. At that moment, Saka's throne became hot. Perceiving this, he at once summoned Visakama and said, "Go, my good Visakama, make for Prince Mahapanada a palace 1/2 league in length and breadth and 25 leagues in height, all with stones of price." Visakama took on the shape of a mason, and approaching the workman said, "Go and eat your breakfast, then return." Having thus got rid of the men, he struck on the earth with his staff. In that instant up rose a palace 7 stories high of the aforesaid size. Now for Mahapanada, these 3 ceremonies were done together. the ceremony for consecrating the palace, the ceremony for spreading above him the royal umbrella, the ceremony of his marriage. At the time of the ceremony, all the people of both countries gathered together and spent 7 years a feasting, nor did the king dismiss them. Their clothes, their ornaments, their food, and their drink, and all the rest of it, these things were all provided by the royal family. At the 7 years' end, they began to grumble, and King Suruchi asked why. "O king," said they, "while we have been reveling at this feast 7 years have gone by. When will the feast come to an end?" He answered, "My good friends, all this while my son has never once laughed. So soon as he shall laugh, we will disperse again." Then the crowd went beating the drum and gathered the tumblers and jugglers together. Thousands of tumblers were gathered, and they divided themselves into 7 bands and danced. But they could not make the prince laugh. Of course, he that had seen the dancing of dancers divine could not care for such dancers as these. Then came 2 clever jugglers, Bandukana and Pandukana, Crop Ear and Yellow Ear, and they said, "We will make the prince laugh." Bandukana made a great mango tree, which he called Sanspareil, grow before the palace door. Then he threw up a ball of string and made it catch on a branch of the tree. Then up he climbed into the mango Sanspareil. Now the mango Sanspareil, they say, is a Vesavana's mango. And the slaves of the Vesavana took him as usual, chopped him up limb meal, and threw down the bits. The other jugglers joined the pieces together and poured water upon them. The man donned upper and under garments of flowers, and rose up and began dancing. Even the sight of this did not make the prince laugh. Then Pandukana had some firewood piled in the courtyard, and went into the fire with his troop. When the fire was burnt out, the people sprinkled the pile with water. Pandukana with his troop rose up dancing with upper and under garments of flowers. When the people found they could not make him laugh, they grew angry. Saka, perceiving this, sent down a divine dancer, bidding him make Prince Mahapanada laugh. Then he came and remained poised in the air above the royal courtyard, and performed what is called the half-body dance. 1 hand, 1 foot, 1 eye, 1 tooth go a-dancing, throbbing, flickering to and fro. All the rest stone still. Mahapanada, when he saw this, gave a little smile. But the crowd roared and roared with laughter, could not cease laughing, laughed themselves out of their wits, lost control of their limbs, rolled over and over in the royal courtyard. That was the end of the festival. The rest of it, Great Panada, mighty king, with his palace all of gold, must be explained in the Mahapanada birth. King Mahapanada did good and gave alms, and at his life's end went to the world of gods. End of section 39. Section 40 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A Lost Friend Found by a Song. Once upon a time, in the realm of Avanti and the city of Ujjaini, reigned a great king named Avanti. At that time, a Kandala village lay outside Ujjaini, and there the great being was born. Another person was born, the son of his mother's sister. The one of these 2 was named SÍTÀ, and the other Sambhuta. These 2, when they grew up, having learned what is called the art of sweeping in the Kandala breed, thought one day they would go and show off this art at the city gate. So one of them showed off at the north gate, and one at the east. Now in this city were 2 women wise in the omens of sight, the one a merchant's daughter, and the other a family priest's. They went forth to make merry in the park, having ordered food to be brought hard and soft, garlands and perfumes, and it so happened that one went out by the northern gate and one the eastern. Seeing the 2 young Kandalas showing their art, the girls asked, "Who are these?" "Kandalas," they were informed. "This is an evil omen to see," they said, and after washing their eyes with perfumed water, they returned back.
Then the multitude cried, "O vile outcasts, you have made us lose food and strong drink, which would have cost us nothing." They belabored the two kinsmen, and did them much misery and mischief. When they recovered their senses, up they got and joined company, and told each other what woe had befallen him, weeping and wailing, and wondering what to do now. "All the misery has come upon us," they thought, "because of our birth. We shall never be able to play the part of Kandalas. Let us conceal our birth, and go to Takisila in the disguise of young Brahmins, and study there." Having made this decision, they went thither, and followed their studies in the law under a far-famed master. A rumor was blown abroad over India that two young Kandalas were students, and had concealed their birth. The wise Sita was successful in his studies, but Sambhuta not so. One day a villager invited the teacher, intending to offer food to the Brahmins. Now it happened that rain fell in the night, and flooded all the hollows in the road. Early in the morning the teacher summoned wise Sita, and said, "My lad, I cannot go. Do you go with the young men, and pronounce a blessing. Eat what you get for yourself, and bring home what there is for me." Accordingly, he took the young Brahmins and went. While the young men bathed and rinsed their mouths, the people prepared rice porridge, which they set ready for them, saying, "Let it cool." Before it was cool, the young men came and sat down. The people gave them the water of offering, and set the bowls in front of them. Sambhuta's wits were somewhat muddled, and imagining it to be cool, took up a ball of the rice and put it in his mouth. But it burnt him like a red-hot ball of metal. In his pain, he forgot his part altogether, and glancing at wise Sita, he said in Kandala dialect, "Hot, ain't it?" The other forgot himself too, and answered in their manner of speech, "Spit it out! Spit it out!" At this, the young men looked at each other and said, "What kind of language is this?" Wise Sita pronounced a blessing. When the young men came home, they gathered in little knots and sat here and there discussing the words used. Finding that it was the dialect of the Kandalas, they cried out on them, "O vile outcasts, you have been tricking us all this while and pretending to be Brahmins." And they beat them both. One good man drove them out, saying, "Away, the blot's in the blood, be off, go somewhere and become ascetics." The young Brahmins told their teacher that the two were Kandalas. The pair went out into the woods, and there took up the ascetic life, and after no long time died, and were born again as the young of a doe on the banks of the Neranjara. From the time of their birth they always went about together. One day, when they had fed, a hunter espied them under a tree, ruminating and cuddling together, very happy, head to head, nozzle to nozzle, horn to horn. He cast a javelin at them, and killed them both by one blow. After this they were born as the young of an osprey on the bank of Narbuda. There, too, when they grew up after feeding, they would cuddle together, head to head and beak to beak. A bird snare saw them, caught them together, and killed them both. Next, the wise Sita was born at Kausambi as the son of a family priest. The wise Sambhuta was born as the son of the king of Udara Panchala. From their name days they could remember their former births, but Sambhuta was not able to remember all without breaks, and all he could remember was the fourth or Kandala birth. Sita, however, remembered all four in due order. When Sita was 16 years old, he went away and became an ascetic in Himalaya, and developed the faculty of the religious ecstasy, and dwelt in the bliss of ecstatic trance. Wise Sambhuta, after his father's death, had the umbrella spread over him, and on the very day of the umbrella ceremony, in the midst of a great concourse, made a ceremonial hymn, and uttered 2 stanzas in inspiration. When they heard this, the royal wives and the musicians all chanted them, saying, "Our king's own coronation hymn," and in course of time all the citizens sang it as the hymn which their king loved. Wise Sita, in his dwelling place in Himalaya, wondered whether his brother Sambhuta had assumed the umbrella or not. Perceiving that he had, He thought, "I shall never be able to instruct a young ruler, but when he is old, I will visit him and persuade him to be an ascetic." For 50 years he went not, and by that time the king was increased with sons and daughters. Then, by his supernatural power, he went and alighted in the park and sat on the seat of ceremony like an image of gold. Just then a lad was picking up sticks, and as he did so, he sang that hymn. Wise Sita called him to approach. He came up with an obeisance and waited. Sita said to him, "Since early morning you have been singing that hymn. Do you know no other?" "Oh, yes, sir, I know many more, but these are the verses the king loves. That is why I sing no others." "Is there anyone who can sing a refrain to the king's hymn?" "No, sir." "Could you?" "Yes, if I'm taught one." "Well, when the king chants these 2 verses, you sing this by way of a third." And he recited a hymn. "Now," said he, "go and sing this before the king, and the king will be pleased with you and make much of you for it." The lad went to his mother quickly and got himself dressed up, spick and span, then to the king's door and sent in word that a lad would sing him a refrain to his hymn. The king said, "Let him approach." When the lad had come in and saluted him, quoth the king, "They say you will sing me an answering refrain to my hymn." "Yes, my lord," said he. "Bring in the whole court to hear." As soon as the court had assembled, the lad said, "Sing your hymn, my lord, and I will answer with mine." The king repeated a pair of stanzas. "Every good deed bears fruit or soon or late, no deed without result and nothing vain. Who knows if Sita also may be great, and like myself his heart have brought him gain." At the end of this hymn, the lad chanted the 3rd stanza. "Every good deed bears fruit or soon or late, no deed without result and nothing vain. Behold, my lord, see Sita at thy gate, and like thyself his heart has brought him gain." On hearing this, the king repeated the 4th stanza. "Then art thou Sita, or the tale didst hear from him, or did some other make thee know? Thy hymn is very sweet, I have no fear, a village and a bounty I bestow." Then the lad repeated the 5th stanza. "I am not Sita, but I heard the thing. It was a sage laid on me this command. Go and recite an answer to the king, and be rewarded by his grateful hand." Hearing this, the king thought, "It must be my brother Sita. Now I'll go and see him." Then he laid his bidding upon his men in the words of these 2 stanzas. "Come, yoke the royal chariots so finely wrought and made, gird up with girths the elephants in necklets bright arrayed, beat drums for joy, and let the conches be blown, prepare the swiftest chariots I own. For that hermitage I will away, to see the sage that sits within this day." So he spoke, then mounting his fine chariot, he went swiftly to the park gate. There he checked his chariot and approached wise Sita with an obeisance and sat down on one side. Greatly pleased, he recited the 8th stanza. "A precious hymn it is I sang so sweet, while thronging multitudes around me pressed. For now this holy sage I come to greet, and all is joy and gladness in my breast." Happy from the instant he saw wise Sita, he gave all necessary directions, bidding prepare a seat for his brother, and repeated the 9th stanza. "Accept a seat, and for your feet fresh water. It is right to offer gifts of food to guests. Accept as we invite." After this sweet invitation, the king repeated another stanza, offering him the half of his kingdom. "Let them make glad the place where thou shalt dwell. Let throngs of waiting women wait on thee. Oh, let me show thee that I love thee well, and let us both kings here together be." When he had heard these words, wise Sita discoursed to him in 6 stanzas. "Seeing the fruit of evil deeds, O king, seeing what profit deeds of goodness bring, I fain would exercise stern self-control. Sons, wealth, and cattle cannot charm my soul. 10 decades has this mortal life, which each to each succeed. This limit reached, man withers fast, like to a broken deed. Then what is pleasure, what is love, wealth hunting, what to me? What sons and daughters? Know, O king, from fetters I am free. For this is true, I know it well, death will not pass me by. And what is love, or what is wealth, when you must come to die? The lowest race that go upon 2 feet are the Kandalas, meanest men on earth. When all our deeds were ripe as guerdon meet, we both as young Kandalas had our birth. Kandalas in Avanti land, deer by Naranjara, ospreys by the Nerbudda, now Brahmin and Katiya. Having thus made clear his mean births in time past, here also in this birth he declared the impermanency of things created, and recited 4 stanzas to arouse an effort. Life is but short, and death the end must be. The aged have no hiding where to flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds which grow to misery eschew. Life is but short, and death the end must be. The aged have no hiding where to flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds whose fruit is misery eschew. Life is but short, and death the end must be. The aged have no hiding where to flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds that are with passion stained eschew. Life is but short, and death the end must be. Old age will sap our strength, we cannot flee. Then, O Panchala, what I bid thee do, all deeds that lead to lowest hell eschew. The king rejoiced as the great being spoke, and repeated 3 stanzas. 3 is the word, O brother, which you say. You like a holy saint your words dictate. But my desires are hard to cast away. By such as I am, they are very great. As elephants deep sunken in the mire cannot climb out, although they see the land, so sunken in the slough of strong desire, upon the brethren's path I cannot stand. As father or as mother would their son admonish, good and happy how to grow. How happiness after this life is won, tell me, and by which way I ought to go. Then the great being said to him, O Lord of men, thou canst not cast away these passions which are common to mankind. Let not thy people unjust taxes pay, equal and righteous ruling let them find. Send messengers to north, south, east, and west, the Brahmins and ascetics to invite. Provide them food and drink, a place to rest, clothes and all else that may be requisite. Give thou the food and drink which satisfies, sages and holy Brahmins full of faith, who gives and rules as well as in him lies, will go to heaven all blameless after death. But if surrounded by thy womankind, thou feel thy passion and desire too strong, this verse of poetry then bear in mind, and sing it in the midst of all the throng. No roof, no shelter from the sky, amid the dogs he lay, but mother nursed him as she walked, but he's a king today. Such was the great being's advice. Then he said, I have given you my counsel, and now do you become an ascetic or not, as you think fit, but I will follow up the ripening of my own deeds. Then he rose up in the air and shook off the dust of his feet over him, and departed to Himalaya. And the king saw it, and was greatly moved, and relinquishing his kingdom to his eldest son, he called out his army, and set his face in the direction of Himalaya. When the great being heard of his coming, he went with his attendant sages, and received him, and ordained him to the holy life, and taught him the means of inducing mystic ecstasy. He developed the faculty of mystical meditation. Thus these two together became destined for Brahma's world. End of section 40. Section 41 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. King Sivi. Once upon a time, when the mighty King Sivi reigned in the city of Aritapura in the kingdom of Sivi, the great being was born as his son. They called his name Prince Sivi. When he grew up, he went to Takisala and studied there.
Then returning, he proved his knowledge to his father the king, and by him was made viceroy. At his father's death he became king himself, and forsaking the ways of evil, he kept to the 10 royal virtues and ruled in righteousness. He caused 6 almshalls to be built at the 4 gates in the midst of the city, and at his own door. He was munificent in distributing each day 600,000 pieces of money. On the 8th, 14th, and 15th days he never missed visiting the almshalls to see the distribution made. Once on the day of the full moon, the state umbrella had been uplifted early in the morning, and he sat on the royal throne thinking over the gifts he had given. Thought he to himself, "Of all the outside things there is nothing I have not given. But this kind of giving does not content me. I want to give something which is part of myself. Well, this day when I go to the almshall, I vow that if anyone ask not something outside me, but name what is part of myself, if he should mention my very heart, I will cut open my breast with a spear, and as though I were drawing up a water-lily, stalk and all, from a calm lake, I will pull forth my heart, dripping with blood clots, and give it him. If he should name the flesh of my body, I will cut the flesh off my body and give it, as though I were graving with a graving tool. Let him name my blood, I will give him my blood, dropping it in his mouth or filling a bowl with it. Or again, if one say, I can't get my household work done, come and do me a slave's part at home, then I will leave my royal dress and stand without, proclaiming myself a slave, and slave's work I will do. Should any men demand my eyes, I will tear out my eyes and give them, as one might take out the pith of a palm tree. Thus he thought within him, If there be any human gift that I have never made, be it my eyes, I'll give it now, all firm and unafraid. Then he bathed himself with 16 pitchers of perfumed water, and adorned him in all his magnificence, and after a meal of choice food he mounted upon an elephant richly caparisoned and went to the almshall. Saka, perceiving his resolution, thought, King SIVI has determined to give his eyes to any chance comer who may ask. Will he be able to do it or no? He determined to try him, and in the form of a Brahmin old and blind, he posted himself on a high place, and when the king came to his almshall, he stretched out his hand and stood crying, Long live the king! Then the king drove his elephant towards him and said, What do you say, Brahmin? Saka said to him, O great king, in all the inhabited world there is no spot where the fame of your munificent heart has not sounded. I am blind, and you have 2 eyes. Then he repeated the first stanza, asking for an eye. To ask an eye, the old man comes from far, for I have none. Oh, give me one of yours, I pray, then we shall each have one. When the great being heard this, thought he, Why, that is just what I was thinking in my palace before I came. What a fine chance! My heart's desire will be fulfilled today. I shall give a gift which no man ever gave yet. And he recited the second stanza. Who taught thee hitherward to wend thy way, O mendicant, and for an eye to pray? The chiefest portion of a man is this, and hard for men to part with, so they say. The succeeding stanzas are to be read 2 and 2, as may easily be seen. Sujampati among the gods, the same, here among men called Magava by name. He taught me hitherward to wend my way, begging, and for an eye to urge my claim. 'Tis the all-chiefest gift for which I pray. Give me an eye, oh, do not say me nay. Give me an eye, that chiefest gift of gifts, so hard for men to part with, as they say. The wish that brought thee hitherward, the wish that did arise within thee, be that wish fulfilled. Here, Brahmin, take my eyes. 1 eye thou didst request of me. Behold, I give thee 2. Go with good sight in all the people's view. So be thy wish fulfilled, and now come true. So much the king said, but thinking it not meet that he should root out his eyes and bestow them there and then, he brought the Brahmin indoors with him, and sitting on the royal throne sent for a surgeon named Sīvaka. "Take out my eye," he then said. Now all the city rang with the news that the king wished to tear out his eyes and give them to a Brahmin. Then the commander-in-chief and all the other officials, and those beloved of the king, gathered together from city and harem and recited 3 stanzas, that they might turn the king from his purpose. "Oh, do not give thine eye, my lord! Desert us not, O king! Give money, pearls, and coral give, and many a precious thing. Give thoroughbreds caparison, forth be the chariots rolled. O king, drive up the elephants all fine with cloth of gold. These give, O king, that we may all preserve thee safe and sound, thy faithful people with our cars and chariots ranged around." Hereupon the king recited 3 stanzas. "The soul which having sworn to give is the unfaithful found, puts his own neck within a snare low hidden on the ground. The soul which having sworn to give is then unfaithful found, more sinful is than sin, and he to Yama's house is bound. That which is asked I give, and not the thing he asketh not. This, therefore, which the Brahmin asks, I give it on the spot." Then the courtiers asked, "What do you desire in giving your eyes?" Repeating a stanza. "Life, beauty, joy, or strength, what is the prize, O king, which motive for your deed supplies? Why should the king of Sivi land supreme, for the next world's sake, thus bestow his eyes?" The king answered them in a stanza. "In giving thus, not glory is my goal, not sons, not wealth, or kingdoms to control. This is the good old way of holy men, of giving gifts enamored is my soul." To the great being's words the courtiers answered nothing. So the great being addressed Sīvaka the surgeon in a stanza. "A friend and comrade, Sīvaka, art thou. Do as I bid thee, thou hast skill enow. Take out my eyes, for this is my desire, and in the beggar's hands bestow them now." But Sīvaka said, "Bethink you, my lord, to give one's eyes is no light thing." "Sīvaka, I have considered. Don't delay nor talk too much in my presence." Then he thought, "It is not fitting that a skillful surgeon like me should pierce a king's eyes with the lancet." So he pounded a number of simples, rubbed a blue lotus with the powder, and brushed it over the right eye. Round rolled the eye, and there was great pain. "Reflect, my king, I can make it all right." "Go on, friend, no delay, please." Again he rubbed in the powder and brushed it over the eye. The eye started from the socket. The pain was worse than before. "Reflect, my king, I can still restore it." "Be quick with the job." A 3rd time he smeared a sharper powder and applied it. By the drug's power, round went the eye, out it came from the socket, and hung dangling at the end of the tendon. "Reflect, my king, I can yet restore it again." "Be quick." The pain was extreme. Blood was trickling. The king's garments were stained with the blood. The king's women and the courtiers fell at his feet, crying, "My lord, do not sacrifice your eyes." Loudly they wept and wailed. The king endured the pain and said, "My friend, be quick." "Very well, my lord," said the physician, and with his left hand, grasping the eyeball, took a knife in his right, and severing the tendon, laid the eye in the great being's hand. He gazed with his left eye at the right, and enduring the pain, said, "Brahmin, come here." When the Brahmin came near, he went on, "The eye of omniscience is dearer than this eye 100-fold, aye, 1,000-fold. There you have my reason for this action." And he gave it to the Brahmin, who raised it and placed it in his own eye socket. There it remained, fixed by his power like a blue lotus in bloom. When the great being with his left eye saw that eye in his head, he cried, "Ah, how good is this my gift of an eye!" and thrilled straightway with the joy that had arisen within him, he gave the other eye also. Saka placed this also in the place of his own eye, and departed from the king's palace, and then from the city, with the gaze of the multitude upon him, and went away to the world of gods. In a short while the king's eyes began to grow. As they grew, and before they reached the top of the holes, a lump of flesh rose up inside like a ball of wool, filling the cavity. They were like a doll's eyes, but the pain ceased. The great being remained in the palace a few days. Then he thought, "What has a blind man to do with ruling? I will hand over my kingdom to the courtiers and go into my park and become an ascetic and live as a holy man." He summoned his courtiers and told them what he intended to do. "One man," said he, "shall be with me to wash my face and so forth, and to do all that is proper, and you must fasten a cord to guide me to the retiring places." Then, calling for his charioteer, he bade him prepare the chariot. But the courtiers would not allow him to go in the chariot. They brought him out in a golden litter, and set him down by the lakeside, and then, guarding him all around, returned. The king sat in the litter, thinking of his gift. At that moment Saka's throne became hot, and he, pondering, perceived the reason. "I will offer the king a boon," thought he, "and make his eyes well again." So to that place he came, and not far off from the great being he walked up and down, up and down. "Who is that?" cried the great being when he heard the sound of the footsteps. Saka repeated the stanza. "Saka, the king of gods am I. To visit thee I came. Choose thou a boon, O royal sage, whatever thy wish may name." The king replied with another stanza. "Wealth, strength, and treasure without end, these I have left behind. O Saka, death and nothing more I want, for I am blind." Then Saka said, "Do you ask death, King SIVI, because you wish to die, or because you are blind?" "Because I am blind, my lord." "The gift is not everything in itself, your majesty. It was made with a view to the future. Yet there is a motive relating to this visible world. Now you were asked for one eye and gave two. Make an act of truth about it." Then he began a stanza. "O warrior, lord of biped kind, declare the thing that's true. If you the truth declare, your eye shall be restored to you." On hearing this, the great being replied, "If you wish to give me an eye, Saka, do not try any other means, but let my eye be restored as a consequence of my gift." Saka said, "Though they call me Saka, king of the gods, your majesty, yet I cannot give an eye to anyone else. But by the fruit of the gift by thee given, and by nothing else, your eye shall be restored to you." Then the other repeated a stanza maintaining that his gift was well given. "Whatever sort, whatever kind of suitor shall draw near, whoever comes to ask of me, he to my heart is dear. If these my solemn words be true, now let my eye appear." Even as he uttered the words, one of his eyes grew up in the socket. Then he repeated a couple of stanzas to restore the other. "A Brahmin came to visit me, one of my eyes to crave. Unto that Brahmin mendicant the pair of them I gave. A greater joy and more delight that action did afford. If these my solemn words be true, be the other eye restored." On the instant appeared his second eye. But these eyes of his were neither natural nor divine. An eye given by Saka as the Brahmin cannot be natural, we know. On the other hand, a divine eye cannot be produced in anything that is injured. But these eyes are called the eyes of the attainment of truth. At the time when they came into existence, the whole royal retinue by Saka's power was assembled, and Saka, standing in the midst of the throng, uttered praise in a couple of stanzas. "O fostering king of Sivi land, these holy hymns of thine have gained for thee as bounty free this pair of eyes divine. Through rock and wall, o'er hill and dale, whatever bar may be, 100 leagues on every side,
those eyes of thine shall see." Having uttered these stanzas, poised in the air before the multitude, with a last counsel to the great being that he should be vigilant, Sokka returned to the world of gods. And the great being, surrounded by his retinue, went back in great pomp to the city, and entered the palace called Kandaka, the Peacock's Eye. The news that he had got his eyes again spread abroad all through the kingdom of Sivi. All the people gathered together to see him with gifts in their hands. "Now all this multitude is come together," thought the great being. "I shall praise my gift that I gave." He caused a great pavilion to be put up at the palace gate, where he seated himself upon the royal throne, with the white umbrella spread above him. Then the drum was sent beating about the city to collect all the trade guilds. Then he said, "O people of Sivi, now you have beheld these divine eyes. Never eat food without giving something away." And he repeated 4 stanzas declaring the law. "Who, if he's asked to give, would answer no, although it be his best and choicest prize? People of Sivi, thronged in concourse, ho! Come hither, see the gift of God, my eyes. Through rock and wall, o'er hill and dale, whatever bar may be, 100 leagues on every side, these eyes of mine can see. Self-sacrifice in all men mortal living, of all things is most fine. I sacrificed a mortal eye, and giving, received an eye divine. See, people, see, give ere ye eat. Let others have a share. This done with your best will and care, blameless to heaven you shall repair." In these 4 verses he declared the law. And after that, every fortnight on the holy day, even every 15th day, he declared the law in these same verses without cessation to a great gathering of people. Hearing which, the people, after giving alms and doing good deeds, attained to heaven. End of section 41. Section 42 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Evils of Strong Drink. Once upon a time when Brahmadatta was ruling in Benares, a forester named Sura, who dwelt in the kingdom of Kasi, went to the Himalayas to seek for articles of merchandise. There was a certain tree there that sprang up to the height of a man with his arms extended over his head, and then divided into 3 parts. In the midst of its 3 forks was a hole as big as a wine jar, and when it rained this hole was filled with water. Round about it grew 2 myrobalan plants and a pepper shrub, and the ripe fruits from these, when they were cut down, fell into the hole. Not far from this tree was some self-sown paddy. The parrots would pluck the heads of rice and eat them perched on this tree. And while they were eating, the paddy and the husked rice fell there. So the water, fermenting through the sun's heat, assumed a blood-red color. In the hot seasons, flocks of birds, being thirsty, drank of it, and becoming intoxicated, fell down at the foot of the tree, and after sleeping a while, flew away, chirping merrily. And the same thing happened in the case of wild dogs, monkeys, and other creatures. The forester, on seeing this, said, "If this were poison, they would die. But after a short sleep, they go away as they list. It is no poison." And he himself drank of it, and becoming intoxicated, he felt a desire to eat flesh. And then, making a fire, he killed the partridges and cocks that fell down at the foot of the tree, and roasted their flesh on the live coals, and gesticulating with one hand, and eating flesh with the other, he remained 1 or 2 days in the same spot. Now, not far from here lived an ascetic named Varuna. The forester at other times also used to visit him, and the thought now struck him, "I will drink this liquor with the ascetic." So he filled a reed pipe with it, and taking it together with some roast meat, he came to the hut of leaves and said, "Holy sir, taste this liquor." And they both drank it and ate the meat. So from the fact of this drink having been discovered by Sura and Varuna, it was called by their names, Sura and Varuni. They both thought, "This is the way to manage it."
And they filled their reed pipes, and, taking it on a carrying pole, they came to a neighboring village, and sent a message to the king that some wine merchants had come. The king sent for them, and they offered him the drink. The king drank it 2 or 3 times, and got intoxicated. This lasted him only 1 or 2 days. Then he asked them if there was any more. "Yes, sir," they said.
Where?
"In the Himalayas, sir."
Then bring it here.
They went and fetched it 2 or 3 times. Then, thinking, "We can't always be going there," they took note of all the constituent parts, and, beginning with the bark of the tree, they threw in all the other ingredients, and made the drink in the city. The men of the city drank it and became idle wretches, and the place became like a deserted city. Then these wine merchants fled from it and came to Benares, and sent a message to the king to announce their arrival. The king sent for them and paid them money, and they made wine there too. And that city also perished in the same way. Thence they fled to Sakata, and from Sakata they came to Savatthi. At that time there was a king named Sabamita in Savatthi. He showed favor to these men and asked them what they wanted. When they said, "We want the chief ingredients and ground rice and 500 jars," he gave them everything they asked for. So they stored the liquor in the 500 jars, and, to guard them, they bound cats, 1 to each jar. And when the liquor fermented and began to escape, the cats drank the strong drink that flowed from the inside of the jars, and getting intoxicated, they lay down to sleep. And rats came and bit off the cats' ears, noses, teeth, and tails. The king's officers came and told the king, "The cats have died from drinking the liquor." The king said, "Surely these men must be makers of poison." And he ordered them both to be beheaded, and they died, crying out, "Give us strong drink! Give us mead!" The king, after putting the men to death, gave orders that the jars should be broken. But the cats, when the effect of the liquor wore off, got up and walked about and played. When they saw this, they told the king. The king said, "If it were poison, they would have died. It must be mead. We will drink it." So he had the city decorated, and set up a pavilion in the palace yard, and, taking his seat in the splendid pavilion on a royal throne with a white umbrella raised over it, and surrounded by his courtiers, he began to drink. Then Saka, the king of the gods, said, "Who are there that in the duty of service to mother and the like diligently fulfill the 3 kinds of right conduct?" And looking upon the world, he saw the king seated to drink strong drink, and he thought, "If he shall drink strong drink, all India will perish. I will see that he shall not drink it." So, placing a jar full of the liquor in the palm of his hand, he went disguised as a Brahmin, and stood in the air in the presence of the king, and cried, "Buy this jar! Buy this jar!" The king, Sabamita, on seeing him standing in the air and speaking after this manner, said, "Whence can this Brahmin come?" And conversing with him, he repeated 3 stanzas. "Who art thou, being from on high, whose form emits bright rays of light, like levin flash athwart the sky, or moon illuming darkest night? To ride the pathless air upon, to move or stand in silent space, real is the power that thou hast won, and proves thou art of godlike race. Then, Brahmin, who thou art, declare, and what within thy jar may be, that thus appearing in mid-air, thou fain wouldst sell thy wares to me." Then Saka said, "Hearken to me," and expounding the evil qualities of strong drink, he said, "This jar nor oil nor ghee doth hold, no honey or molasses here, but vices more than can be told are stored within its rounded sphere. Who drinks will fall, poor silly fool, into some hole or pit impure, or headlong sink in loathsome pool, and eat what he would fain abjure. Buy then, O king, this jar of mine, full to the brim of strongest wine, and after drinking this, I ween,
and a Kavenhu's mighty race, roaming along the shore, were seen, to fall each by his kinsman's mace. Buy then, etc. The Asuras, made drunk with wine, fall from eternal heaven, O king, with all their magic power divine. Then who would taste the accursed thing? Buy then, etc. Nor curds nor honey sweet is here, but evermore remembering what's stored within this rounded sphere. Buy, prithee, buy my jar, O king. On hearing this, the king, recognizing the misery caused by drink, was so pleased with Saka that he sang his praises in 2 stanzas. No parents had I, sage, to teach like thee, but thou art kind and merciful, I see, a seeker of the highest truth alway, therefore I will obey thy words today. Lo, 5 choice villages I own are thine, twice 50 handmaids, 700 kine, and these 10 cars with steeds of purest blood, for thou hast counseled me to mine own good. Saka, on hearing this, revealed his godhead and made himself known, and standing in the air he repeated 2 stanzas. These 100 slaves, O king, may still be thine, and eke the villages and herds of kine. No chariots yoked to high-bred steeds I claim. Saka, chief god of 33 my name. Enjoy thy ghee, rice, milk, and sodden meat. Still be content thy honey cakes to eat. Thus, king, delighting in the truths I've preached, pursue thy blameless path till heaven is reached. Thus did Saka admonish him, and then return to his abode in heaven. And the king, abstaining from strong drink, ordered the drinking vessels to be broken, and undertaking to keep the precepts and dispensing alms, he became destined to heaven. But the drinking of strong drink gradually developed in India. End of section 42. Section 43 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The White Six-Tusked Elephant. Once upon a time, 8,000 royal elephants, by the exercise of supernatural powers moving through the air, dwelt near Lake Kadanta in the Himalayas. At this time, the Bodhisattva came to life as the son of the chief elephant. He was a pure white, with red feet and face. By and by, when grown up, he was 88 hands high, 120 hands long. He had a trunk like to a silver rope 58 hands long, and tusks 15 hands in circumference, 30 hands long, and emitting 6 colored rays. He was the chief of a herd of 8,000 elephants, and paid honor to Pacceka Buddhas. His 2 head queens were Kula Subhada and Mahasubhada. The king elephant, with his herd numbering 8,000, took up his abode in the Golden Cave. Now Lake Kadanta was 50 leagues long and 50 broad. In the middle of it, for a space extending 12 leagues, no savala or panaka plant is found, and it consists of water in appearance like a magic jewel. Next to this, encircling this water, was a thicket of pure white lilies, a league in breadth. Next to this, and encircling it, was a thicket of pure blue lotuses, a league in extent. Then came white and red lotuses, red and white lilies, and white esculent lilies, each also a league in extent, and each encircling the one before. Next to these 7 thickets came a mixed tangle of white and other lilies, also a league in extent, and encircling all the preceding ones. Next, in water as deep as elephants can stand in, was a thicket of red paddy. Next, at the edge of the water was a grove of small shrubs, abounding in delicate and fragrant blossoms of blue, yellow, red, and white. So these 10 thickets were each a league in extent. Next came a thicket of various kinds of kidney beans. Next came a tangle of convolvulus, cucumber, pumpkin, gourd, and other creepers. Then a grove of sugar cane of the size of the areca nut tree. Then a grove of plantains with fruit as big as elephants' tusks. Then a field of paddy. Then a grove of breadfruit of the size of a water jar.
Next, a grove of tamarinds with luscious fruit. Then a grove of elephant apple trees. Then a great forest of different kinds of trees. Then a bamboo grove. Such at this time was the magnificence of this region. Its present magnificence is described in the Samyutta commentary, but surrounding the bamboo grove were 7 mountains. Starting from the extreme outside, first came Little Black Mountain, next Great Black Mountain, then Water Mountain, Moon Mountain, Sun Mountain, Jewel Mountain, then the 7th in order, Golden Mountain. This was 7 leagues in height, rising all round the Lake Chidanta like the rim of a bowl. The inner side of it was of a golden color. From the light that issued from it, Lake Chidanta shone like the newly risen sun. But of the outer mountains, one was 6 leagues in height, one 5, one 4, one 3, one 2, one a single league in height. Now, in the northeast corner of the lake, thus girt about with 7 mountains, in a spot where the wind fell upon the water, grew a big banyan tree. Its trunk was 5 leagues in circumference, and 7 leagues in height. 4 branches spread 6 leagues to the 4 points of the compass, and the branch which rose straight upwards was 6 leagues. So from the root upwards it was 13 leagues in height, and from the extremity of the branches in one direction to the extremity of the branches in the opposite direction, it was 12 leagues. And the tree was furnished with 8,000 shoots, and stood forth in all its beauty, like to the bare jewel mount. But on the west side of Lake Chidanta, in the Golden Mount, was a golden cave, 12 leagues in extent. Chidanta the Elephant King, with his following of 8,000 elephants in the rainy season, lived in the golden cave. In the hot season he stood at the foot of the great banyan tree, amongst its shoots, welcoming the breeze from off the water. Now one day they told him, "The great sal grove is in flower." So, attended by his herd, he was minded to disport himself in the sal grove, and going thither he struck with his frontal globe a sal tree in full bloom. At that moment Kulasubhadra stood to windward, and dry twigs mixed with dead leaves and red ants fell upon her person. But Mahasubhadra stood to leeward, and flowers with pollen and stalks and green leaves fell on her. Thought Kulasubhadra, "He let fall on the wife dear to him flowers and pollen and fresh stalks and leaves, but on my person he dropped a mixture of dry twigs, dead leaves, and red ants. Well, I shall know what to do." And she conceived a grudge against the great being. Another day the king elephant and his attendant herd went down to Lake Chidanta to bathe. Then 2 young elephants took bundles of Usira root in their trunks and gave him a bath, rubbing him down, as it were, Mount Kailasa. And when he came out of the water, they bathed the 2 queen elephants, and they too came out of the water and stood before the great being. Then the 8,000 elephants entered the lake, and, disporting themselves in the water, plucked various flowers from the lake, and adorned the great being, as if it had been a silver shrine, and afterwards adorned the queen elephants. Then a certain elephant, as he swam about the lake, gathered a large lotus with 7 shoots, and offered it to the great being. And he, taking it in his trunk, sprinkled the pollen on his forehead, and presented the flower to the chief elephant, Mahasubhadra. On seeing this, her rival said, "This lotus with 7 shoots he also gives to his favorite queen, and not to me." And again she conceived a grudge against him. Now one day when the Bodhisattva had dressed luscious fruits and lotus stalks and fibers with the nectar of the flower, and was entertaining 500 Pacceka Buddhas, Kulasubhadra offered the wild fruits she had got to the Pacceka Buddhas, and she put up a prayer to this effect: "Hereafter, when I pass hence, may I be reborn as the royal maiden Subhadra in the Mada king's family, and on coming of age may I attain to the dignity of queen consort to the king of Benares. Then I shall be dear and charming in his eyes, and in a position to do what I please. So I will speak to the king, and send a hunter with a poisoned arrow to wound and slay this elephant, and thus may I be able to have brought to me a pair of his tusks that emit 6-colored rays." Thenceforth she took no food, and pining away in no long time she died, and came to life again as the child of the queen consort in the Mata kingdom, and was named Subada. And when she was of a suitable age, they gave her in marriage to the king of Benares. And she was dear and pleasing in his eyes, and the chief of 16,000 wives. And she recalled to mind her former existences, and thought, "My prayer is fulfilled. Now I will have this elephant's tusks brought to me." Then she anointed her body with common oil, put on a soiled robe, and lay in bed pretending to be sick. The king said, "Where is Subada?" And hearing that she was sick, he entered the royal closet, and sitting on the bed, he stroked her back and uttered the first stanza. "Large-eyed and peerless one, my queen, so pale, to grief a prey, like wreaths that's trampled underfoot, why fadest thou away?" On hearing this, she spoke the second stanza. "As it would seem all in a dream, a longing sore I had. My wish is vain, this boon to gain, and that is why I'm sad." The king, on hearing this, spoke a stanza.
"All joys, to which in this glad world a mortal may aspire, whate'er they want is mine to grant. I give thee thy desire."
On hearing this, the queen said, "Great king, my desire is hard to attain. I will not now say what it is, but I would have all the hunters that there are in your kingdom gathered together. Then will I tell it in the midst of them." And to explain her meaning, she spoke the next stanza. "Let hunters all obey thy call, within this realm who dwell, and what I fain from them would gain, I'll in their presence tell." The king agreed, and issuing forth from the royal chamber, he gave orders to his ministers, saying,
"Have it proclaimed by beat of drum that all the hunters that are in the kingdom of Kasi, 300 leagues in extent, are to assemble."
They did so, and in no long time the hunters that dwelt in the kingdom of Kasi, bringing a present according to their means, had their arrival announced to the king. Now they mounted in all to about 60,000, and the king, hearing that they had come, stood at an open window, and, stretching forth his hand, he told the queen of their arrival, and said,
"Here then behold our hunters bold, well trained in venery. Theirs is the skill wild beasts to kill, and all would die for me."
The queen, on hearing this, addressed them, and spoke another stanza. "Ye hunters bold, assembled here, unto my words I pray give ear. Dreaming methought an elephant I saw, 6-tusked and white without a flaw. His tusks I crave and fain would have, naught else avails my life to save." The hunters, on hearing this, replied,
"Ne'er did our sires in times of old a 6-tusked elephant behold. Tell us what kind of beast might be that which appeared in dreams to thee."
After this, still another stanza was spoken by them. 4 points, north, south, east, west, one sees. 4 intermediate are to these. Nadir and zenith add, and then say at which point of all the 10 this royal elephant might be, that in a dream appeared to thee. After these words, Subada, looking at all the hunters, spied amongst them one that was broad of foot, with a calf swollen like a food basket, big in the knees and ribs, thick-bearded, with yellow teeth, disfigured with scars, head and shoulders above all, an ugly, hulking fellow, named Sonutara, who had once been an enemy of the great being. And she thought, "He will be able to do my bidding." And with the king's permission, she took him with her, and, climbing to the highest floor of the 7-storied palace, she drew open a window to the north, and stretching forth her hand towards the northern Himalayas, she uttered 4 stanzas. Due north beyond 7 mountains vast, one comes to Golden Cliff at last, a height by goblin forms possessed, and bright with flowers from foot to crest.
Beneath this goblin peak is seen a cloud-shaped mass of darkest green, a royal banyan tree whose roots yield vigor to 8,000 shoots. There dwells invincible in might this elephant 6-tusked and white, with herd 8,000 strong for fight. Their tusks to chariot poles are like. Wind-swift are they to guard or strike. Panting and grim they stand in glare, provoked by straightest breath of air. If they one born to a man should see, their wrath consumes him utterly. Sonutara, on hearing this, was terrified to death, and said,
Turquoise or pearls of brilliant sheen, with many a gold adornment, queen, in royal houses may be seen. What wouldst thou then with ivory do, or wilt thou slay these hunters true?
Then the queen spoke a stanza. Consumed with grief and spite I am, when I recall my injury. Grant me, O hunter, what I crave, and 5 choice hamlets thou shalt have. And with this she said, Friend hunter, when I gave a gift to the Pacheca Buddhas, I offered up a prayer that I might have it in my power to kill this 6-tusked elephant and get possession of a pair of his tusks. This was not merely seen by me in a vision, but the prayer that I offered up will be fulfilled. Do thou go and fear not. And so saying, she reassured him, and he agreed to her words and said,
So be it, lady. But first make it clear to me and tell me where is his dwelling place.
And inquiring of her, he spoke this stanza.
Where dwells he? Where may he be found? What road is his for bathing bound? Where does this royal creature swim? Tell us the way to capture him.
Then by recalling her former existences, she clearly saw the spot and told him of it in these 2 stanzas. Not far this bathing place of his, a deep and goodly pool it is. There bees do swarm and flowers abound, and there this royal beast is found. Now lotus-crowned, fresh from his bath, he gladly takes his homeward path. As lily white and tall he moves, behind the queen he fondly loves. Sonutara, on hearing this, agreed, saying,
Well, lady, I will kill the elephant and bring you his tusks.
Then, in her joy, she gave him 1,000 pieces, and said, Go home meanwhile, and at the end of 7 days you shall set out thither. And dismissing him, she summoned smiths, and gave them an order, and said, Sirs, we have need of an axe, a spade, an auger, a hammer, an instrument for cutting bamboos, a grass cutter, an iron staff, a peg, an iron 3-pronged fork. Make them with all speed and bring them to us. And sending for workers and leather, she charged them, saying, Sirs, you must make us a leather sack the size of a hogshead measure. We need leather ropes and straps, shoes big enough for an elephant, and a leather parachute. Make them with all speed and bring them to us. And both smiths and workers in leather quickly made everything and brought and offered them to her. Having provided everything requisite for the journey, together with fire drills and the like, she put all the appliances and necessaries for the journey, such as a baked meal and so forth, in the leather sack. The whole of it came to about a hogshead in size, and Sonutara, having completed his arrangements, arrived on the 7th day and stood respectfully in the presence of the queen. Then she said, Friend, all appliances for your journey are completed. Take then this sack. And he, being a stout knave, as strong as 5 elephants, caught up the sack as if it had been a bag of cakes, and placing it on his hips, stood as it were with empty hands. Kulasubada gave the provisions to the hunter's attendants, and, telling the king, dismissed Sonutara. And he, with an obeisance to the king and queen, descended from the palace, and, placing his goods in a chariot, set out from the city with a great retinue, and passing through a succession of villages and hamlets, reached the frontiers. Then he turned back the people of the country, and went on with the dwellers in the borders till he entered the forest, and passing beyond the haunts of men, he sent back the border people too, and proceeded quite alone on a road to a distance of 30 leagues.
traversing a dense growth of kusa and other grasses, thickets of basil, reeds, and rest harrow, clumps of thick thorn and canes, thickets of mixed growth, jungles of reed and cane, dense forest growth, impenetrable even to a snake, thickets of trees and bamboos, tracks of mud and water, mountain tracks, 18 regions in all, one after another. The jungles of grass he cut with a sickle, the thickets of basil and the like he cleared with his instrument for cutting bamboos, the trees he felled with an axe, and the oversized ones he first pierced with an auger. Then, pursuing his way, he fashioned a ladder in the bamboo grove, and climbing to the top of the thicket, he laid a single bamboo, which he had cut, over the next clump of bamboos, and thus creeping along on the top of the thicket, he reached a morass. Then he spread a dry plank on the mud, and stepping on it, he threw another plank before him, and so crossed the morass. Then he made a canoe, and by means of it crossed the flooded region, and at last stood at the foot of the mountains. Then he bound a 3-pronged grappling iron with a rope, and flinging it aloft, he caused it to lodge fast in the mountain. Then, climbing up by the rope, he drilled the mountain with an iron staff tipped with adamant, and knocking a peg into the hole, he stood on it. Then, drawing out the grappling iron, he once more lodged it high up on the mountain, and from this position, letting the leather rope hang down, he took hold of it and descended and fastened the rope on the peg below. Then, seizing the rope with his left hand and taking a hammer in his right, he struck a blow on the rope, and having thus pulled out the peg, he once more climbed up. In this way he mounted to the top of the first mountain, and then, commencing his descent on the other side, having knocked as before a peg into the top of the first mountain, and bound the rope on his leather sack and wrapped it round the peg, he sat within the sack and let himself down, uncoiling the rope like a spider letting out his thread. Then, letting his leather parachute catch the wind, he went down like a bird. So at least they say. Thus did the master tell how in obeisance to Subada's words the hunter sallied forth from the city and traversed 17 different tracks till he reached a mountainous region, and how he there crossed over 6 mountains and climbed to the top of Golden Cliff. The hunter, hearing unalarmed, set forth with bow and quiver armed, and crossing o'er 7 mountains vast, reached noble Golden Cliff at last. Gaining the goblin-haunted height, what cloud-shaped mass bursts on his sight? A royal banyan 'tis whose roots support 8,000 spreading shoots. There stood invincible in might an elephant 6-tusked and white, with herd 8,000 strong for fight. Their tusks to chariot poles are like. Wind-swift are they to guard or strike. Hard by a pool, 'tis full to the brim, fit place for royal beast to swim. Its lovely banks with flowers abound, and buzzing bees swarm all around, marking the way the creature went, whene'er on bathing thought intent. He sunk a pit to deed so mean, urged by the wrath of spiteful queen. Here continues the regular story. The hunter, it is said, after 7 years, 7 months, and 7 days, having reached the dwelling place of the great being in the manner related above, took note of his dwelling place and dug a pit there, thinking,
I will take my stand here, and wound the Lord of Elephants, and bring about his death.
Thus did he arrange matters, and went into the forest, and cut down trees to make posts, and prepared a lot of kusa grass. Then, when the elephants went to bathe, in the spot where the king elephant used to stand, he dug a square pit with a huge mattock, and the soil that he dug out he sprinkled on the top of the water, as if he were sowing seeds, and on top of the stones like mortars he fixed posts, and fitted them with weights and ropes, and spread planks over them. Next he made a hole of the size of an arrow, and threw on the top earth and rubbish, and on one side he made an entrance for himself. And so, when the pit was finished, at break of day he fastened on a false topknot and donned robes of yellow, and taking his bow and a poisoned arrow, he went down and stood in the pit. The master, to make the whole thing clear, said, The pit with planks he first did hide, then bow in hand he got inside, And as the elephant passed by, a mighty shaft the wretch let fly. The wounded beast loud roared with pain, and all the herd roared back again. Crushed boughs and trampled grass betray where panic flight directs their way. Their lord had well nigh slain his foe, so mad with pain was he, when lo, a robe of yellow met his eyes, emblem of sainthood, sage's guise, and deemed inviolate by the wise. The great being, falling into conversation with the hunter, spoke a couple of stanzas.
Whoso is marred with sinful taint and void of truth and self-restraint, though robed in yellow he may be, the yellow dress deserves not he. But one that's free from sinful taint, endued with truth and self-restraint, and firmly fixed in righteousness, deserves to wear the yellow dress.
So saying, the great being, extinguishing all feeling of anger towards him, asked him, saying, "Why did you wound me? Was it for your own advantage, or were you suborned by someone else?" Then the hunter told him, and uttered this stanza.
The king of Kasi's favored queen, Subada, told me she had seen thy form in dreams, and so, said she, I want his tusks, go, bring them to me.
Hearing this and recognizing that this was the work of Kula Subada, he bore his sufferings patiently and thought, she does not want my tusks. She sent him because she wished to kill me. And to illustrate the matter, he uttered a couple of stanzas.
Rich store of goodly tusks have I, relics of my dead ancestry, and this well knows that wrathful dame. 'Tis at my life the wretch doth aim. Rise, hunter, and, or ere I die, saw off these tusks of ivory. Go bid the shrew be of good cheer. The beast is slain, his tusks are here.
Hearing his words, the hunter rose up from the place where he was sitting, and, saw in hand, came close to him to cut off his tusks. Now the elephant, being 88 hands high, like a mountain, was not thrown down. Hence the man could not reach to his tusks. So the great being, bending his body towards him, lay with his head down. Then the hunter climbed up the trunk of the great being, pressed it with his feet as though it were a silver rope, and stood on his forehead as if it had been Kalasa Peak. Then he inserted his foot into his mouth, and striking the fleshy part of it with his knee, he climbed down from the beast's forehead and thrust the saw into his mouth. The great being suffered excruciating pain, and his mouth was charged with blood. The hunter, shifting about from place to place, was still unable to cut the tusks with his saw. So the great being, letting the blood drop from his mouth, resigning himself to the agony, asked, saying, "Sir, cannot you cut them?" And on his saying, "No," he recovered his presence of mind and said, "Well then, since I myself have not strength enough to raise my trunk, do you lift it up for me and let it seize the end of the saw." The hunter did so, and the great being seized the saw with his trunk and moved it backwards and forwards, and the tusks were cut off as if it were sprouts. Then bidding him take the tusks, he said, "I don't give you these, friend hunter, because I do not value them, nor as one desiring the position of Saka, Mara, or Brahma, but the tusks of omniscience are 100,000 times dearer to me than these are. And may this meritorious act be to me the cause of attaining omniscience." And as he gave him the tusks, he said, "How long were you coming here?"
7 years, 7 months, and 7 days.
"Then go by the magic power of these tusks, and you shall reach Benares in 7 days." And he gave him a safe conduct and let him go. And after he had sent him away, before the other elephants and Subada had returned, he was dead. When he was gone, the herd of elephants, not finding their enemy, came back. And with them also came Subada, and they all then and there, with weeping and lamentation, betook them to the Pacheka Buddhas who had been so friendly to the great being, and said,
Sirs, he who supplied you with the necessaries of life has died from the wound of a poisoned arrow. Come and see where his dead body is exposed." And the 500 Pacceka Buddhas, passing through the air, alighted in this sacred enclosure. At that moment, 2 young elephants, lifting up the body of the king elephant with their tusks, and so causing it to do homage to the Pacceka Buddhas, raised it aloft on a pyre and burned it. The Pacceka Buddhas, all through the night, rehearsed scripture texts in the cemetery. The 8,000 elephants, after extinguishing the flames, first bathed and then, with Subhadra at their head, returned to their place of abode. And Sonutara within 7 days reached Benares with his tusks. Now, on offering them to the queen, he said, "Lady, the elephant against whom you conceived a grudge in your heart for trifling offense has been slain by me."
"Do you tell me that he is dead?" she cried. And he gave her the tusks, saying,
"Be assured that he is dead. Here are his tusks."
She received the tusks adorned with 6 different colored rays on her jeweled fan, and, placing them on her lap, gazed at the tusks of one who in a former existence had been her dear lord, and she thought, "This fellow has come with the tusks he cut from the auspicious elephant that he slew with a poisoned shaft." And at the remembrance of the great being, she was filled with so great a sorrow that she could not endure it, but her heart then and there was broken, and that very day she died. End of section 43. Section 44 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The 3 Wise Birds. Once upon a time, Brahmadatta ruled in Benares and had no heir, and his prayer for a son or daughter was not answered. Now one day he went with a large escort to his park, and after amusing himself a part of the day in the grounds, he had a couch spread for him at the foot of the royal sal tree, and after a short nap he awoke, and, looking up to the sal tree, he beheld a bird's nest in it, and at the sight of it a desire to possess it sprang up in his heart, and summoning one of his attendants, he said, "Climb the tree and see if there is anything in the nest or not." The man climbed up, and finding 3 eggs in it, told the king. "Then mind you do not breathe over them," he said, and spreading some cotton in a casket, he told the man to come down gently and place the eggs in it. When they had been brought down, he took up the casket and asked his courtiers to what bird these eggs belonged. They answered, "We do not know. Hunters will know." The king sent for the hunters and asked them. "Sire," said they, "one is an owl's egg, another is a mynah bird's, and the third is a parrot's." "Pray, are there eggs of 3 different birds in one nest?" "Yes, sire. When there is nothing to fear, what is carefully deposited does not perish." The king, being pleased, said, "They shall be my children." And committing the 3 eggs to the charge of 3 courtiers, he said, "These shall be my children. Do you carefully watch over them, and when the young birds come out of the shell, let me know." They took good care of them. First of all, the owl's egg was hatched, and the courtier sent for a hunter and said, "Find out the sex of the young bird, whether it is a cock or a hen bird." And when he had examined it and declared it to be a cock bird, the courtier went to the king and said, "Sire, a son is born to you." The king was delighted, and bestowed much wealth on him, and saying, "Watch carefully over him, and call his name Vesantara." He sent him away. He did as he was told. Then a few days afterwards the egg of the mynah bird was hatched, and the second courtier likewise, after getting the huntsman to examine it, and hearing it was a hen bird, went to the king and announced to him the birth of a daughter. The king was delighted, and gave to him also much treasure, and saying, "Watch carefully over my daughter, and call her name Kundalini." He sent him away. He also did what he was told. Then after a few days the parrot's egg was hatched, and the third courtier, when told by the huntsman who examined it that it was a cock bird, went and announced to the king the birth of a son. The king was delighted, and paying him liberally, said, "Hold a festival in honor of my son with great pomp, and call his name Jambuka," and then sent him away. He too did as he was told. And these 3 birds grew up in the houses of the 3 courtiers with all the ceremony due to princes. The king spoke of them habitually as "my son" and "my daughter." His courtiers made merry one with another, saying, "Look at what the king does! He goes about speaking of birds as his son and his daughter." The king thought, "These courtiers do not know the extent of my children's wisdom. I will make it evident to them." So he sent one of his ministers to Vesantara to say, "Your father wishes to ask you a question. When shall he come and ask it?" The minister came, and bowing to Vesantara, delivered the message. Vesantara sent for the courtier who looked after him, and said, "My father, they tell me, wants to ask me a question. When he comes, we must show him all respect." And he asked, "When is he to come?" The courtier said, "Let him come on the 7th day from this." Vesantara, on hearing this, said, "Let my father come on the 7th day from this." And with these words he sent the minister away. He went and told the king. On the 7th day the king ordered a drum to be beaten through the city, and went to the house where his son lived. Vesantara treated the king with great respect, and had great respect paid even to the slaves and hired servants. The king, after partaking of food in the house of Vesantara, and enjoying great distinction, returned to his own dwelling place. Then he had a big pavilion erected in the palace yard, and having made proclamation by beating a drum through the city, he sat in his magnificent pavilion surrounded by a great retinue, and sent word to a courtier to conduct Vesantara to him. The courtier brought Vesantara on a golden stool. The bird sat on his father's lap, and played with his father, and then went and sat on the stool. Then the king, in the midst of the crowd of people, questioned him as to the duty of a king, and spoke the first stanza. "'Tis this I ask, Vesantara, dear bird, mayst thou be blessed, to one that's fain o'er men to reign, what course of life is best?" Vesantara, without answering the question directly, reproved the king for his carelessness, and spoke the second stanza. "Kamsa, my sire, who Kasi won so careless long ago, urged me, his son, though full of zeal, still greater zeal to show." Rebuking the king in this stanza, and saying, "Sire, a king ought to rule his kingdom righteously, abiding in the 3 truths." And telling of a king's duty, he spoke these stanzas. "First of all, should a king put away all falsehood and anger and scorn. Let him do what a king has to do, or else to his vow be forsworn. By passion and sin led astray, should he err in the past, it is plain, he will live to repent of the deed, and will learn not to do it again. When a prince in his rule groweth slack, untrue to his name and his fame, should his wealth all at once disappear, of that prince it is counted as shame. 'Tis thus that good fortune and luck, when asked, this answer have told, I delight in a man from jealousy free, energetic and bold. Ill luck, ever wrecking good fortune, delighteth in men of ill deeds, the hard-hearted creatures in whom a spirit of jealousy breeds. To all, O great king, be a friend, so that all may thy safety ensure. Ill luck put away, but to luck that is good be a dwelling secure. The man that is lucky and bold, O thou that o'er Kasi dost reign, will destroy root and branch and his foes, and to greatness will surely attain. For Saka himself, O king, in energy wearieth not. In virtue he firmly hath stood. Through energy such is his lot. Gandharvas, the fathers and gods, are refreshed by such zeal of a king, and spirits appearing stand by, of his vigor and energy sing. By zealous to do what is right, nor, however reviled, yield to sin. Be earnest in efforts for good, no sluggard can bliss ever win. Herein is the text of thy duty, to teach thee the way thou shouldst go. 'Tis enough to win bliss for a friend, or to work grievous ill for a foe. Thus did the bird Vesantara in a single stanza rebuke the carelessness of the king, and then in telling the duty of a king in 11 stanzas, answered his question with all the charm of a Buddha. The hearts of the multitude were filled with wonder and amazement, and innumerable shouts of applause were raised. The king was transported with joy, and addressing his courtiers asked them what was to be done for his son for having spoken thus. "He should be made a general in the army, sire."
"Well, I give him the post of general."
And he appointed Vesantara to the vacant post. Thenceforth, placed in this position, he carried out his father's wishes. Here ends the story of Vesantara's question. Again, the king, after some days, just as before, sent a message to Kundalini, and on the 7th day he paid her a visit, and returning home again, he seated himself in the center of a pavilion and ordered Kundalini to be brought to him. And when she was seated on a golden stool, he questioned her as to the duty of a king, and spoke this stanza.
"Kundalini of Kshatriya birth, couldst thou resolve my quest? To one that's fain o'er men to reign, what course of life is best?"
When the king thus asked her as to the duties of a king, she said, "I suppose, sir, you are putting me to the test, thinking, what will a woman be able to tell me? So I will tell you, putting all your duty as a king into just 2 maxims." And she repeated these stanzas. "The matter, my friend, is set forth in a couple of maxims, quite plain, to keep whatsoever one has, and whatever one has not to gain. Take as counselors men that are wise, thy interests clearly to see, not given to riot and waste, from gambling and drunkenness free. Such a one as can guard thee aright, and thy treasure with all proper zeal. As a charioteer guides his car, he with skill steers the realm's common wheel. Keep ever thy folk well in hand, and duly take stock of thy pelf. Ne'er trust to another a loan or deposit, but act for thyself. What is done or undone to thy profit and loss, it is well thou shouldst know. Ever blame the blameworthy, and favor on them that deserve it bestow. Thou thyself, O great king, shouldst instruct thy people in every good way, lest thy realm and thy substance should fall to unrighteous officials a prey. See that nothing is done by thyself or by others with overmuch speed, for the fool that so acts without doubt will live to repeat of the deed. To wrath one should never give way, nor let it do bounds overflow. It has led to the ruin of kings, and the proudest of houses lay low. Betray none in that thou art lord, to aught that is useless and vain, nor become thou to woman and men the cause of their sorrow and pain. When a king from all caution is free, and the pleasures of sense are his aim, should his riches and all disappear, to that king it is counted as shame. Herein is a text of thy duty, to each thee the way thou shouldst go. Be an adept in every good work, to excess and to riot a foe. Study virtue, for vice ever leads to a state full of suffering and woe. Thus did Kundalini also teach the king his duty in 11 stanzas. The king was delighted, and addressing his courtiers asked them, saying,
"What is to be given to my daughter as a reward for her having spoken thus?"
"The office of treasurer, sire."
"Well then, I grant her the post of treasurer."
And he appointed Kundalini to the vacant post. Thenceforth she held the office and acted for the king. Here ends the story of the question of Kundalini. Again, the king, after the lapse of a few days, just as before, sent a messenger to the wise Jambuka, and going there on the 7th day, and being magnificently entertained, he returned home, and in the same manner took his seat in the center of a pavilion. A courtier placed the wise Jambuka on a stool bound with gold, and came bearing the stool on his head. The wise bird, sitting on his father's lap and playing with him at length, took his seat on the golden stool. Then the king, asking him a question, spoke this stanza.
"We've questioned both thy brother Al and also fair Kundalini. Now, Jambuka, do thou in turn the highest power declare to me."
Thus did the king, in asking a question of the great being, not ask him in the way in which he had asked the others, but asked him in a special way. Then the wise bird said to him, "Well, sire, listen attentively, and I will tell you all." And like a man placing a purse containing 1,000 pieces of money into an outstretched hand, he began his exposition of a king's duty. "Amidst the great ones of the earth a fivefold power we see. Of these the power of limbs is, sure, the last in its degree. And power of wealth, O mighty lord, the next is said to be. The power of counsel third in rank of these, O king, I name. The power of caste, without a doubt, is reckoned fourth in fame. And all of these a man that's wise most certainly will claim. Of all these powers that one is best, as power of wisdom known. By strength of this a man is wise, and makes success his own. Should richest realm fall to the lot of some poor stupid wight, another will by violence seize it in his despite. However noble be the prince whose lot it is to rule, he is hard put to live at all, if he should prove a fool. 'Tis wisdom tests reports of deeds, and makes men's fame to grow. Who is with wisdom gifted still finds pleasure e'en in woe. None that are heedless in their ways to wisdom can attain, but must consult the wise and just, or ignorant remain. Who early rising shall betimes unweariedly give heed to duty's varied calls in life is certain to succeed. No one that's bent on hurtful things or acts in listless mood in aught that he may undertake will come to any good. But one that will unweariedly a rightful course pursue is sure to reach perfection in whatever he may do. To safeguard one's store is to gain more and more. And these are the things I would have thee to mind. For the fool by ill deeds, like a house built of reeds, collapses and leaves rack and ruin behind. Thus did the Bodhisattva in all these points sing the praises of the five powers, and exalting the power of his wisdom, like to one striking the orb of the moon with his words, he admonished the king in 10 stanzas. Unto thy parents, warrior king, do righteously, and so by following a righteous life to heaven thou, sire, shalt go. After uttering 10 stanzas about the righteousness, still further admonishing the king, he spoke the concluding stanza. Herein is the text of thy duty, to teach thee the way thou shouldst go. Follow wisdom and ever be happy, the truth in its fullness to know. Thus did the great being, as though he were letting down the heavenly Ganges, teach the law with all the charm of a Buddha. And the multitude paid him great honor, and raised innumerable shouts of applause. The king was delighted, and, addressing his counselors, asked, "How ought my son, wise Jambuka, with a beak like the fresh fruit of the rose-apple, to be rewarded for having spoken thus?" "With the post of commander-in-chief, sire." "Then I offer him this post," he said, and appointed him to the vacant office, and thenceforth in the position of commander-in-chief he carried out the orders of his father. Great honor was paid to the 3 birds, and all 3 of them gave instruction in temporal and spiritual matters. The king, abiding in the admonition of the great being, by almsgiving and other good works became destined to heaven. The counselors, after performing the king's obsequies, speaking to the birds, said, "My lord Jambu, the king ordered the royal umbrella to be raised over you." The great being said, "I have no need of the kingdom. Do you exercise rule with all vigilance." And after establishing the people in the moral law, he said, "Execute justice." And he had righteous judgment inscribed on a golden plate, and disappeared in the forest. And his admonition continued in force 40,000 years. End of section 44. Section 45 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A king finds his friend through a song. Once upon a time, the Magadha king reigned in Rajagaha. The Bodhisattva was born to his chief queen, and on his naming day they called him Prince Arindama. On the very day of his birth, a son was also born to the royal chaplain, and to him they gave the name of young Sanaka. The two lads grew up together, and when they were of age they were exceedingly handsome, in appearance not to be distinguished one from another. And they went to Takasila, and after being trained in all sciences, they left that place with the intention of learning the practical uses of arts and local observances, and gradually in the course of their wanderings found their way to Benares. There they took up their abode in the royal park, and next day entered the city. That very day, certain men being minded to take an offering of food to Brahmins, provided some rice porridge and arranged seats, and on seeing these youths approach, they brought them into the house and made them sit upon the seats they had prepared. On the seat allotted to the Bodhisattva, a white cloth was spread, and on that assigned to Sanaka a red woolen rug. On seeing this omen, Sanaka at once understood that this day his dear friend Arindama would become king in Benares, and that he would offer him the post of commander-in-chief. After they had finished their meal, they returned together to the park. Now it was the 7th day since the king of Benares had died, and the royal house was without an heir. So the counselors and the rest, after washing themselves, head and all, assembled together, and saying, "Thou art to go to the house of the man that is worthy to be king," they started the festal car. On leaving the city it gradually approached the park, and stopping at the park gate it stood there ready for anyone to mount upon it. The Bodhisattva lay with his outer robe wrapped about his head on the royal slab of stone, while the lad Sanaka sat near him. On hearing the sound of musical instruments, Sanaka thought, "Here comes the festal car for Arindama. Today he will be made king, and will offer me the post of commander. But verily I have no desire for rule. When he is gone away, I will leave the world and become an ascetic." And he stood on one side in concealment. The chaplain, on entering the park, saw the great being lying there, and ordered his trumpets to be sounded. The great being woke up, and after turning over and lying for a while, he rose up and sat cross-legged on the stone seat. Then the chaplain, clasping his arms in a suppliant attitude, cried, "The kingdom, sire, comes to you." "Why is there no heir to the throne?" "Even so, sire." "Then it is well," he said. So they sprinkled him to be king then and there. And mounting him on the car, they brought him with a vast escort into the city. After a rightwise procession round the city, he ascended to his palace, and in the greatness of his glory he forgot all about young Sanaka. But when the king was gone, Sanaka returned and sat on the stone seat, and so it was that a withered leaf of a sal tree fell from its stalk in front of him, and on seeing it he cried, "Even as this leaf, so will my body fall into decay." And acquiring supernatural insight by reflecting on the impermanence of all things, he attained to the state of a Pacceka Buddha, and at this very instant his characteristic as a layman vanished, and the marks of an ascetic became visible, and making the solemn utterance, "There is no more rebirth for me," he set out for the cave of Nandamula. And the great being, after the lapse of 40 years, remembered Sanaka and said, "Where in the world can Sanaka be?" And time after time, calling him to mind, he found no one to tell him, saying, "I have heard of him," or "I have seen him." And sitting cross-legged on a royal throne upon a magnificent dais, surrounded by a company of minstrels and mime dancers, in the enjoyment of his glory, he said, "Whosoever shall hear from someone that Sanaka dwells in such and such a place, and shall repeat it to me, to him I promise 100 pieces of money. But whosoever shall see him with his own eyes, and shall tell me, to him I promise 1,000 pieces of money." And giving expression to this inspired utterance, in the form of a song, he repeated the first stanza. 1,000 crowns for one that sees my friend and playmate dear. 100, lo, I give, if one of Sanaka should hear. Then a nautch girl, catching it up, as it were, from his very mouth, sang the words, then another and another took it up, till the whole harem, thinking it was a favorite air of the king's, all sang it. And gradually both townspeople and country folk sang the same song, and the king too constantly sang it. At the end of 50 years the king had many sons and daughters, and the eldest son was called Prince Digavu. At this time the Pacceka Buddha Sonaka thought, "King Arindama is anxious to see me. I will go and explain to him the misery of desires and the blessing of renunciation, and will show him the way to become an ascetic." And by his supernatural power he conveyed himself thither and took a seat in the park. At that moment a boy 7 years old, wearing his hair in 5 knots, was sent there by his mother, and as he was gathering sticks in the park garden, he sang over and over again this song. Sonaka called the boy to him and asked him, saying, "Why, my lad, do you always sing the same song and never sing anything else? Do you not know any other song?" "I know others, holy sir, but this is our king's favorite song, and so I constantly sing it." "Has anyone been found to sing a refrain to this song?"
"No, sir."
"I will teach you one, and then you can go and sing the refrain before the king."
"Yes, sir."
So he taught them the refrain, "The 1,000 give," and the rest of it, and when the boy had mastered it, he sent him off, saying, "Go, my lad, and sing this refrain before the king, and he will grant you great power. What have you to do with gathering sticks? Be off with you as quick as you can."
"Very well,"
said the boy, and having mastered the refrain and saluted Sonaka, he said,
"Holy sir, until I bring the king, do you remain here."
With these words he went off as fast as he could to his mother and said to her,
"Dear mother, give me a bath and dress me in my best clothes. Today I will free you from your poverty."
And when he had taken a bath and was smartly dressed, he went to the door of the palace and said,
"Porter, go and tell the king and say, a certain lad has come and even now stands at the door, prepared to sing a song with you."
So the porter made haste and told the king. The king summoned him to his presence and said, "Friend, would you sing a song with me?"
"Yes, sire."
"Then sing it."
"My lord, I will not sing it here, but have a drum beaten through the city, and bid the people assemble together. I will sing before the people."
The king ordered this to be done, and taking his seat in the middle of a couch under a magnificent pavilion, and assigning a suitable seat to the boy, he said, "Now then, sing your song."
"Sire," he said, "you sing first, and then I will sing a refrain to it."
Then the king sang first, repeating this stanza: "1,000 crowns for one that sees my friend and playmate dear. 100 lo I give if one of Sonaka should hear." Then the master, to make it clear that the boy with his hair dressed in 5 knots sang a refrain to the song begun by the king, in his state as perfect Buddha, repeated 2 lines. Then up spake that little boy, 5 tangled locks he wore. "The 1,000 give to me who saw, who heard 100 more. I'll tell thee news of Sonaka, thy playfellow of yore." The verses that follow are to be taken in their obvious connection. "Pray, in what country, realm, or town hast thou a wandering been? And where was Sonaka, my friend? I prithee tell me, seen."
"Within this realm, in thine own park, is many a big sal tree, with leaves dark green and stems so straight, a pleasant sight to see. Their branches densely interlaced, cloud-like, to heaven they rise, and at their foot, lo, Sonaka in meditation lies, filled with the Arhat's holy claim, when human passion dies." The king then started in full force, and leveling the road, he made his way straight to the place of Sonaka's abode. There wandering midst an ample grove within his pleasure ground, all passionless in saintly bliss, his friend at rest he found. Without saluting him, he sat on one side, and by reason of his being himself given up to evil passion, he fancied he was some poor wretch, and addressed him in this stanza: "His parents dead, with shaven head, clad in monk's robe I see, a wretched brother in a trance, stretched here beneath this tree." On hearing this, said Sonaka, "He is no wretched wight,
who in his every action, sire, has eye attained to right. Nay, rather wretched those who right neglect and practice ill, for evil-doer evil doom is destined to fulfill. Thus did he rebuke the Bodhisattva, and he, pretending not to know he was being rebuked, talked in a friendly way with him, declaring his name and family, and spoke this stanza. As King of Kasi I am known, Arindama my name. Since coming here, sir, hast thou met with aught deserving blame? Then the Pacceka Buddha said, Not merely while dwelling here, but nowhere else have I met with any discomfort. And he began to tell in verse the blessings of the monk. Mongst blessings of poor homeless monk I ever counted one. In storeroom jar or granary he has hoarded none, but only craves what others leave, and lives content thereon. The next of all his blessings, this is one deserving praise. He, free from blame, enjoys his food, and no one him gainsays. Third blessing of the monk I hold is this, that all his days he eats his food, desires extinct, and no one him gainsays. The fourth of all his blessings is that wheresoe'er he goes, he wanders free throughout the realm, and no attachment knows. Fifth blessing this, that should the town, wherever he may be, perish in flames, he suffers not, for naught to burn has he. The sixth of all the blessings he may reckon to his lot, that if the realm should be despoiled, he suffers not a jot. The seventh of the blessings that to poverty he owes, though robbers should his path beset, and many dangerous foes, with bowl and robe the holy man ever in safety goes. Last blessing this, that wheresoe'er our wanderer may fare, homeless and poor, he journeys on without regret or care. Thus did the Pacceka Buddha Sonaka tell of the 8 blessings of the monk, and even beyond this he could have told of 100, nay, 1,000 immeasurable blessings. But the king, being given up to sensual desires, cut short his speech, saying, I have no need of monkish blessings. And to make it clear how devoted he was to evil passions, he said, Thy many blessings thou mayest praise, but what am I to do, who worldly pleasures, Sanaka, so greedily pursue? Dear are all human joys to me, and heavenly joys as well. But how to gain both worlds at once, to me, I prithee tell. Then Pacceka Buddha answered him, Who greedily on pleasure bent their worldly lusts would sate, work wickedness awhile, to be reborn in woeful state. But they who leave desire behind, through life all fearless go, and reaching concentration pure, are ne'er reborn to woe. Here tell I thee a parable. Arindama, give heed. Some that are wise through parable my meaning best may read. See, borne along the Ganges' flooded tide, a carcass vast, a foolish crow thought to himself as it was floating past, Oh, what a carriage I have found, and goodly store of food! Here will I stay both night and day, enjoying blissful mood. So eats he flesh of elephant, and drinks from Ganges' stream, and budging not, sees grove and shrine pass by him in a dream. Thus heedless and on carrion vile, so all intent was he, the Ganges swept him headlong to the perils of the sea. But when the food exhausted he, poor bird, essayed a flight, nor east, nor west, nor south, nor north was any land in sight. Far out at sea, so weak was he, long ere he reached the shore, midst countless perils of the deep, he fell to rise no more. For crocodiles and monster fish, where our poor flutterer lay, came ravening all around, and quick devoured their quivering prey. So thou, and all that greedily pleasures of sense pursue, are deemed as wise as was this crow, till ye all lusts eschew. My parable proclaims the truth. To it, O king, give heed. Thy fame for good or ill will grow according to thy deed. Thus, by means of this parable did he admonish the king, and, in order to fix it firmly in his mind, he repeated this stanza. In pity once, nay, even twice, utter the warning word, but keep not on repeating it like slave before his lord. Thus in his wisdom infinite did Sanaka the seer instruct the king, and then in a space straightway did disappear. This stanza was uttered by the master as Buddha. And the Bodhisattva stood gazing on him as he passed through the air, so long as he remained within the range of his vision. But when he had passed out of sight, he was greatly agitated and thought, "This Brahmin, low-born fellow that he is, after scattering the dust from his feet upon my head, though I am sprung from an unbroken line of nobles, has disappeared in the sky. I must today renounce the world and become a religious." So, in his desire to join the religious and give up his kingdom, he repeated a couple of stanzas. "Where are my charioteers, dispatched a worthy king to find? I would not longer reign, henceforth my crown I have resigned. Tomorrow one may die, who knows? I'll be ordained today, lest, like the foolish crow, I fall 'neath passion's baneful sway." On hearing him thus abdicate his throne, his counselors said, "Thou hast a son, Digavu named. A goodly prince is he. By sprinkling raise him to the throne, for he our king shall be." Then, beginning with the stanza spoken by the king, the verses in due order are to be understood in their obvious connection. "Then quickly bring Digavu here. A goodly prince is he. By sprinkling raise him to the throne, for he your king shall be." When they had brought Digavu there, their nursing king to be, his sire addressed his darling boy, an only son was he. "Full 60,000 villages I once did claim as mine. Take them, my son, to thee henceforth my kingdom I resign. Tomorrow one may die, who knows? I'll be ordained today, lest, like the foolish crow, I fall 'neath passion's baneful sway. Lo, 60,000 elephants with splendor all bedight, with girths of gold caparisoned with trappings golden bright, each ridden by his own mahout, with spiked hook in hand. Take them, my son, I give them thee as ruler of the land. Tomorrow one may die, who knows? I'll be ordained today, lest, like the foolish crow, I fall 'neath passion's baneful sway. Lo, 60,000 horses here bedecked in bright array, cint horses, all of noble breed, and fleet of foot are they, each ridden by a henchman bold, with sword and bow in hand. Take them, my son, I give them thee as ruler of the land. Tomorrow one may die, who knows? I'll be ordained today, lest like the foolish crow I fall 'neath passion's baneful sway. Lo, 60,000 kine so red, with bulls on every hand. Take them, my son, I give them thee as ruler of the land. Tomorrow one may die, who knows? I'll be ordained today, lest like the foolish crow I fall 'neath passion's baneful sway. Here twice 8,000 maidens fair in goodly vesture stand, with many a jeweled bracelet decked, and rings upon each hand. Take them, my son, I give them thee as ruler of the land. Tomorrow one may die, who knows? I'll be ordained today, lest like the foolish crow I fall 'neath passion's baneful sway. They say to me, thy mother is dear, alas, poor boy is dead. I cannot live without thee too, all joy from life is fled. As close behind old elephant a young one oft is found, moving through mountain pass or wood, o'er rough or level ground. So bowl in hand I'll follow thee wherever thou mayst lead, nor shalt thou find me burdensome or difficult to feed. As oft some ship of merchants seeking gain at any cost is swallowed by a whirlpool, and both ship and crew are lost. So, lest I find a stumbling block in this unlucky boy, install him in my palace, there all pleasures to enjoy, with maids whose hands caressing him with gleaming gold are bright. Like Saka midst his nymphs divine, he'll ever take delight. Then brought they Prince Digavu to the palace home of joy, and seeing him, these maidens fair addressed the royal boy. Art thou a god or bard divine, or Saka known to fame, dispensing alms in every town? We fain would learn thy name. No god am I, or bard divine, nor Saka known to fame, but heir to King of Kasi, Prince Digavu is my name. So cherish me, and happy be, each one as wife I claim. Then thus unto Digavu, their liege lord, these maidens said, Where has the king a refuge gained, and whither is he fled? The king escaped from miry ways is safe upon dry ground. From thorns and jungle free at last, the high road he has found. But I am set upon a path that leads to woeful state. Through thorns and jungle on I press to reach an awful fate. Welcome to us as lion is to cubs in mountain lair. Bear sway henceforth our sovereign lord, the true and rightful heir. And having so spoken, they all sounded their musical instruments, and all manner of song and dance took place. And so great was his glory, that the prince, intoxicated by it, forgot all about his father. But exercising his rule with justice, he fared according to his deeds. But the Bodhisattva developed the supernatural faculty resulting from meditation and passed away to the Brahma world. End of section 45. Section 46 of Jataka Tales by H.T. Francis and E.J. Thomas. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Ugly Bridegroom. Once upon a time in the Mala kingdom, in the royal city of Kusavati, King Okaka ruled his kingdom righteously. Among his 16,000 wives, the chief was Silavati, his queen consort. Now she had neither son nor daughter, and the men of the city and all his subjects assembled at the door of the palace, complaining that the realm would utterly perish. The king opened his window and said, Under my rule no man worketh iniquity. Wherefore do ye reproach me? True, sire, they answered, no one worketh iniquity, but no son is born to you to perpetuate the race. A stranger will seize upon the kingdom and destroy it. Therefore pray for a son who can rule your kingdom righteously. In my desire for a son, what am I to do? First of all, send out into the streets for a whole week a band of dancing women of low degree, giving the act a religious sanction, and if one of them shall give birth to a son, well and good. Otherwise, send out a company of fairly good standing, and finally a band of the highest rank. Surely amongst so many, one woman will be found of sufficient merit to bear you a son. The king did as they bade him, and every 7th day he inquired of all such as had returned, after taking their fill of pleasure, whether any of them had conceived. And when they all answered, No, sire, the king was now in despair and cried, No son will be born to me. The men of the city again reproached him as before. The king said, Why do ye reproach me? At your bidding, companies of women were exposed in the streets, and no one of them has conceived. What now am I to do? Sire, they answered, these women must be immoral and void of merit. They have not sufficient merit to conceive a son. But because they do not conceive, you are not to relax your efforts. The queen consort, Silavati, is a virtuous woman. Send her out into the streets. A son will be born to her. The king readily assented, and proclaimed by beat of drum that on the 7th day from that time the people were to assemble, and the king would expose Silavati, giving the act a religious character. And on the 7th day he had the queen magnificently arrayed, and carried down from the palace, and exposed in the streets. By the power of her virtue, the abode of Saka manifested signs of heat. Saka, considering what this might mean, found that the queen was anxious for a son, and thought, I must grant her a son. And, while wondering whether there was anyone in the world of gods worthy to bear her a son, he beheld the Bodhisattva. At this time, it is said, having passed through his existence in the heaven of the 33, he was longing to be born in a higher world. Saka, coming to the door of his dwelling place, summoned him forth, saying, Sir, you are to go to the world of men, and to be conceived as the child of Okaka's chief consort. And then he gained the consent of another divine being, and said,
and you too shall be her son."
And that no man might make a breach in her virtue, Saka went disguised as an aged Brahmin to the door of the palace. The people, after washing and adorning themselves, each being minded to possess the queen, assembled at the royal entrance. But at the sight of Saka they laughed, asking him why he had come. Saka said,
"Why blame me? If I am old in person, my passions are unabated, and I am come with the hope of carrying off Silavati with me, should I get her."
And with these words, by his divine power, he got in front of them all, and by reason of the majesty that was in him, no man could stand before him. And as the queen stepped forth from the palace, arrayed in all her glory, he took her by the hand, and made off with her. Then such as stood there abused him, saying, "Fie on him! An old Brahmin is gone off with a queen of peerless beauty. He knows not what is becoming to him." The queen too thought, "An old man is carrying me off." And she was vexed and angry, nay, disgusted. The king, standing at the open window, looking to see who might carry off the queen, on seeing who it was highly displeased. Saka, escaping with her by the city gate, miraculously caused a house to appear close at hand, with its door open and a bundle of sticks laid out ready. "Is this your abode?" she asked.
"Yes, lady. Hitherto I have been alone. Now there are two of us. I will go my rounds and bring home some husked rice. Do you meanwhile lie down on this heap of sticks."
And so saying, he gently stroked her with his hand, and causing her to thrill with a divine touch, he then and there laid her down, and at his touch she lost consciousness. Then, by his supernatural power, he transported her to the heaven of the 33, and set her down on a heavenly couch in a magnificent palace. On the 7th day, waking up, she beheld this splendor, and knew that this was no Brahmin, but must be Saka himself. At this moment Saka was seated at the foot of a coral tree, surrounded by heavenly dancers. Rising from her couch, she approached and saluted the god, and stood respectfully on one side. Then Saka said,
"I gave thee a boon. Choose what it shall be."
"Then grant me, sire, a son."
"Not merely one, lady. I will grant you two. One of them shall be wise, but ugly. The other shall be handsome, but a fool. Which of them will you have first?"
"The wise one," she answered.
"Good,"
said he, and he presented her with a piece of kusa grass, a heavenly robe and sandalwood, the flower of the coral tree, and a coconada lute. Then he transported her into the king's bedchamber, and laid her down on the same couch with the king, and touched her person with his thumb. And at that moment the Bodhisattva was conceived. And Saka straightway returned to his own abode. The wise queen knew that she had conceived. Then the king waked, and seeing her, said,
"Who brought you here?"
"Saka, sire."
"Why, with my own eyes I saw an aged Brahmin carry you off. Why do you deceive me?"
"Believe me, sire. Saka took me with him to the world of gods."
"Lady, I do not believe you."
Then she showed him the kusa grass which Saka had given her, saying, "Now believe me." The king thought, "Kusa grass is to be got anywhere," and still disbelieved her. Then she showed him her heavenly robes. On seeing these, the king believed her, and said,
"Dear lady, granted that Saka carried you off, but are you with child?"
"Yes, sire, I have conceived." The king was delighted, and performed the ceremony due to her state. In 10 months' time she gave birth to a son. Giving him no other name, they called him merely after the grass Kusa. About the time that Prince Kusa could run alone, a second heavenly being was conceived. To him they gave the name of Jayampati. The boys were brought up with great state. The Bodhisattva was so wise that, without learning aught from his teacher, he by his own ability attained to proficiency in all liberal arts. So when he was 16 years old, the king being anxious to make over the kingdom to him, addressing the queen, said,
"Lady, in making over the kingdom to your son, we would institute dramatic festivities, and in our lifetime we would see him established on the throne. If there is any king's daughter in all India you would like, on his bringing her here, we will make her his queen consort. Sound him as to what king's daughter he affects."
She readily agreed, and sent a handmaid to report the matter to the prince, and to ascertain his views. She went and told the prince the state of affairs. On hearing her, the great being thought, "I am not well favored. A lovely princess, even if she is brought here as my bride, on seeing me will say, 'What have I to do with this ugly fellow?' and will run away, and we shall be put to shame. What have I to do with household life? I will foster my parents as long as they live, and at their death I will renounce the world and become an ascetic." So he said, "What need have I of a kingdom or festivities? When my parents die, I will adopt the ascetic life." The maid returned and told the queen what he had said. The king was greatly distressed, and after a few days again sent a message, but he still refused to listen to it. After thrice rejecting the proposal, on the fourth occasion he thought, "It is not fitting to be in complete opposition to one's parents. I will devise something." So he summoned the chief smith, and giving him a quantity of gold, bade him go and make a female image. When he was gone, he took more gold and himself fashioned it into the figure of a woman. Verily, the purposes of bodhisattvas succeed. The figure was beautiful beyond the power of tongue to tell. Then the great being had it robed in linen and placed in the royal chamber. On seeing the image brought by the chief goldsmith, he found fault with it and said, "Go and fetch the figure placed in our royal chamber." The man went to the room, and on seeing it thought, "This surely must be some heavenly nymph, come to take her pleasure with the prince." And he left the room without having the courage to stretch forth his hand towards it, and he said, "Sire, standing in your royal chamber as a noble daughter of the gods, I dare not approach her." "Friend," he said, "go and fetch the golden image." And being charged a second time, he brought it. The prince ordered the image that the smith had wrought to be thrown into the golden chamber, and that which he himself had made, he had adorned and placed in a car and sent it to his mother, saying, "When I find a woman like this, I will take her to wife." His mother summoned her counselors and addressed them, saying, "Friends, our son is possessed of great merit and is the gift of Saka. He must find a princess worthy of him. Do you, then, have this figure placed in a covered carriage and traverse the length and breadth of India, and whatsoever the king's daughter you see like this image, present it to that king and say, 'King Okaka will contract a marriage with your daughter. Then arrange a day for your return and come home.'" They said, "It is well," and took the image and set out with a vast retinue. And in their journeyings, to whatever royal city they come, there at eventide, wheresoever the people gather together, after decking out this image with robes, flowers, and other adornments, they mount it upon a golden car and leave it on the road leading to the bathing place, and step back and stand on one side to listen to what all such as pass by had to say. The people on seeing it, not dreaming that it was a golden image, said, "This, though really only a woman, is very beautiful, like some divine nymph. Why in the world is she stationed here, and whence does she come? We have no one to compare with her in our city." And after thus praising her beauty, they went their ways. The counselors said,
"If there were any girl like it here, they would say, 'This is like so-and-so, the king's daughter, or like so-and-so, the minister's daughter.' Verily, there is no such maiden here."
And they go off with it to some other city. So in their wanderings they reached the city of Sagala in the kingdom of Mada. Now the king of Mada had 7 daughters of extraordinary beauty, like to nymphs of heaven. The eldest of them was called Pabhavati.
From her person stream forth rays of light, as it were the newly risen sun. When it is dark in her closet, measuring 4 cubits, there is no need of any lamp. The whole chamber is one blaze of light. Now she had a humpbacked nurse, who, when she had supplied Pabhavati with food, intending to wash her head, at eventide going forth to fetch water with 8 slave girls carrying each a water pot, on the way to the bathing place saw this image, and, thinking it to be Pabhavati, exclaimed, "The ill-behaved girl, pretending she would have her head washed, sent us to fetch water, and, stealing a march upon us, is standing there in the road." And being in a rage, she cried, "Fie! You are a disgrace to the family. There you stand, getting here before us. Should the king hear of it, he will be the death of us." And with these words she struck the image on the cheek, and a space as big as the palm of her hand was broken. Then, discovering it was a golden image, she burst out laughing, and going to the slave girls, said, "See what I have done. Thinking it was my foster daughter, I struck it. What is this image worth in comparison with my child? I have only hurt my hand for my pains." Then the king's emissaries took hold of her and said, "What is this story you tell us, saying that your daughter is fairer than this image?" "I mean Pabhavati, the Mata king's daughter. This image is not worth a 16th fraction of her." Glad at heart, they sought the entrance to the palace, and had themselves announced to the king, sending in word that King Okaka's emissaries were standing at his door. The king arose from his seat, and, standing up, ordered them to be admitted. On entering, they saluted the king and said, "Sire, our king inquires after your health." And, meeting with a hospitable reception, when asked why they had come, they replied, "Our king has a son, the bold Prince Kusa. The king is anxious to make over his kingdom to him, and has sent us to ask you to give him your daughter, Pabhavati, in marriage, and to accept as a present this golden figure." And with these words they offered him the image. He gladly agreed, thinking an alliance with so noble a king would be an auspicious one. Then the envoys said, "Sire, we cannot tarry here. We will go and tell our king that we have secured the hand of the princess, and then he will come and fetch her." The king agreed to this, and having hospitably entertained them, let them go. On their return, they made their report to the king and queen. The king, with a great retinue, set out from Kusavati, and in course of time reached the city of Sagala. The Mata king came out to meet him, brought him into the city, and paid him great honor. Queen Silavati, being a wise woman, thought, "What will be the issue of all this?" At the end of 1 or 2 days, she said to the king, "We are anxious to see our daughter-in-law." He readily assented, and sent for his daughter. Pabhavati, magnificently dressed and surrounded by a band of her attendants, came and saluted her mother-in-law. On seeing her, the queen at once thought, "This maiden is very lovely, and my son is ill-favored. Should she see him, she will not stay a single day, but will run away. I must devise some scheme." Addressing the Mata king, she said, "My daughter-in-law is quite worthy of my son. Howbeit, we have an hereditary observance in our family. If she will abide by the custom, we will take her to be his bride."
"What is this observance of yours?"
"In our family, a wife is not allowed to see her husband by daylight until she has conceived. If she will act up to this, we will take her." The king asked his daughter, "My dear, will you be able to act thus?" "Yes, dear father," she replied. Then King Okaka bestowed much gear on the Mata king and departed with her. And the Mata king dispatched his daughter with a vast retinue. Okaka, on reaching Kusavati, gave orders for the city to be decorated, all prisoners to be released, and after sprinkling his son as king and creating Pabhavati as chief consort, he proclaimed by beat of drum the rule of King Kusa.
and all the kings throughout India who had daughters sent them to the court of King Kusa, and all who had sons desiring friendship with him sent their sons to be his pages. The Bodhisattva had a large company of dancers and ruled with great state. But he is not allowed to see Prabhavati by day, nor may she see him, but at night they have free access to one another. At that time there is an extraordinary effulgence from the person of Prabhavati, but the Bodhisattva leaves the royal chamber while it is still dark. After a few days he told his mother he longed to see Prabhavati by day. She refused his request, saying, "Let this not be thy good pleasure, but wait until she has conceived." Again and again he besought her. So she said, "Well, go to the elephant stall and stand there disguised as an elephant keeper. I will bring her there so that you may have your fill of gazing at her, but see that you do not make yourself known to her." He agreed to this and went to the elephant stall. The Queen Mother proclaimed the elephant festival and said to Prabhavati, "Come, we will go and see your lord's elephants." Taking her there, she pointed out this and that elephant by name. Then, as Prabhavati was walking behind his mother, the king struck her in the back with a lump of elephant dung. She was enraged and said, "I will get the king to cut your hand off." And by her words she vexed the Queen Mother, who appeased her by rubbing her back. A second time the king was anxious to see her, and disguised as a groom in the horse stable, just as before, he struck her with a piece of horse dirt. And then, too, when she was angry, her mother-in-law appeased her. Again, one day, Prabhavati told her mother-in-law she longed to see the great being, and when her request was refused by her mother, who said, "Nay, let this not be your pleasure," she besought her again and again, so at last she said, "Well, tomorrow my son will be making a solemn procession through the city. You can open your window and see him." And after so saying, on the next day she had the city decked out, and ordered Prince Jayampati, clad in a royal robe and mounted on an elephant, to make a triumphal procession through the city. Standing at the window with Prabhavati, she said, "Behold the glory of your lord." She said, "I have got a husband not unworthy of me," and she was highly elated. But that very day the great being, disguised as an elephant keeper, was seated behind Jayampati, and gazing at Prabhavati as much as he would in the joy of his heart, he disported himself by gesticulating with his hands. When the elephant had passed them, the Queen Mother asked her if she had seen her husband. "Yes, lady, but seated behind him was an elephant keeper, a very ill-conducted fellow, who gesticulated at me with his hands. Why did they let such an ugly, ill-omened creature sit behind the king?" "It is desirable, my dear, to have a guard sit behind the king." "This elephant keeper," she thought, "is a bold fellow, and has no proper respect for the king. Can it be that he is King Kusa? No doubt he is hideous, and that is why they do not let me see him." So she whispered to her humpbacked nurse, "Go, my dear, at once, and make out whether it was the king who sat in front or behind." "How am I to find this out?" "If he be the king, he will be the first to alight from the elephant. You are to know by this token." She went and stood at a distance, and saw the great being alight first, and afterwards Prince Jayampati. The great being, looking about him first on one side and then on the other, seeing the humpbacked old woman, knew at once why she must have come, and sending for her, straitly charged her not to reveal his secret, and let her go. She came and told her mistress, "The one that sat in front was the first to alight," and Prabhavati believed her. Once more the king longed to see her, and begged his mother to arrange it. She could not refuse him, and said, "Well, then, disguise yourself and go to the garden." He went and hid himself up to his neck in the lotus pool, standing in the water with his head shaded by a lotus leaf, and his face covered by its flower. And his mother brought Prabhavati in the evening to the garden, and saying, "Look at these trees, or look at these birds or deer," thus tempted her on till she came to the bank of the lotus pond. When she saw the pond covered with 5 kinds of lotus, she longed to bathe and went down to the water's edge with her maidens. While disporting herself, she saw that lotus and stretched forth her hand, eager to pluck it. Then the king, putting aside the lotus leaf, took her by the hand, saying, "I am King Kusa." On seeing his face, she cried, "A goblin is catching hold of me!" and then and there swooned away. So the king let go her hand. On recovering consciousness, she thought, "King Kusa, they say, caught me by the hand, and he it was that hit me in the elephant stall with a piece of elephant dirt, and in the horse stable with a piece of horse dirt, and he it was that sat behind on the elephant and made game of me. What have I to do with such an ugly, hideous husband? If I live, I will have another husband." So she summoned the counselors who had escorted her hither, and said, "Make ready my chariot. This very day I will be off." They told this to the king, and he thought, "If she cannot get away, her heart will break. Let her go. By my own power I will bring her back again." So he allowed her to depart, and she returned straight to her father's city. And the great being passed from the park into the city, and climbed up to his splendid palace. Verily, it was a consequence of an aspiration in a previous existence that she disapproved of the Bodhisattva, and it was owing to a former act of his that he was so ugly. Of old, they say, in a suburb of Benares, in the upper and lower street, one family had 2 sons, and another had 1 daughter. Of these 2 sons, the Bodhisattva was the younger, and the maiden was wedded to the elder son, but the younger, being unmarried, continued to live with his brother. Now one day in this house they baked some very dainty cakes, and the Bodhisattva was away in the forest, so putting aside a cake for him, they distributed and ate the rest. At that moment a Pacceka Buddha came to the door for alms. The Bodhisattva's sister-in-law thought she would bake another cake for young master, and took and gave his cake to the Pacceka Buddha, and at that very instant he returned from the forest. So she said, "My lord, do not be angry, but I have given your portion to the Pacceka Buddha." He said, "After eating your own portion, you give mine away, and you will make me another cake forsooth." And he was angry, and went and took the cake from the beggar's bowl. She went to her mother's house, and took some fresh melted ghee, in color like the champak flower, and filled the bowl with it, and it sent forth a blaze of light. On seeing this, she put up a prayer. "Holy Sir, wherever I am born, may my body give forth a light, and may I be very lovely, and nevermore may I have to dwell in the same place with this lewd fellow." Thus, as the result of this prayer of old, she would have none of him. And the Bodhisattva, in dropping the cake again into the bowl, put up a prayer. "Holy Sir, though she should live 100 leagues away, may I have the power to carry her off as my bride." In that he was angry and took the cake as a result of this act of old, he was born so ugly. Kusa was so overwhelmed with sorrow when Pabhavati left him that the other woman, though ministering to him with all kinds of service, had not the heart to look him in the face, and all his palace, bereft of Pabhavati, seemed as it were desolate. Then he thought, "By this time she will have reached the city Sagala," and at break of day he sought his mother and said, "Dear mother, I will go and fetch Pabhavati. You are to rule my kingdom." And he uttered the first stanza. "This realm with joy and bliss untold, trappings of state and wealth of gold, this realm, I say, rule thou for me, I go to seek Pabhavati." His mother, on hearing what he had to say, replied, "Well, my son, you must exercise great vigilance. Women, verily, are impure-minded creatures." And she filled a golden bowl with all manner of dainty food, and saying, "This is for you to eat on the journey," she took leave of him. Taking it, he made a rightwise circuit thrice round his mother, and cried, "If I live, I will see you again," and so withdrew to the royal chamber. Then he girded himself with the 5 sorts of weapons, and putting 1,000 pieces of money in a bag, he took his bowl of food and a coconada lute, and leaving the city, set out on his journey. Being very strong and vigorous, by noontime he had traveled 50 leagues, and after eating his food, in the remaining half-day he made up another 50 leagues, and so in the course of a single day he accomplished a journey of 100 leagues. In the evening he bathed, and then entered the city of Sagala. No sooner did he set foot in the place than Pavavati, by the power of his majesty, could no longer rest quietly on her couch, but got out of bed and lay upon the ground. The Bodhisattva was thoroughly exhausted with his journey, and being seen by a certain woman, as he was wandering about the street, was invited by her to rest in her house, and after first bathing his feet, she offered him a bed. While he was asleep, she prepared him some food, and then waking him up, gave it to him to eat. He was so pleased with her that he presented her with 1,000 pieces of money and the golden bowl. Leaving there his 5 sorts of weapons, he said, "There is some place I must go to," and taking his lute, he repaired to an elephant stall and cried to the elephant keepers, "Let me stay here, and I will make music for you." They allowed him to do so, and he went apart and lay down. When his fatigue had passed off, he rose up, and unstrapping his lute, he played and sang, thinking that all who dwelt in the city should hear the sound of it. Pabhavati, as she lay on the ground, heard it and thought, "This sound can come from no lute but his," and felt sure that King Kusa had come on her account. The king of Mata, too, on hearing it, thought, "He plays very sweetly. Tomorrow I will send for him and make him my minstrel." The Bodhisattva thinking, "It is impossible for me to get sight of Pavavati if I stay here. This is the wrong place for me," sallied forth quite early, and after taking his morning meal in an eating-house, he left his lute and went to the king's potter and became his apprentice. One day, after he had filled the house with potter's clay, he asked if he should make some vessels, and when the potter answered, "Yes, do so," he placed a lump of clay on the wheel and turned it. When once it was turned, it went on swiftly till midday. After molding all manner of vessels, great and small, he began making one specially for Pavavati, with various figures on it. Verily, the purposes of bodhisattvas succeed. He resolved that Pavavati was to see these figures. When he had dried and baked his vessels, the house was full of them. The potter went to the palace with various specimens. The king, on seeing them, asked who had made them. "I did, sire." "I am sure you did not make them. Who did?" "My apprentice, sire." "Not your apprentice, your master, rather. Learn your trade from him. Henceforth let him make vessels for my daughters." And he gave him 1,000 pieces of money, saying, "Give him this, and present all these small vessels to my daughters." He took the vessels to them and said, "These are made for your amusement." They were all present to receive them. Then the potter gave Pavavati the vessel which the great being had made specially for her. Taking it, she at once recognized her own likeness and that of the humpbacked nurse, and knew it could be the handicraft of no one but King Kusa. And being angry, she said, "I do not want it. Give it to those that wish for it." Then her sisters, perceiving that she was in a rage, laughed and said, "You suppose it is the work of King Kusa. It was the potter, not he, that made it. Take it." She did not tell them that he had come there and had made it. The potter gave the 1,000 pieces of money to the Bodhisattva and said, "My son, the king is pleased with you. Henceforth you are to make vessels for his daughters, and I am to take them to them." He thought, "Although I go on living here, it is impossible for me to see Pabhavati." And he gave back the money to him and went to a basket-maker who served the king, and becoming his apprentice, he made a palm-leaf fan for Pavavati, and on it he depicted a white umbrella, as an emblem of royalty, and taking as his subject a banquet hall, Amongst a variety of other forms, he represented a standing figure of Pavavati. The basket maker took this and other ware, the workmanship of Kusa, to the palace. The king, on seeing them, asked who had made them, and, just as before, presented 1,000 pieces of money to the man, saying,
"Give these specimens of wicker work to my daughters."
And he gave the fan that was specially made for her to Pavavati, and in this case also no one recognized the figures, but Pavavati, on seeing them, knew it was the king's handiwork, and said, "Let those that wish for it take it." And being in a rage, she threw it on the ground. So the others all laughed at her. The basket maker brought the money and gave it to the Bodhisatta. Thinking this was no place for him to stay in, he returned the money to the basket maker, and went to the king's gardener and became his apprentice. And while making all sorts of garlands, he made a special wreath for Pavavati, picked out with various figures. The gardener took them to the palace. When the king saw them, he asked who had fashioned these garlands.
"I did, sire."
"I am sure you did not make them. Who did?" "My apprentice, sire."
"He is not your apprentice. Rather, he is your master. Learn your trade from him. Henceforth he is to weave garlands and flowers for my daughters, and give him this 1,000 pieces of money."
And giving him the money, he said, "Take these flowers to my daughters." And the gardener offered to Pavavati the wreath that the Bodhisatta had made specially for her. Here, too, on seeing amongst the various figures a likeness of herself and the king, she recognized Kusa's handiwork, and in her rage threw the wreath on the ground. All her sisters, just as before, laughed at her. The gardener, too, took the 1,000 pieces of money and gave them to the Bodhisatta, telling him what had happened. He thought, "Neither is this the place for me." And returning the money to the gardener, he went and engaged himself as an apprentice to the king's cook. Now one day the cook, in taking various kind of victuals to the king, gave the Bodhisatta a bone of meat to cook for himself. He prepared it in such a way that the smell of it pervaded the whole city. The king smelt it and asked if he were cooking some more meat in the kitchen. "No, sire, but I did give my apprentice a bone of meat to cook. It must be this that you smell." The king had it brought to him, and placed a morsel on the tip of his tongue, and it woke up and thrilled the 7,000 nerves of taste. The king was so enslaved by his appetite for dainties that he gave him 1,000 pieces of money, and said, "Henceforth you are to have food for me and my daughters cooked by your apprentice, and to bring mine to me yourself. But your apprentice is to bring theirs to my daughters." The cook went and told him. On hearing it, he thought, "Now is my desire fulfilled. Now shall I be able to see Pavavati." Being pleased, he returned the 1,000 pieces of money to the cook, and next day he prepared and sent dishes of food to the king, and himself climbed up to the palace where dwelt Pavavati, taking the food for the king's daughters on a carrying pole. Pavavati saw him climbing up with his load, and thought, "He is doing the work of slaves and hirelings, work quite unsuitable for him. But if I hold my peace, he will think I approve of him, and, going nowhere else, he will remain here gazing at me. I will straightway abuse and revile him, and drive him away, not allowing him to remain a moment here." So she left the door half open, and, holding one hand on the panel, with the other pressed up the bolt, and she repeated the second stanza. "Kusa, for thee by day and night, to bear this burden is not right. Haste back, pray, to Kusavati, thy ugly form I'm loath to see." He thought, "I have got speech of Pavavati," and pleased at heart he repeated 3 stanzas. "Bound by thy beauty's spell, Pavavati, my native land has little charm for me. Mata's fair realm is ever my delight, my crown resigned to live in thy dear sight. O soft-eyed maiden, fair Pavavati, what is this madness that o'ermasters me? Knowing full well the land that gave me birth, I wander half distraught o'er all the earth. clad in bright-colored bark and girt with golden zone. Thy love, fair maid, I crave, and not an earthly throne." When he had thus spoken, she thought, "I revile him, hoping to rouse a feeling of resentment in him, but he, as it were, tries to conciliate me by his words. Suppose he were to say, 'I am King Kusa,' and take me by the hand, who is there to prevent it? And somebody might hear what we had to say." So she closed the door and bolted it inside, and he took up his carrying pole and brought the other princesses their food. Pavavati sent her humpbacked slave to bring her the food that King Kusa had cooked. She brought it and said, "Now eat." Pavavati said, "I will not eat what he has cooked. Do you eat it, and go and get your own supply of food, and cook it and bring it here. But do not tell anyone that King Kusa has come." The humpback henceforth brought and ate the portion of the princesses, and gave her own portion to Pavavati. King Kusa, from that time being unable to see her, thought, "I wonder whether Pavavati has any affection for me or not. I will put her to the test." So, after he had supplied the princesses with their food, he took his load of victuals, and going out, struck the floor with his feet by the door of Pavavati's closet, and clashing the dishes together and groaning aloud, he fell all of a heap, and swooned away. At the sound of his groans, she opened her door, and seeing him crushed beneath the load he was carrying, she thought, "Here is a king, the chief ruler in all India, and for my sake he suffers pain night and day, and now, being so delicately nurtured, he has fallen under the burden of the victuals he carries. I wonder if he is still alive." And stepping from her chamber, she stretched forth her neck and looked at his mouth to watch his breathing. He filled his mouth with spittle and let it drop on her person. She retired into her closet, reviling him, and standing with the door half open, she repeated this stanza: "Ill luck is his that ever craves to find his wishes spurned, as thou, O king, dost fondly woo with love still unreturned." But because he was madly in love with her, however much he was abused and reviled by her, he showed no resentment, but repeated this stanza: "Whoso shall gain what he holds dear, may loved or unloved be, success alone is what we praise, to lose is misery." While he was still speaking, without at all relenting, she spoke in a firm voice, as if minded to drive him away, and repeated this stanza: "As well to dig through the bed of rock with brittle wood as spade, or catch the wind within a net, as woo unwilling maid." On hearing this, the king repeated 3 stanzas. "Hard-hearted as a stone art thou, so soft to outward view. No word of welcome though I've come from far, thy love to sue. When thou dost frown regarding me, proud dame, with sullen look, then I in royal Mata's halls am nothing but a cook. But if, O queen, in pity thou shouldst deign to smile on me, no longer cook, once more am I lord of Kusavati." On hearing his words, she thought, "He is very pertinacious in all that he says. I must devise some lie to drive him hence." And she spoke this stanza: "If fortune-tellers spoke true words, 'twas this in sooth they said: Mayest thou in pieces 7 be hewn, ere thou King Kusa wed." On hearing this, the king, contradicting her, said, "Lady, I too consulted fortune-tellers in my own kingdom, and they predicted that there was no other husband for you save the lion-voiced lord, King Kusa, and through omens furnished by my own knowledge, I say the same." And he repeated another stanza: "If I and other prophets here have uttered a true word, save me, King Kusa, thou shalt hail none other as thy lord." On hearing his words, she said, "One cannot shame him. What is it to me whether he runs away or not?" And shutting the door, she refused to show herself, and he took up his load and went down. From that day he could not set eyes on her, and he got heartily sick of his cook's work. After breakfast, He cut firewood, washed dishes, and fetched water on his carrying pole, and then, lying down, he rested on a heap of grain. Rising early, he cooked rice gruel and the like, then took and served the food, and suffered all this mortification by reason of his passionate love for Pavavati. One day he saw the humpback passing by the kitchen door, and hailed her. For fear of Pavavati, she did not venture to come near him, but passed on, pretending to be in a great hurry. So he hastily ran up to her, crying, "Crookback!" She turned and stopped, saying, "Who's here? I cannot listen to what you have to say." Then he said, "Both you and your mistress are very obstinate. Though living near you ever so long, we cannot so much as get a report of her health." She said, "Will you give me a present?" He replied, "Supposing I do, will you be able to soften Pavavati and bring me into her presence?" On her agreeing to do so, he said, "If you can do this, I will put right your humpback, and give you an ornament for your neck." And tempting her, he spoke 5 stanzas. "Necklace of gold I'll give to thee, on coming to Kusavati, if slender-limbed Pavavati should only deign to look on me. Necklace of gold I'll give to thee, on coming to Kusavati, if slender-limbed Pavavati should only deign to speak to me. Necklace of gold I'll give to thee, on coming to Kusavati, if slender-limbed Pavavati should only deign to smile on me. Necklace of gold I'll give to thee, on coming to Kusavati, if slender-limbed Pavavati should laugh with joy at sight of me. Necklace of gold I'll give to thee, on coming to Kusavati, if slender-limbed Pavavati should lay a loving hand on me." On hearing his words, she said, "Get you gone, my lord. In a very few days I will put her in your power. You shall see how energetic I can be." So saying, she decided on her course of action, and going to Pavavati, she made as if she would clean her room, and not leaving a bit of dirt big enough to hit one with, and removing even her shoes, she swept out the whole chamber. Then she arranged a high seat for herself in the doorway, keeping well outside the threshold, and spreading a coverlet on a low stool for Pavavati, she said, "Come, my dear, and I will search in your head for vermin." And making her sit there and place her head upon her lap, after scratching her a little and saying, "Ho, what a lot of lice we have here!" she took some from her own head and put them on the head of the princess, and speaking in terms of endearment of the great being, she sang his praises in this stanza: "This royal dame no pleasure feels Kuso once more to see, though wanting naught, he serves as cook for simple hireling's fee." Pavavati was enraged with the humpback, so the old woman took her by the neck and pushed her inside the room, and being herself outside, she closed the door and stood clinging to the cord which pulled the door to. Pavavati, being unable to get at her, stood by the door, abusing her, and spoke another stanza. "This humpback slave, without a doubt, for speaking such a word, deserves to have her tongue cut out with keenest sharpened sword." So the humpback stood holding on to the rope that hung down, and said, "You worthless, ill-behaved creature, what good will your fair looks do anyone? Can we live by feeding on your beauty?" And so saying, she proclaimed the virtues of the Bodhisattva, shouting them aloud with the harsh voice of a humpback in 13 stanzas. "Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Great glory his, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Great wealth is his, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Great power is his, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Wide rule is his, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Great king he is, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Lion-voiced is he, so do whate'er is pleased in his sight.
Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Clear-voiced is he, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Deep-voiced is he, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Sweet-voiced is he, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. Honey-voiced is he, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. 100 arts are his, so do what's pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. A warrior king is he, so do what's pleasing in his sight. Esteem him not, Pavavati, by outward form or height. King Kusa 'tis, so do whate'er is pleasing in his sight. Hearing what she said, Pavavati threatened the humpback, saying, Crookback, you roar too loud. If I catch hold of you, I will let you know you have a mistress. She replied, In my consideration for you, I did not let your father know of King Kusa's arrival. Well, today I will tell the king. And speaking in a loud voice, she cowed at her, and saying, Let no one hear of this, Pavavati pacified the hunchback. And the Bodhisatta, not being able to get a sight of her, after 7 months being sick of his hard bed and sorry food, thought, What need have I of her? After living here 7 months, I cannot so much as get a sight of her. She is very harsh and cruel. I will go and see my father and mother. At this moment, Saka, considering the matter, found out how discontented Kusa was, and he thought, After 7 months he is unable even to see Pavavati. I will find some way of letting him see her. So he sent messengers to 7 kings, as if they came from King Mata, to say, Pavavati has thrown over King Kusa and has returned home. You are to come and take her to wife. And he sent the same message to each of the 7 separately. They all arrived in the city with a great following, not knowing one another's reasons for coming. They asked one another, Why have you come here? And on discovering how matters stood, they were angry and said, Will he give us his daughter in marriage to 7 of us? See how ill he behaves. He mocks us, saying, Take her to wife. Let him either give Pavavati in marriage to all 7, or let him fight us. And they sent a message to him to this effect, and invested the city. On hearing the message, King Mata was alarmed, and took counsel with his ministers, saying, What are we to do? Then his ministers made answer, Sire, these 7 kings have come for Pavavati. If you refuse to give her, they will break down the wall and enter the city, and after destroying us, they will seize your kingdom. While the wall still stands unbroken, let us send Pavavati to them. And they repeated this stanza. Like to proud elephants they stand, in coats of mail arrayed. Ere yet they trample down our walls, send off in haste the maid. The king, on hearing this, said, If I should send Pavavati to any one of them, the rest will join battle with me. It is out of the question to give her to any one of them. As she has cast off the chief king in all India, let her receive the reward due to her return home. I will slay her, and cutting her body into 7 pieces, send 1 to each of the 7 kings. And so saying, he repeated another stanza. In pieces 7, Pavavati, to hack, it is my will. 1 piece for each of these 7 kings, who came her sire to kill. This saying of his was noised abroad throughout the palace. Her attendants came and told Pavavati, The king, they say, will cut you in 7 pieces and send them to the 7 kings. She was in fear of death, and rising from her seat, she went accompanied by her sisters to her mother's state chamber. She came into her mother's presence, and saluting her, broke into these lamentations. This face with powder beautified, here mirrored in a glass, to ivory handle deftly fixed, so winsome now, alas! With innocence and purity and every line expressed, by warrior princess spurned in some lone forest soon will rest.
These locks of hair so black of hue, bound up in stately coil, soft to the touch and fragrant with the finest sandal oil. In charnel ground, though covered up, the vultures soon will find, and with their talons rend and tear and scatter to the wind. These arms whose fingertips are dyed like copper, crimson, red, in richest sandal oil oft bathe, and with soft down o'erspread. Cut off, and by proud kings in some lone forest flung aside, a wolf will seize and carry off where'er he's fain to hide. My teats are like the dates that on the palms with ripeness swell, fragrant with scent of sandalwood that men of Kasi fell. Hanging thereon, a jackal soon at them, methinks, will tug, just as a little baby boy with his mother's breast may hug. These hips of mine, well knit and broad, cast in an ample mold, encircled with a cincture gay, wrought of the purest gold, cut off, and by proud kings in some lone forest flung aside, a wolf will seize and carry off where'er he's fain to hide. Dogs, wolves, jackals, and whatsoe'er are known as beasts of prey, if once they eat Pabhavati, can suffer no decay. Should warrior kings that come from far thy daughter's body flay, then beg my bones and burn them in some sequestered way, and make a garden near and plant a Kanakara tree, and when at winter's close it blooms, mother, recalling me, point to the flower and say, just such was fair Pabhavati. Thus did she, alarmed with fear of death, idly lament before her mother. And the Mata king issued an order that the executioner should come with his axe and block. His coming was noised abroad throughout the palace. The queen mother, on hearing of his arrival, arose from her throne, and, overwhelmed with sorrow, came into the presence of the king. Then the queen spoke this stanza. With this sword will the Mata king his graceful daughter slay, and piecemeal send her mangled limbs to rival chiefs a prey. The king, to make her understand, said, Lady, what is this you say? Your daughter rejected the chief king of all India on the plea of his ugliness, and accepting death as her fate, returned home before the prints of her feet were well wiped out on the road by which she had gone there. Now, therefore, let her reap the consequences of the jealousy excited by her beauty. The queen, after hearing what he had to say, went to her daughter, and lamenting spoke thus. Thou didst not hearken to my voice when I desired thy good. Today thou sinkest to Yama's realm, thy body stained with blood. Such fate doth every man incur, or even a worse end, who deaf to good advice neglects the warnings of a friend. If thou today a gallant prince for thy good lord shouldst wed, bedight with zone of gold and gems, in land of Kusa bred, thou wouldst not, served with hosts of friends, to Yama's realms have sped. When drums are beat and elephants' loud trumpetings resound, in royal halls, where in this world can greater bliss be found. When horses neigh and minstrels play to kings some plaintive air, with bliss like this in royal halls, what is there to compare? When, too, courts with the peacocks and the heron's cries resound, and cuckoos call, where else, I pray, can bliss like this be found? After thus talking with her in all these stanzas, she thought, if only King Kusa were here today, he would put to flight these 7 kings, and after freeing my daughter from her misery, he would carry her away with him. And she repeated this stanza. Where's he that crushes hostile realms and vanquishes his foes? Kusa, the noble and the wise, would free us from our woes. Then Pabhavati thought, my mother's tongue is not equal to proclaiming the praises of Kusa. I will let her know that he has been living here occupied with the work of a cook. And she repeated this stanza. The conqueror who crushes all his foes, lo, here is he. Kusa, so noble and so wise, all foes will slay for me.
Then her mother, thinking, "She is terrified with fear of death and rambles in her talk," spoke this stanza. "Art thou gone mad, or like a fool dost speak at random thus? If Kusa has returned, why, pray, didst thou not tell it us?" Hearing this, Pavavati thought, "My mother does not believe me. She does not know he has returned and been living here 7 months. I will prove it to her." And taking her mother by the hand, she opened the window, and stretching forth her hand and pointing to him, she repeated this stanza. "Good mother, look at yonder cook, with loins girt up right well. He stoops to wash his pots and pans, where royal maidens dwell." Then Kusa, they say, thought, "Today my heart's desire will be fulfilled. Of a truth, Pavavati is terrified with the fear of death, and will tell of my coming here. I will wash my dishes and put them away." And he fetched water, and began to wash his dishes. Then her mother, upbraiding her, spoke this stanza. "Art thou base born, or wouldst thou deign, a maid of royal race, to take a slave for thy true love, to Mata's deep disgrace?" Then Pavavati thought, "My mother, methinks, does not know that it is for my sake he has been living here after this manner." And she spoke another stanza. "No low caste I, nor would I shame my royal name, I swear. Good luck to thee, no slave is he, but King Okaka's heir." And now, in praise of his fame, she said, "He 20,000 Brahmins ever feeds, no slave, I swear. It is Okaka's royal son, whom thou seest standing there. He 20,000 elephants aye yokes, no slave, I swear. It is Okaka's royal son, whom thou seest standing there. He 20,000 horses ever yokes, no slave, I swear. It is Okaka's royal son, whom thou seest standing there. He 20,000 chariots ever yokes, no slave, I swear. It is Okaka's royal son, whom thou seest standing there. He 20,000 royal bulls aye yokes, no slave, I swear. It is Okaka's royal son, whom thou seest standing there. He 20,000 royal kine aye milks, no slave, I swear. It is Okaka's royal son, whom thou seest standing there." Thus was the glory of the great being praised by her in 6 stanzas. Then her mother thought, "She is speaking in terror. It must be so." And believing her, she went and told the king the whole story. He came in great haste to Pavavati and asked,
"Is it true what they say, that King Kusa has come?"
"Yes, dear father. It is 7 months today that he has been acting as cook to your daughters." Not believing her, he questioned the hunchback, and on hearing the facts of the case from her, he reproached his daughter and spoke this stanza.
"Like elephant as frog disguised, when this almighty prince came here, 'twas wrong of thee and ill-advised to hide it from thy parents dear."
Thus did he reproach his daughter, and then went in haste to Kusa, and after the usual greetings with folded hands, he acknowledged his offense, and repeated this stanza.
"In that we failed to recognize your majesty in his disguise. If, sire, to thee offense we give, we would forgiveness humbly crave."
On hearing this, the great being thought, "If I should speak harshly to him, his heart would straightway break. I will speak words of comfort to him." And standing amongst his dishes, he spoke this stanza. "For me to play the scullion's part was very wrong, I own. Be comforted, it was no fault of thine, I was unknown." The king, after being thus addressed in kindly words, climbed up to the palace and summoned Pavavati to send her to ask the king's pardon, and he spoke this stanza.
"Go, silly girl, thy pardon from the great King Kusa crave. His wrath appeased, he may be pleased, perhaps thy life to save."
On hearing the words of her father, she went with him, accompanied by her sisters and her handmaids. Standing just as he was in his workman's dress, he saw her coming towards him and thought, "Today I will break down Pavavati's pride and lay her low at my feet in the mud." And
pouring on the ground all the water he had brought there. He trampled on a space as big as a threshing floor, making it one mass of mud. She drew nigh and fell at his feet, and groveling in the mud, asked his forgiveness. Then she spoke these stanzas. My days and nights apart from thee, O king, have passed away. Behold, I stoop to kiss thy feet. From anger cease, I pray. I promise thee, if thou to me a gracious ear shouldst lend, never again in aught I do will I my lord offend. But if thou shouldst my prayer refuse, my father then will slay, and send his daughter limb by limb to warrior kings a prey. On hearing this, the king thought, if I were to tell her this is for you to see to, her heart would be broken. I will speak words of comfort to her. And he said, I'll do thy bidding, fair lady, as far as lies in me. No anger feel I in my heart. Fear not, Pavavati. Hearken, O royal maid, to me I too make promise true. Never again will I offend in aught that I may do. Full many a sorrow I would bear, fair maid, for love of thee, and slay a host of Mata chiefs to wed Pavavati. Kusa, swelling with princely pride at seeing as it were a handmaid of Saka, king of the gods, in attendance upon him, thought, while I am still alive, shall others come and carry off my bride? And rousing himself, lion-like, in the palace yard, he said, Let all who dwell in this city hear of my coming. And dancing about, shouting and clapping his hands, he cried, Now will I take them alive. Go bid them put horses to my chariots. And he repeated the following stanza. Go quickly, yoke my well-trained steeds to many a painted car, and watch me swiftly sally forth to scatter foes afar. He now bade goodbye to Pavavati, saying, The capture of thy enemies is my charge. Go thou and bathe and adorn thyself, and climb up to thy palace. And the king of Mata sent his counselors to act as a guard of honor to him. And they drew a screen around about him at the door of the kitchen, and provided barbers for him. And when his beard had been trimmed, and his head shampooed, and he was arrayed in all his splendor, and surrounded by his escort, he said, I will ascend to the palace. And looking about him thence in every direction, he clapped his hands, and wheresoever he looked the earth trembled, and he cried out, Now mark how great is my power. Then the Mata king sent him an elephant that had been trained to stand impassive under attack, richly caparisoned. Kusa mounted on the back of the elephant, with a white umbrella held over him, and ordered Pavavati to be conducted there. And seating her behind him, he left the city by the east gate, escorted by a complete host of the 4 arms. And as soon as he saw the forces of the enemy, he cried, I am King Kusa. Let all who value their lives lie down on their bellies. And he roared thrice with the roar of a lion, and utterly crushed his foes. The king said, These foes are rather thine than mine. They all belong to thee. Thou only art our sovereign lord, to slay or to set free. Being thus spoken to, the great being thought, What can I do with these men when once dead? Let not their coming here be without good result. Pavavati has 7 younger sisters, daughters of King Mata. I will bestow them in marriage on these 7 princes. And he repeated this stanza. These daughters 7, like heavenly nymphs, are very fair to see. Give them one each to the 7 kings, thy sons-in-law to be. Then the king said, O'er us and them thou art supreme, thy purpose to fulfill. Give them, thou art our sovereign lord, according to thy will. So he had them all beautifully attired, and gave them in marriage, one to each king. End of section 46.